Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. I'm so excited. As you can see, we have our team back for day 2 to get the ball rolling. And as always, Carissa, I want to ask you a very simple question while Rex is doing God knows what down there. The question to you, Carissa, is how excited are you for day 2?
Okay, I started yesterday, I think at a 12, but because we have Dr. Joe Vitale starting us off, I think I'm at about a 20. I definitely admire him. I love his work. I'm really excited about what he's going to share today, as well as the other guest experts. How about you, Ava?
Well, Carissa, you have to explain to me what your scale is. Why is it 20? Like, is it out of 10?
I have a lot of energy. I'm a manifesting generator. I just high vibrations. You know, Dr. Joe will tell us all about that, but I'm at about a 20 today.
On a scale of 1 to 10 for me, I'm a 10, definitely, absolutely, 100% 10. I love our audience. We have such audience that stuck with us yesterday. We have over 1,000 comments just in the comment section, and so I'm very thrilled. We have amazing experts today, and so I am absolutely to the moon and back. And how about you, Rex?
Well, I'm 1,010% happier today than I was yesterday, and 1,010%. Well, let's cut out the 10% and just go 1,010 is how thrilled I am. I'm thrilled because I get to be here with you. I get to be here with the guests. I get to close out the day today. So I'm looking forward to that, and to all the people who are going to show up and comment and interact and engage with us. So what a delightful time to be here. So stick around all throughout the day and make sure that you do, because it's going to be we're going to rock your world.
Absolutely. And as we get the ball rolling and people are joining us, yesterday we had people from 17 different countries. Our team did the tally. 17 different countries attended day 1 to hear conversations from a various myriad of experts, authors, speakers, scientists. And of course, when it came to starting day 2, today we have an incredible lineup. We have Dr. Joe Vitale, we have Michael Beckwith, a lot of incredible people that are joining us for day 2. But we thought, who would be the appropriate speaker to get the ball rolling? And Dr. Joe Vitale has not just been a friend to our network, a friend to this community. He's been, quite frankly, a friend to the world with the work that he's done. And we've spoken so much about Dr. Joe on this program that you could just go back and watch previous shows. But what really today we're going to focus on with him is something that I know he's very familiar with, and that's the power of the mind, right? And we want to hear his perspective from a metaphysical standpoint. We've had various different neuroscientists speak, but today we want to hear an expert in the realm of metaphysics speak about his perspective on the powers of the mind, how to harness the powers of the mind for your life, for your business, etc. And so with that being said, we want to bring him on now. So Dr. Joe Vitale, welcome to day 2 of the Neuroscience Summit. And what an entrance that is. Hold on, we got to do that together. Let's do that. There we go. I love that entrance there. 1, 2, 3, boom. Okay, now we're ready to get started. And you know, Dr. Joe, as always, it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here. You're one of the most admired authors in the self-help world, in the mind science world. I mean, there are people that just have had their lives change because of your books, because of your programs, because of your coaching. And so, you know, we were honored to have you open up day 2 for us, as always. And, you know, I know that we're going to have a lot of different things we'll talk about in this next hour. And in the end of the hour, you and I will spend a few minutes to address some global matters. But just to get the ball rolling, when it comes to, first of all, just share whatever is in your heart. And then secondly, when it comes to the power of the mind, what are some things you'll tell someone that doesn't really understand how powerful their mind truly is? Please, Dr. Joe.
Well, I wouldn't even know where to start because the mind is unlimited. And as soon as I say that, I'll probably hit resistance if somebody is brand new to the concept. But, you know, when I have a TV show
and
now,
Dr. Joe, I hate to cut you off, but we do have some static coming from your audio. So
okay.
I want to make sure that your audio is functioning properly. We hear static. Maybe what we'll do is we'll watch a quick 2 or 3 minute break of clip and then get the ball rolling again. Maybe you can check the audio settings to make sure that the audio settings and the proper microphone is functioning. So let's watch a clip from one of your friends that you know well, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. During my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we are here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
And thank you for that lovely message, Lisa Nichols. And the team is working with Dr. Joe to bring him back here in just a minute or so. But before we bring Joe back on to really get the ball rolling on day 2, we want to acknowledge some folks from the virtual auditorium. We want to take a quick second to say hello to our friends in Spain. We want to take a second to say hello to our friends in Malaysia. And really all around the world that are tuning in, Seattle, etc. So let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from. And with that, let's go ahead and have the producers bring Dr. Joe Vitale back. Dr. Joe, let's do it again. Okay, ready?
Right.
Take 2. 1, 2, 3.
One more try.
And ready, Joe? Boom. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. And we're so excited to have you static free.
Good.
And,
Good.
And, you heard some of the comments that we're making about the impact that you are known for making. And we were interested in hearing a metaphysical standpoint of the power of the mind, because here on the Los Angeles Tribune, something, as you know, Dr. Joe, we pride ourselves on is free speech, open-mindedness, mindfulness rather, and having a various myriad of experts that have an equal playing field. And I know that metaphysical doctors and those that have studied the art of the invisible, which is what metaphysics is, don't always get published in the scientific journals. And so here we want to give an opportunity for doctors of metaphysics to speak and express their point of view. So with that being said, I guess I'll reframe the first question and say, What is metaphysics for those that may not have a clear understanding? Please, Dr. Joe.
Well, you already answered it. You know, I was on ABC TV, national TV, years ago, and they asked me that question, what is metaphysics? And it came out of nowhere, and I spontaneously said something that jammed everybody's brain. I said, it's the study of the invisible. And I saw their eyes cross, and I saw a couple of them mumbling, study of the invisible. They were trying to make sense of it. And the truth of the matter is, it is the study of the invisible because it's talking about thoughts and how thoughts create. And thoughts are invisible. Certainly we can write them down, but now we have something visible. It's handwriting. It's not the thought. I actually think psychology is nothing more than metaphysics in a lab coat with a clipboard. What they're trying to do is prove what metaphysics has been saying, claiming, proving for centuries. And I actually think neuroscience is nothing more than the lab coat, the clipboard, and now some technology. We hook wires up to people's brains, trying to understand why lights are going on in different areas of the brain. And then we're trying to correspond that with, well, the light went on here. He seemed to have created this or said this or remembered this. And so all of it in a way is just making metaphysics legitimate. But metaphysics has been around for hundreds of years. It's what I live. It's what I teach. It's one of my doctorates is in metaphysical science. I have learned that what you're thinking is going to be created unless you change your thinking. I actually have a course called the 3-Day Rule, and I say in it, what you're thinking and feeling right now will tend to be manifested in 3 days. And the reason most of the time it's not happening the way you thought it and felt it is that you changed your mind 50,000 times that day. That's where science and neuroscience comes in, because they're the ones that are saying, hey, your thoughts actually create, but you keep changing your thoughts. And I don't know who's counting this, but they said there's 50 to 100,000 thoughts a day. So somebody counted those. And what we found out is that we keep having the same thoughts. They're negative thoughts. They're in a cycle of thoughts. And so we change our mind and we wonder later, how come I didn't create the romance or the health or attract the money? We were the ones creating and uncreating the very path that we were going on. And I'm going to pause in case there's static and you want me to shut up.
Well, there's always static when you speak, Dr. Joe, but the good kind of static this time. And we never want you to shut up because you always have such incredible points of view. But with that, I want to segue and step back and let Carissa, Rex, and Ava take the lead for the next few minutes. And I'll return in a few minutes. Go ahead, Carissa, please. You're muted, Carissa.
Good to know. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for being here. I really appreciate your presence and your wisdom. I want to ask you a question that David Fagan asked me yesterday, and I think is really important because I think you'll be able to offer the distinction to our audience, which is, what is the difference between the power of the mind and the power of the heart? Where are there similarities? Where are there differences in creating the life that we ultimately desire?
The confusion comes when people think the mind is in the brain. Because we have so much activity going on up here between our ears, and we've heard about the brain, we think that is the system, the computer that's driving everything. It's not. The mind is actually located throughout the body. And there's been a lot of research, including with neuroscience, that's saying the body actually is the mind. And then if you go deeper and you look at ancient martial arts, they say that your mind is actually around your abdomen. That they train people to go into what's called in some martial arts, the 1 point. And the 1 point is a little bit around your belly button. So when we talk about the heart, there's a lot of research coming out. Heart Math and some other companies and in scientific circles are saying that the heart actually has feelings. It actually emotes thoughts. It actually is a creator. And so if we equate the mind with the brain, we will have questions like that. In my opinion, the brain is a functioning organ like all the other ones in our body, but the mind operates it. The mind is separate from the brain. We can influence the brain. There's lots of research. There's books like the woman who had Jill Taylor, what was her name? Jill Bolt Taylor, who had a stroke, and she couldn't use one part of her brain, but she used the other part to make up for the first part not being able to use it. What part of her was doing that with her brain? The part that's not her brain. So I look at the mind is actually, depending on how metaphysical you want to go, it's not only in your body, but it expands beyond it.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. Joe, you know, if I can jump in for a second, we've known each other long enough to know that you can't talk about everything and answer a question completely, and I love your answer. I'm willing to bet that you also would agree that it's all the same. I mean, every cell of your body, with the trillions of cells that we have, are all working together with different purposes, but they're all working to keep the organism alive. We are broadcasting who we are from all of what we are. I mean, you know, people are saying, is it the brain? Is it the mind? Is it the heart? Is it the gut? It seems like the ancient wisdom, and here's where my question to you comes in, is researchers research. Good, bad, right or wrong, they research, but they don't necessarily apply what they research. They're looking into the answers. Psychologists and medical people diagnose and then offer prognosis, which may be way wrong. Metaphysicians tend to apply all of this stuff and put it together in a practical form or a woo-woo form so that other people can benefit from it. Would you agree with any of that? I mean, I don't want to set you up for an agreement frame here, but
I've studied your NLP method since the 1990s when you sent me some of the original courses. So, of course, I see what you're doing and I can follow the setup and everything here. It's like we're on to each other in terms of this. For me, I'm only interested in metaphysics in a practical sense. I'm enough of an entrepreneur to know that if metaphysics actually doesn't give me a concrete result in 3D reality, that I'm studying philosophy, I'm doing mental masturbation, I might be feeling good, but I'm not actually getting any results. And I actually think that's one of the self-sabotage modalities that a lot of people fall into, is they start soaking this stuff up and they feel good as they read it, but they don't do anything with it. I'm a practical metaphysician. This is why I have so many books, I have so many albums, I have so many courses, I have, fill in the blank, a whole catalog of things. I might be practicing woo-woo, but it's practical woo-woo. It's woo-woo you can take to the bank.
That's beautiful, yeah.
I love that. And to the first point, it's kind of all the same thing with different functions. Different abilities. I mean, it doesn't hurt to separate it out, but what we ought to know is that we are one organism living in the universe. We're not really separate from the universe. We're just experiencing different areas of working at a particular moment.
Very well said, Rex. And because here on the LA Tribune, we're so big on women's empowerment, Rex and I are going to step back and let the ladies take the lead. Carissa, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, Dr. Joe, I would say you're very well known for many things, especially related to the metaphysics, but also primarily The Secret and the movie The Secret and how it really introduced the law of attraction to many people. Can you speak more to what maybe is misunderstood about the law of attraction, or maybe what you wish people knew more about it?
Easily. I can easily address that because I am so tired of hearing from people who say, the secret doesn't work, or I try the law of attraction, it works for everybody else, it doesn't work for me, or that's all bogus, or that's all woo-woo that doesn't have any power behind it or any practicality. And I'm like, the movie simply introduced an idea. That's all. It was a movie, for God's sake, people. It wasn't a graduate course. This wasn't the deep dive into conscious creating. So I defend the movie, and I would tell people to see it whether I was in it or not. I think it's a great movie that introduces a basic principle that thoughts tend to create, and you tend to pull into your life the things that you're predominantly thinking and feeling about. That's great. But the deeper levels weren't there. And one of the big oversights, and I'm actually in the movie saying this is what you need to do, but most people fogged out during this part, I say action. I even am in the movie The Secret saying it's your job to take action. And what I've since been explaining to people is The law of attraction is dealing with your mind and it's dealing with your emotions. But the law of action is dealing with your bodily expression. To give an example from my own life, I certainly visualized being an author when I was broke and homeless. I certainly would imagine what it would be like to be a published author. But if I never went to the typewriter back in those days or the computer these days, you would not know me as an author. At some point, we have to get off of our butt or get in front of the computer, whatever the situation is, and start taking action. We have to express our physical being's energy to, and this is the missing part, to co-create whatever it is you want. Too many people watch The Secret or read Law of Attraction books, mine or somebody else's, and they believe in magical thinking. They start thinking, well, if I visualize it and I feel it and I sit in the armchair, one day the doorbell's going to ring and the love of my life is going to be standing there. Or somebody with the car keys to my dream car is going to be there. I believe in magic and miracles. That can happen. Most of the time, though, you co-create it. You have to do something. You have to do your part. The universe will do its part if you take physical action and do your part.
So the secret to the secret is action.
I believe that's the missing secret, at least one of them. You know, there's different levels to this. And because it's a movie that introduces an idea, there's all kinds of things that people need to know to actually make it manifest in their lives. So taking action is one of the biggest ones that I keep seeing because too many people don't take action.
Lovely. I agree with that. Thank you so much. Ava, go ahead.
Dr. Joe, I have been such a fan listening to your teachings and subscribe to your mailing list. So I am indulged with all of the things that you share on your mailing list and your membership. But one of my biggest questions is, I heard you talk about your story coming from homeless, at the New Psychology of Winning, to where you've started to hit, really like what you said, taking action, believing in yourself. What was your turning point from being in lack to coming to the success that you are right now?
That's a great question. It's actually a common question, and it's one of the most frustrating questions I get because everybody thinks there was one thing. They think there was a pill, there was a book, there was a person, there was a mentor, there was a coach, there was an event, there was, a turning point. And there was actually many turning points. What I usually tell people, because I want people to reflect on their own lives as I tell this little quick story, is that there's an operating belief in every one of us. There is a key operating belief that is in the subconscious / subconscious, unconscious. I use the terms interchangeably, but it's below conscious awareness. For me, when I wanted to be an author and I'm homeless, I did not know until I had the awakening that I was modeling my lifestyle after the lifestyles of authors I admired, like Jack London and Ernest Hemingway, who were adventurous, who were dramatic, who were alcoholic, who were miserable, and both ended as suicides. Part of me thought that was kind of the curriculum. I have to go out and suffer. I have to go out and be beat up by life, and that will earn me the right to be the equivalent of a Jack London or Ernest Hemingway. When I realized that was a belief system, and that was the operating belief in my subconscious, I had the aha, and I thought, well, wait a minute. Aren't there some authors out there that are happy and healthy and well-adjusted and have meaningful lives, and they're still prolific and profitable and noteworthy? And when I started to look for those authors, I started to go in a new direction. I modeled healthy success and rather than this aborted success that Jack London and Ernest Hemingway represented. I still love their writing styles. I did then, I still today love their writing styles, but I made the mistake unconsciously of modeling their lifestyles. Everybody needs to reflect right now on what could be an operating belief, particularly if they have the same thing happening over and over again. Like I knew a guy who got married 9 times, and 2 of the times to the same woman. And it was like practice makes perfect, but also there's a repeatable, predictable belief operating in his subconscious. A lot of people have problems with money. They may have everything else worked out. They're fit or they got a great relationship, but they never get the money right. There's an operating belief in the subconscious / unconscious around money. I'm inviting people to reflect on this so that they can find it and release it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. That's beautiful. And that goes back to what you said in the very beginning, the us doing and undoing our thoughts. So I would ask you about that, seeing our limiting belief and being able to stick on a thought that we really want to create and not undoing it. What would you recommend and say about that?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. And a lot of my work over the last few years is about helping people with various ways to find the belief and release the belief. So I have lots of books to do this, courses to do this, a miracles coaching program to do this, but let me be of the most help here to everybody who's taken the time to tune in. So I would invite people to look at what is the reoccurring problem in your life. And it could be anything. There's a health issue, a relationship issue, a financial issue, the struggle with success. There's something that's there. And it feels like, man, this is my destiny to struggle with this. This is my DNA to always have this problem. We usually consciously rationalize it. We find some way to play the victim and find a way to feel good about the problem that we still have. And so I would ask people first to hone in on what is the reoccurring thing going on in your life. We all know there's something there. So you find out what that is. And then the next level of this would be to imagine what might you believe to create that situation in your life. And this is where you might get some paper out and you start writing down possible beliefs. You just make it up. You just have fun. You don't know which one is actually it. And it could be something like, well, God destined me to suffer. And it could be something like, this is all due to my parents. Or it could be something like, I don't know, I always have trouble with money because my parents always had trouble with money. You put down whatever you think could be the operating beliefs. And you might have 1, you might have 5, you might have 50. And then you look at those as the third step and ask, do I believe this? And some of them you might say, yeah. You might feel, I know I went through a period, this is when I was homeless and struggled in poverty for 10 years, where I blamed God. I'm like, I was going to be a priest at one point early on. And then I'm moving into, I'm suffering so much, I'm blaming God. And so I'm saying it's God's fault. Then I would say, well, do I believe that? And in that case, it's no, not really. I can't believe God or whatever being would be there would do something like that. And so when you question the beliefs, you start to weaken them. The other thing that happens when you question the beliefs, because you might say, yeah, I believe this. You will ask yourself, why do I believe this? You're being an attorney, you're being a detective, and you're looking for the evidence for your own beliefs. And you might find out, like I had found out early on, that my father he was born in the Great Depression. He had horrible beliefs about abundance, but I absorbed them as a little kid because he's the authority figure and I don't know any better. So when I'm an adult and I'm suffering and I'm struggling and I'm homeless and I'm in poverty, I start analyzing the beliefs and I go, wait a minute, this one seemed to come from my father. Was he wealthy? No. Do I want to continue this belief? No. Do I want to replace this belief with one that's more empowering? Absolutely. So there's a little bit of a thought process that I just explained. Somebody can go through on their own to find and then weaken or even replace a limiting belief.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. That's really transformational just to hear that. And
great.
what I'm hearing is just being aware of what we're really believing and choosing. Turning it from a belief to a choice. Am I really choosing to believe that is what I'm hearing.
Oh, I love that you pointed out, because it is all about choice. Depending on what stage everybody's at, I really believe that we're all here to awaken. And what we are awakening to is our divine superpowers. We actually are beings who don't have any limits. If you want it, neuroscience isn't there yet. But when neuroscience gets there, they'll realize all the limits we perceive in the world are mental constructs we created or received and believed in and then reinforced. As we question those mental constructs, which are beliefs, we remove them. And I have this TV show called Zero Limits Living. It's at Zero Limits Living TV. I interviewed Rex on it. And the whole point of this is to find out, do we have any limits? And I keep asking my guests, are there any real limits out there? And it doesn't seem like there are. So this whole process, including the one I said, is all about finding out what the perceived limits are, collapsing them so you get closer to the awakening that you are the divine in physical form, and virtually nothing that I'm aware of is actually impossible.
Wow, that was an incredible answer. I thought I was at a 20 when you joined, and now I'm at a 25.
Oh my goodness. Ring the bell, 25.
Yes. And Dr. Joe, when we look at it from the way you've just talked about it, we definitely, and it's a matter of choice. Anything that we perceive as a limit, we can challenge and choose, to make a choice on what we're going to believe. Then I could see how we're limitless.
Exactly.
That in itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in fact, when we entertain the idea of being limitless, pay attention to the self-talk that says, well, I have limits in this area, or that's not true because of blah, blah, blah. Because that's revealing our limits. We play with the idea that we are limitless. And then when we hear the objections in our own brain, we need to translate that as limiting beliefs, and then go through the very process I talked about and start questioning them. Napoleon Hill, who I so loved, had that great line: if you can conceive it and you can believe it, you can achieve it. Yeah. And I use that as a rule of thumb. If you can conceive it, like, we're talking about going to Mars. And so I keep telling people, we need a restaurant on Mars. We need a bookstore on Mars. We're going to need some massage parlors on Mars. I'm telling people, if you're an entrepreneur, start thinking really big. We're going there. Yeah. They're sending cars up there, and they're going to need car repair. They're going to need all of this stuff. I want to start the first Miracles coaching program on Mars. And all I'm doing here, I don't even think I'm being silly. I think I'm just being expansive, is I'm inviting people to play with that idea that we are limitless. And when we think that we're not, question that not. Question those limiting beliefs, because that's what's keeping us from feeling limitless.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Thinking about going to Mars is our, I'm
right?
Like, feel in my energy field how much bigger it gets. It's like, wow, there's no constraints here. So you actually can feel the possibility of your energy field opening up if you really pay attention to subtle energy. So thank you so much. And those were really great questions, Ava. And I want to kind of go in a similar direction, but a somewhat maybe of a little bit vulnerable question for you. You talk about limitlessness, and, some people in the question, or some people in the audience might think, Dr. Joe, he's done this work for so many years. He probably has no limiting beliefs, no patterns. And they think that there might be this the spiritual elitism where you don't actually have anything to continue to work on, that you arrive at some destination once you master this. So I'd be curious to know, what are some limitations that you've recently overcome that you'd be willing to share with the audience for them to see that even a master practitioner of this work still continues to be working on themselves and improving?
That's such a beautiful question. So here's what I think is another mistake people make when they watch The Secret, or they read the Law of Attraction books, or they read anything in self-help and positive psychology. They make the mistake that they'll never have a problem again. Mm. They make the mistake of thinking, I'll never have a bad day again. They make the mistake of thinking, I'll never be unhappy again. We are human beings going through this human experience. It's going to rain. There's going to be surprises in life. There's going to be illness. There's going to be death. There's going to be problems, challenges. And I think the realization that those may come along the journey of life makes it easier to get through them. In my own case, over the last 3 to 3.5 years, they've been some of the worst of my life, of my entire life, including homeless and in poverty. I mean, not only did I go through a divorce that I thought was going to be easy because I was going to give everything away, ended up being a 3-year persecution of my business and my life. And during that time, I did my best to make original contents, new books, videos every day, getting on, putting on a smiling face, and right after it, collapsing in agony, trying to make sense of what was going on, and also beating myself up, thinking, you're the law of attraction guy. You're in the movie The Secret. You're supposed to be, a version of God. Just wave your finger and everything goes right. And here I am in court. Then my father dies. My mother dies. My best friend dies. A family member attempts suicide. I get into a new relationship with somebody who develops a neuro Lyme disease and nearly dies. She's on her deathbed, and I'm the one taking care of her while going through a divorce, while going through this grieving of family members. And the pandemic hits, wipes out my biggest income. I was traveling all over the world. And all of a sudden, no travel, no speaking, no income from the big income. I mean, royalties and all that was still trickling in. But also, I'm paying for a now very expensive, unexpected divorce. So these things happen in our lives. And what we need to do is unravel our part in them where we've been unconscious, myself included. So I'm looking at, just like I just walked everybody through, looking at how do you find the beliefs? I was doing the very same thing. And how do you change the beliefs? I was doing the very same thing. And I was doing even more than that. I'm a guy who's written lots of books, many of them on how to get clear of these limiting beliefs. I'm rereading my own books. I'm applying my own techniques. And when push comes to shove, I'm raising my hand and asking for help. I've got people I've called on, mentors, coaches, therapists, and so forth, to get me through this. Now, I don't mean this whole story to be some sort of downer, because what I learned is a couple key things. First of all, we're far stronger than what we think. We are far stronger than what we think. Second of all, one day at a time, it's all fine. I would get up in the morning and go, you know what? I don't really want to go through this, but can I? Yeah, I can get through it. Just focus on today. Work on today. Third is, I love Pollyanna. I love the movie. I love the book. I love the concept. Pollyanna looked for the good. She was not somebody who put her head in the sand, because if you look at the book and you look at the movies, Pollyanna looked at reality and still looked for the good in it. So I would play the glad game. And every day I'd be looking to see what's good in this person, what's good in this situation, or what can I turn into something good? So if anybody's going through anything, it's temporary. You'll get through it. You're stronger than what you know. This day will pass. The sun will rise again. It always does. And look on the sunny side of the street.
Wow. If you really appreciated that vulnerability, please make a comment in the chat box there. We would love to hear from a spiritual teacher such as yourself. That level of vulnerability is really humbling for all of us to remember. So thank you so much for sharing that. And what I truly appreciate is what I believe makes really great teachers is people who are really good students. So the fact that you read and went back to your own books and really utilized your own tools, right, I think is where the mastery comes in. It's not that life is not going to knock you down. It's how are you willing to show up for it, even when it does. So thank you so much for sharing that. Mm-hmm. And I think it also speaks to something, and I'm wondering if you're willing to elaborate a little bit on this, is the law of relativity, how there's these patterns and cycles of life that, kind of ebb and flow. What would you have to say about that? The science of how there's seasons and there's cycles and things that shift and change. If people are maybe at the peak of their career, maybe elaborate a little bit more on the science behind, yeah, you're going to be here and you also might have a dip. So speaking to a little bit more of the science, what you were just saying about your personal story.
I love that question. Oh, you're really good at pulling out the best here, because that's another thing that's not talked about very much. And it's the idea that history repeats itself. Nature has cycles to it, and they're fairly predictable. Like we just went through this pandemic and this virus that has been crippled all of us and sent us all home, and we're hiding and we're in fear. There was one 100 years ago. It's not like, in fact, I studied a lot of Stoics and Stoicism, and the Stoics would basically be shrugging, smiling, and saying, we told you so. It's going to happen. There'll be another one. We don't know how soon, but there'll be another one. And during one of the chief Stoics' time, Marcus Aurelius, one of the kind emperors of Rome, there was a pandemic during his power time. So it's not like these things are real surprises unless we're unconscious. It's the same thing with the good times. The good times are wonderful, and we should enjoy them and be happy with them. But the way history works is that there is a cycle and a circulation. That good time is going to be a tide that goes back out, and there will be a dry time. And the way to handle this is to make sure, like the squirrels I see around here in Texas, they're all saving their nuts for winter. We need to save our nuts during the good time so that when the tide goes out, we got nuts over there and we can eat and we can splurge. So there needs to be an awareness of the ebb and flow of life. It goes up, it goes down. I see the same thing in books. There'll be a whole big binge of books, for example, on health. And everybody will say, be on the keto diet. Don't be eating pasta. Don't be eating all that stuff. Then you wait a little bit and there's going to be a best-selling book, and there has been, that says, eat all the pasta you want. Forget keto diet. It's because there's a cycle here, and we want to be aware of it. If we're really in a flush time right now and everything is abundant and joyful, enjoy it. And here's the very spiritual principle behind all of this. As you move into a little drier time, as many of us have done over the last couple of years with the pandemic, also enjoy it. Also be grateful for it. Gratitude is probably the single most powerful thing we can do at any time, any place, for nothing that'll get us through the ups and the downs. I've often said life is really just a roller coaster, and it's got to go up, it's got to come down. Sometimes go up fast, sometimes drop fast. But all you got to do is stay in your seat, keep your seatbelt on, and enjoy the ride.
Wow, that was a beautiful answer. And I think it gives everybody the perspective to not only have hope for a better tomorrow, but to kind of just enjoy whatever you're navigating. And when you have gratitude, you can find appreciation regardless of what's happening. And I know that there's a lot of things that are happening in the world. And I know Mo's going to come on here shortly and talk to you a little bit about that. So thank you for speaking to the reality that this is history and things repeat themselves, including in your own cycles and seasons, as well as what happens historically and collectively. So thank you for that beautiful answer. Ava, I'd like to give you another chance to ask some questions if you'd like.
Hey, thank you. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for reminding us to enjoy, even in the moments that are dry, the moments that are slow. What comes to mind is the verse, to rejoice always, and in everything we rejoice. And that's a difficult concept for some. I think that we are the hardest on ourselves as we judge ourselves and create our own, self-judgments. What's something that you could say about how people harshly judge themselves, or kind of like, talk about themselves in the third person in a self-loathing way?
Yeah, that's another good point. And I had to learn this too, because I was very critical of myself, especially during homeless and poverty and beating myself up and being so critical. And I was reading books from the library, and I would go to free lectures that were self-development oriented lectures. I couldn't pay for the seminars, but I'd go and soak up whatever I could that was free. And they talked about this self-talk. They talked about the inner monkey mind and how it punishes us. It's trying to control us. And I remember the statement that if anybody on the outside spoke to us the way we spoke to ourselves, we'd want to kill them. And I paused and thought, oh my God, that's not self-love. That's not self-nurturing. That's not self-appreciation. That's not going to get me anywhere but misery. And so I learned a technique. And the technique is to realize we already have this critical voice. And it's a composite of voices we heard over our lifetimes from birth. And so that one's there. We already know what it is, because it's telling us we're stupid. It's telling us we're not doing enough. Telling us we're a failure. Telling us we're any number of things. We've heard them all before. What we need to develop, and we can all do it, is a cheerleader. We need an inner voice that focuses on the positive, that focuses on the upbeat. The voice that says, you can do it. Yeah, you had some challenges before, but you got it in you. You have power. You have potential. You are smart. You have talent. You have persistence. You know the rules. You're always reaching to go forward. You can do this. The coach you're looking for, the cheerleader you're looking for, the positive voice you're looking for, the Pollyanna that you're looking for, whatever it is you're looking for, That can be the new voice in your own brain. When we talk about neuroscience and what it's discovering and everything is, yeah, we do have these different parts and we do have these different voices. But what a lot of them haven't realized, that metaphysics has known this for a long time, you can create your own ally in your own brain because you're not your brain. That's another big insight. You're not your brain. You got these voices going on. But when you realize it's just your brain firing off energy, mostly stuff you've heard before. And now you can create, and again, because you're separate from your brain, you can create it, a voice that is holy, positive. I've said it's a cheerleader, but whatever word works for you, you can create this voice of optimism, this voice of support, this voice of encouragement. When I started to do that, then I would realize if I still heard a negative voice, like I'm about to do something, especially in the poverty days, and I'm thinking about writing, and that little voice says, nothing's ever been published. You're not going anywhere. You know, you're a failure at this. Now I have a new voice that says, why don't you try? Maybe this will be the turning point. Maybe you'll get published. Maybe you'll get paid for this published. You won't know unless you try. So what the heck? Start typing. Thank God I listened to the cheerleader.
Go ahead, Ava. Did you want to say anything follow up to that? Because I was absorbing what he said.
So big that my mic turned itself off. I am just on the back celebrating being my cheerleader already.
Yes.
Yes, you know, learning to be our own. I love the comments, cosmic cheerleaders. And so thank you for that, Dr. Joe. And yeah, Carissa, let me give it back to you. Favorite
film. Thank you. It really speaks to David R. Hawking's work in a way where it's like the vibrational scale. I'm curious. I know Mo hopped in here really quick, so I'm wondering if you could briefly talk about the different vibrations on that scale. Shame being one of the lowest vibrations, and you can't really attract in that. Love being one of the highest. So can you talk a little about the science behind the vibrations?
I love Hawkins, and I love that scale of consciousness. I actually have a course called the Awakening Course, or the New Awakening, I forget what it's called. And I point out that we have different levels of consciousness. This was something that I had to use during that 3 years of going through divorce, pandemic, grieving, and everything, when I realized that virtually everything that I was feeling was way down at the bottom. It was everything from grief. It was everything from anger, shame, resentment. Those are the negative, lower vibe, not creating anything you want kind of a vibe. Doesn't feel good. Death can happen there. Illness can happen there. In fact, I often wondered, am I going to get ill? Because my vibe was so low. And my self-punishment and the self-talk and all the things I was going through, it dropped me down that scale of consciousness, that higher vibration. If you calibrated it, it was way down to the bottom. And I remember reading Hawkins during that time and looking at his scale of consciousness, which I actually have right over there. So it's available. And I would look at it going, okay, I need to move way up. I need to go through forgiveness myself, which forgiving yourself is sometimes the most difficult, but forgiving myself would move me out of that and start to move towards love. I wasn't at unconditional love, but if I can just nudge up to love, I would feel better. The energy would be more expansive. And most of us, I mean, anybody can reflect on this right now. If they're angry or they're resentful or they're not forgiving, they close down. Your whole body feels it because you tighten up. If you start moving in the direction of forgiveness, love, gratitude, we talked about, appreciation, we move back up the scale. We also feel it in our body, our heart. It all opens up.
Wow, that was an incredible answer. Thank you so much.
And this has been such an incredible dialogue. And, Carissa, Alva, you two have done such a great job of picking the mind of Dr. Joe Vitale. I want to encourage the folks in the virtual auditorium to let us know what part of the world, what part of the country you're in. If you're watching this live, let us know. Yesterday, we tallied 17 countries, but please let us know what part of the world, what part of the country you're tuning in from right now if you're watching this live. And with that being said, I'm going to bring back Rex here in a couple of minutes to ask another question. But quick housekeeping note. Again, let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break and be back with Rex. We're here live with Dr. Joe Vitale.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And real quick, while we're here with Dr. Joe Vitale discussing all sorts of matters that are going to help you with your life and with your business, going to take just a couple seconds real quick to acknowledge some of the folks. We have friends in Maui. We want to say hi to Maui, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello. New Mexico. Hello. Pennsylvania, Long Island, New York. We want to say hi to our friends in Johannesburg, South Africa, Michigan. We want to say hello to McKenna, Texas. We want to say, oh, wow, Wisconsin's popular today. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We want to say hi to our friends in Kosovo. Hello to our friends in Ontario, Canada. Hello to the UK. Hello to Winters, California. Calgary, Canada. Please let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from. Hello to Austin, Texas. And again, we have so many people from all over the world tuning in. Can't say hello to everyone. We'll simply run out of time with Dr. Joe Vitale. Hello to Bangladesh, another friend in South Africa, another friend in Bangladesh, Northridge, California, Cincinnati, Ohio. So keep letting us know what part of the world, what part of the country you're in. And with that being said, I want to bring in Rex Sykes, who claims to have known you for 30 years, Dr. Joe Vitale. He has known you for 30 years. Rex Sykes is another one of those individuals that, you know, although our beautiful friend Rex Sykes is maybe not as known as a lot of people. You and I know Dr. Joe, he has some very brilliant work. Yes. And so, Rex, go ahead. I know that you wanted to ask another question to our friend Dr. Joe Vitale and help wrap up this segment, please. Rex.
Oh, absolutely. And I noticed someone from Afghanistan was with us today too. So
I did not see that, but hello to Afghanistan as well. And hello to all of our beautiful friends in the Middle East. Dr. Joe Vitale is very well known in the Middle East. He's spoken in countries like Iran, and he has a huge following in the Middle East. So we're going to discuss that in a little bit as well. But Rex Sykes, please.
Joe, I'm coming to you from Mars, just so you know. And the stinking onion is in our future. I want to say before I ask a question that Joe interviewed me on his show Zero Limits. It's a must-watch. Go back and watch it in any episode.
By the way, Rex, I need to get your agent because I don't know how you get booked on shows like that and no one's inviting me. So whoever your agent is, Rex, let me know.
You got to be a good person, Mo.
Okay.
I'm kidding. You are wonderful and you make a fabulous guest. But Joe, I interviewed Joe on All Things Rex Worldwide for the Los Angeles Tribune, and that's a must-watch. So go and watch Joe talk there as well, and certainly rewatch what he said today. Joe, the question that I have for you is I've known you for all these years, and I've known that not only did you want to escape poverty and the stuff that you escaped, but you also wanted to create a fabulous life for yourself, and you have. And we all acknowledge and applaud that and appreciate that. What can the listeners and the viewers who are here today, what can they do kind of immediately apply to live with the kind of passion that you do? Because you're prolific. You bend steel, you tear up phone booths, you play music, you put out CDs, you write books, you're in movies, you're on this show. But that comes from passion and exuberance and enthusiasm. So what say you can the viewer apply today that can help them tomorrow and subsequent days?
Another beautiful question. You know, the easiest thing, maybe a challenging thing, is to look within and to be honest about yourself and your passion. What is it that you secretly have wanted to do, but you haven't done yet? It could have been something you wanted to do as a child. It could have been something that you tried at some point and gave up for one reason or another. It could be something that's a hobby for you. Could be something that is a daydream at this point. You're just thinking, well, it'd be cool to do that at some point. I really am coming from the belief, if you will, or philosophy, that every single one of us has this secret passion, the secret mission, the secret desire to do something that was also planted in us by the divine. And what we want to do is go inside and reawaken it. Go inside and be ruthlessly honest, not deceive ourselves and say, there's nothing in there. I wanted to be an astronaut. I can't be an astronaut. Well, I don't know. They're kind of looking for astronauts to go to Mars right now. So the playing field might be open. But all kidding aside, to actually look and say, what is it that you've always wanted to do? And I often will play with the lottery. I don't encourage people to buy lottery tickets, but when it goes up to a very noticeable amount, like $500 million, I will tell people, why don't you just pretend you won? And even after taxes, you go home with hundreds of millions of dollars. What are you going to do? Yes, you're going to buy cars and shoes and purses and go around the world and give them money away and buy an ice cream factory and whatever else. But when the dust settles and you're kind of done playing, what do you want to do? Money is gone. You don't need to be thinking about money as an excuse is gone. You don't need to be thinking about money. You don't need to be thinking about time. You don't need to be thinking about work. All those standard excuses are gone. Then you can look and go, what is it that I want to do that I really find passionate and joyful that's unique to you? That's what I would say.
Rex, you're muted.
Thank you for that. And Rex, thank you for that question.
No,
Yes. And with that, Rex, we don't have time for a follow-up, Rex. So I want to thank you, Rex, Carissa, Ava. What a powerful and engaging hour this has been. And we're going to take another 1-minute break, and we're going to be right back to wrap up with Dr. Joe Vitale.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, friends, to another special program right here on the Los Angeles Tribune. Moe Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, alongside my dear friend, Dr. Joe Vitale. And, you know, Dr. Joe Vitale, as we are doing this program, being broadcasted to over 17 different countries, you and I had discussed earlier that we can't ignore certain events that are happening around the world. And I know that you and I have something in common, and that's both of us have actually been to the country of Iran. And you are very well known, well respected in that part of the world. On your social media page, you have people from that part of the world leaving all sorts of different comments, thousands upon thousands of comments. And we didn't want to ignore what's happening in Iran. And we didn't want to ignore the human rights problems of the world, the humanitarian aspects of the world. I know that you and I both have done a lot in the philanthropy, human rights space. So I wanted to take just a couple minutes of this program and allow us to address what's happening in Iran, and specifically for you to speak to the people, your fans, your supporters, and the country of Iran. And there are translators that will be translating this for the broadcast for the country of Iran in Farsi. So Dr. Joe Vitale, please, what do you have to say to the people of Iran that are fighting for women's rights, women's empowerment, human rights, please?
I love Iran. I was there a few years ago, right before the pandemic. And I met some of the most generous people of my entire life. I got chills right now as I'm remembering the people who came to my presentations, the people who came and met me at dinner, the people who gave me gifts that I still have, that were rare and homemade. Their hearts were open. Their hunger for knowledge and self-awareness was there. everybody was incredible. I've maintained contact with them. I see that they're commenting on my Instagram post and my social media post. And then most recently, they've been contacting me and asking me to be their spokesperson. And at first I was confused. It's like, I'm not in Iran. I don't know what's going in Iran. And then as I started to get some news bulletins, I started to see what was going on. I thought, the only thing I know to do until I can go back to Iran is to teach and practice Ho'oponopono. They love Ho'oponopono there, which is the Hawaiian healing methodology. Very simply, it's saying, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. They were practicing it. We did it at the events. I'm practicing it. And I tell people, let's all do it together. I was actually on a couple of interviews where we brought up Iran, and we did a group prayer online for the entire country. And so I am sending love to those wonderful people. And I am sending Ho'oponopono healing, clearing energy to those people. And until I can go back, all I can say is, I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. And thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Joe Vitale. And Dr. Joe Vitale and myself are sending love to the people of Iran, the people of the world, and sending peace and healing vibrations to everyone in the world. Thank you for that, Dr. Joe Vitale, Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. We'll be back with our next segment. Thank you again.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And what an incredible, powerful hour that was with Dr. Joe Vitale, where we covered everything from mind science to world affairs to current events. And I just want to quickly do a brief wrap-up, recap, starting with you, Carissa, on your thoughts on that last segment before we start the next one.
You know, what I appreciate about him is he talked about being a very practical man of, metaphysics, quantum physics. And so I know that a lot of people are coming to the Neuroscience Summit wanting the science behind spirituality. And I think he did a really great job of that. He also added in so much heart. So, a lot of this neuroscience can be in the brain, right? There's a lot of research behind it, but I think he really dropped it into the heart so people could feel what he was talking about. So that was my favorite part of it. How about you, Abba?
Well, my favorite part of it is your question, where you actually really brought the vulnerability out of Dr. Joe, and to find out even in it, what he was talking about was very recent. Like it was just like when the pandemic started, he was in the same boat with all of us and had to do the same work, the same going through the limiting beliefs and reestablishing what he's really believing it, and really showing to us that even wherever we find ourselves in, it is possible and we can do it. And being limitless, questioning what we're believing, making the choice, everything is just life transforming. This very first hour in itself is already life transforming and life changing. So I'm blown away.
Yeah, I totally agree. And whenever he speaks, I do really feel limitless. I think about the possibilities in life and what can happen. And it makes me just believe that everything is possible. So he does it in such a way where it's really grounded, and it's the science behind the woo, which I know a lot of people are looking for.
Yes. And as Mo comes in, my favorite thing are the comments from all of our viewers. Like you see all of their takeaways, their engagements. We appreciate you so much. You co-create this space as much as we do, if not even more. And so we encourage all of the comments. Tell us what your takeaways are, from Dr. Joe this morning. We'd love to know what really landed for you.
Absolutely. And I second that, Ava. We want to thank our friends in the virtual auditorium. And I'm really excited because next we're going to have someone who I have called a pioneer in the world of empowerment in media. You know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we pride ourselves on being one of the few national brands that work with the likes of Dr. Joe Vitale and work with these incredible thought leaders that don't always get the mainstream spotlight that, in our view, they deserve. But someone else that's also been on the front lines for years is Bernardo Moya, who's really paved the way for a lot of this kind of media. So we want to welcome Bernardo to this event. Thank you, Bernardo, for taking time to be with us. Welcome. And, it's good to have you here with us. And I'm going to step back and let Carissa, Ava, and Rex start this segment with you. But before we do that, I'm going to just start off with asking the first question, Bernardo. You and I, we both do work to help increase the consciousness of humanity through media. And my question for you is, how important is it for people to attend events like this, attend events like the Love event, watch programs like Best You TV, watch programs like what our community outreach division does here at the Tribune? How important is it when it comes to choosing what information people place inside of their minds, inside of their hearts? Bernardo Moya.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity of being here today. Thank you so much, Mo, for putting this together, and all your team and everyone here, David Fagan, and all the great, phenomenal speakers that you have. How important is it? It's absolutely essential. I was sharing an email a couple of days ago with our list, because in our previous event, just before the pandemic, we had 12,000 people pre-registered for the Best You Expo. And I was asking, how excited were they to attend the event then, and how important was it to them then, and how important is it now? I don't think there's never been a time more relevant, more important, more necessary for people to really step up to change the world, to contribute to making the world a better place. And it's something that it sounds cheesy. Well, you know what? It's absolutely necessary, because, kind of when you look at what's happening around the world, the tension, the dynamics, the war, the climate change, there's just so, and I think it's the combination of everything that's happened, the pandemic, everyone being at home, the economy. And it's now when we have to get together, when we have to bring love, when we have to talk more about love, about becoming kinder, about, more importantly, how can we elevate our consciousness, and this whole aspect of the importance of neuroscience and studying the brain. And so I think, as a promoter and as someone that's been at the forefront in this industry for quite a few years, I just don't think there's been a more important time for all of us to step up our game, and everyone can do something. So, I think it's these next 2 to 3 to 4 years, we could transform and change the world into such a exciting and interesting place to be, and we all have to be part of that solution. The world needs leaders. That's what I continue to say.
What a beautiful answer. Thank you so much. And it's lovely to meet you. This is my first time getting to connect with you, although I registered for your Love event and I've been researching you a little bit. So thank you for the work that you do in the world.
Thank you.
Something I'm curious about, we have a lot of experts here, and we're having the privilege to ask them really some profound questions, some very simple questions that have really unique answers. But something I was researching about you is you believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the quality of somebody's life is related to the quality of the questions that they're asking themselves. Mm-hmm. Can you talk more about what that actually means and how you can empower people to start asking themselves better questions?
Yeah, thank you, Carissa. Well, my previous book was called The Question, Find Your True Purpose. And I've had the opportunity, the pleasure, the honor of promoting Dr. Richard Bandler, the co-creator of NLP, who obviously has influenced millions of people around the world, including Tony Robbins, who does have a similar quote. But funny enough, I didn't really know about that. But if I learned anything from NLP, and if I've learned anything from personal, professional growth, understanding limiting beliefs, our internal dialogue, and how we speak to ourselves, it's the most important, the most essential thing. People aren't really aware. Dr. Joe Vitale was just talking about this internal dialogue, which could be or can be negative, and obviously how we need to have some cheerleaders. It's literally that. The quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. Every successful business person, every explorer, every adventurer, every inventor, every painter, every artist, anyone and everyone that's managed to do and achieve anything have asked themselves questions, empowering questions. How can I cross that bridge? How can I get to the top of the mountain? How can I go faster? So these are all empowering questions. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people wake up in the morning, they look at themselves in the mirror and they say, oh my God, how ugly do I look today? Why do I look so ugly? So you see, that's your internal dialogue. And obviously, unconsciously, you're going to find the 1,346 reasons why you look not great today, you know? So yes, that's it. I think, you know, it is about our internal dialogue and asking ourselves those really empowering questions that can make us, how can I change the world? How can I contribute? Who can I help today? Who can I compliment? Who can I send some love to? Those are the type of questions that we should be asking ourselves on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful. I just wanted to say hi, Bernardo. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, I don't know if you know this, but one of the things that I did was I looked at the presuppositions of NLP and had been asking myself questions as a transformational foundation called Directed Questions, and introduced that to the field of NLP back in the late 70s, early 80s. And so it's always good. It's called Directed Questions, but it's always good to see that move through and be in so many different people's works. I wanted to say that because questions are truly important, the ones we ask ourselves. But what I really want to ask you about, given how you started talking about what we're going on in the world today and the fact that you had a love event, is how do people fall in love with themselves so much so that they fall in love with each other, so that as a people, instead of harming each other, we start healing and helping each other?
I think it all starts with gratitude. You know, I think to a degree we're born and then we're educated with this idea of having more, wanting more, and once we have more and achieve more and do more, then you know we will become happier, and we lose hindsight and insight into obviously kind of what's really important is being grateful for where we are. You know, in NLP kind of we reframe, you know, so kind of, well, when we are here today and we're lucky enough to be able to connect on the internet, we're sitting inside in a warm home and we've got water, and you know, so we have so many things to be grateful for, and the fact that you're alive, the fact that you've got all your limbs, the fact that you can hear, the fact that you can listen, the fact that you can read, all these are things that billions, not millions, billions of people would give everything and anything, and they don't have anything to have what you have today. So self-love has to start by being grateful for everything that you've done, everything that you've achieved, everything that's happened, because everything that happens to us happens for a reason. It doesn't happen to us, it happens for us. And I think the moment we start understanding and connecting the dots, the things are happening for a reason. The universe is connecting to us and throwing some shit, excuse my French, at you. But the reason is because you can deal with it, because you're going to learn from it. So self-love starts by being grateful, in my opinion. And gratitude is one of the most beautiful things that I think, you know, we tend to underestimate. And it's only when we're later in life, when we're hitting those final miles, that we start appreciating kind of how lucky we've been.
Lovely.
And if can I just follow up one quick question? And so if we love ourselves more, then we can transfer that to the people around us so that we help heal the world instead of harm others?
Absolutely, because I think, you know, that's the whole idea of becoming the best you, which, you know, is no pun intended. But, you know, obviously the brand's always been about, I've always heard, I want to become the best version of myself. Well, we all can. But by you becoming the best version of yourself, automatically everyone around you is going to benefit. Your kids, you know, if you go to pick up plastic in the oceans, or you pick up rubbish from the street, or you say a compliment to someone, you're kind, you know, everything that happens, everyone around you is going to benefit. Everyone that works with you, everyone that's in your town and your village. So it starts by one. It starts by you, and it starts by you appreciating and loving yourself and forgiving yourself, and then passing that on to other people. And then automatically, you know, the ripple effect is phenomenal. We don't know, you know, what our words, Joe Vitale, anyone, someone might say something here, or will say something here today that will have a phenomenal ripple effect, and we just don't know that. That's the way that the universe, I understand, communicates. You know, they don't have WhatsApp or Instagram. They send us messages via books, via text, via something, and then we get this message and then we pass it on to someone else. Everything is connected. One of the things I've learned with that is looking and listening and becoming aware of, why is this happening to me? Let me connect the dots. That's really helped me over the years.
Wow. Beautiful answer. Thank you so much for that. Great question, Rex. I know he's celebrating over there.
Thank you.
And something that you were talking about that I really appreciate is, on this concept of self-love is, finding gratitude and appreciation for self. And I know if I was reading correctly about you in 2008, 2009, you faced some pretty difficult adversity financially when there was a recession. And I know many people might be facing things of that nature right now, or they might be told that they're going to start facing some things of that nature. What, besides gratitude, what were some other things that supported you in moving through that difficult time in your life to be able to be the best you and have the life that you have right now?
Well, I think it's appreciating and understanding that, as again, Joe Vitale was saying, life's a roller coaster. We go through, everything has to change. There's transitions, revolutions happen for a reason. Things die because then new things are born. It's the way life is. If not, it becomes stagnant. And when something which could be like, for me, I lost my money several times. I lost it at the age of 26 and then at the age of 30 and 40 in the real estate industry. And that's what got me on the path that I am today. I wanted to do something completely different. At the time, obviously, it was extremely frustrating, stressful, dark. Losing everything and seeing your family might be out of a home and having to start at that age. Well, it was tough. But then again, with the pandemic, I went through like millions of billions of people have gone through. My business was 95% online, and I didn't see the benefit of it at the time. But then it's been a time for me, for Bernardo, to evolve, to really explore how I can become a better human, how I can elevate my consciousness, so I can become a better ambassador for my brand and a better man. And that's been my journey. So I think part of that process is really understanding and appreciating, and that's kind of what in my book I talk about that. I think the most important aspects of the foundations of anyone to be able to grow is to understand that we're all resilient. We all have that inner strength within us where we're capable of doing the most amazing things in moments of adversity. And that's what's happened now. Look at what's happened in these last 4 or 5 years. So many companies, so many things have been created. I mean, look at electric cars. They were nowhere 5 years ago. So we're all resilient. We all have a capacity of coming back. And we're all, the second is revolution, which is change. Change is good. Change is necessary. We all have to change. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter. Start all over again. So what? Start all over again. It gives you an opportunity to start and to do something new and to learn from it. And then reinvention is, I also think that, it's a really important aspect. We have to permanently be upgrading our software. It's like a phone. We don't have our Apple phone with the same software we had 14 years ago, or the same phone, do we? We don't. We have to upgrade it. We need to upgrade too. And in order to upgrade, we need a reboot. And that's how we can move on and become better humans, which is what we all need to do.
Mm-hmm. That was a really brilliant answer. And I want to ask one more follow-up question, then I'll give it to Ava. Something that I feel like is underpinning and underlaying your answer, and as you've referenced as a part of your book around purpose. And you mentioned that getting out of this situation and navigating this, you were talking about being a better man and being of service. What role do you think that, or can you talk more about the role that you think that purpose plays in getting through difficult times, adversity, whether that be financially, emotionally, relationally, like really focusing on a why, a bigger vision, and a purpose beyond self?
Well, and I'm really not one to kind of plug what I do, and I have been talking about my books, but my latest book is called A Man Evolving, which is obviously aligned with your question, and it's a man evolving confessions about passion, monogamy, and broken hearts. So in this process of COVID and reinvention and looking at Bernardo, how he can become a better human, I literally hit rock bottom in a very kind of spiritual way, and I build myself up again. And I've got flaws, mistakes. I was married for 30 years. I separated my wife. Since then, I've become a bit of a nomad. I mean, I travel around the world. I work anywhere. But I've gone through this process of the loss of my mom and really going through, falling out of a relationship, falling in love, falling out of love again. I really tapped into this vulnerability, which was Joe was talking about, Dr. Joe. I started to really believe that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to talk about how sad I am, or to talk about how in love I am, or how my heart was broken when my mum died. These are all things that are are okay to express, because everyone's happy to talk about how amazing my business, my book. Everyone's happy to talk about how amazing they are, which is what you see on Instagram all the time. These fake posts and people not really being open and vulnerable about their emotions. So for me, it's been a beautiful journey of self-discovery. I hit rock bottom, and one of the quotes I talk about is that vulnerability, I think, is like an onion. The more layers you open, the sweeter it is right in the middle. And that's so sweet. And yes, but it's the way that I think. For me, I cleansed my soul, and now I feel that I am a better man, because kind of I feel it's okay. I can be Spanish, I can be macho, I can like football, but I can also talk about love and how I think men need to express their feelings more. I think they need to talk more, and I think we need to be able to share more love generally, because and one of the things I say in my book, that as far as I'm concerned, women should rule the world, because us men, we've been just messing it up for years. And if women were in charge, we wouldn't be going through half the things that was happening at the moment. And the reason that women are so amazing is because, kind of they have this freedom to express. You women have this beautiful way to express your feelings. And us men, we need to keep it bottled in, and we just need to be macho. So I've tried to express that in my book, and I've tried to express that as a man. And again, I have many hats, but I'm happy to open myself up and express my feelings. And I think that's okay. And I think that's what we need to do.
Wow, that was an incredible answer. One more thing I'd like to just comment on, and then Ava, I want to give the spotlight to you, which is you're talking about purpose, and underneath purpose is self-love, and underneath self-love is acceptance and vulnerability. So it almost feels like really opening up your heart is like the first step to stepping into this masculine purpose that I think that the world is kind of wanting men to be more evolved and want them to be more conscious in a way that's supporting the balance of the masculine and feminine. And I think the way that you're speaking to with the evolving man is being open and in your heart. And so thank you so much for presencing that. I think that's really important work that not many guest experts have talked about here today. So thank you for standing for that and speaking to that, and also being a model of that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bernardo, pleasure to meet you in person. It's also my first time being with you in the same space. And I just admire how big of the shoes you've stepped into, because being the Chief Inspiration Officer of the best you, that's a pretty bold, big place that you're taking in the world. And I'd love to know, what was your journey to saying yes to that? Because just as you were saying that we all get to step up, there's not a better time for us to take space, to be inspirational to the world. Like, what was your journey to saying yes to that big call of being a Chief Inspiration Officer of the best you?
It was just one of those things, I've always, again, with asking myself questions, how can I do bigger events? How can I reach more people? How can we make more of a difference? And I started looking around, and I didn't really see what I was missing. I saw there was a lot of things missing out there. As far as personal professional growth events, because everyone was doing their own thing. Tony Robbins did their own thing, Dean Graziosi doing their own things, and I thought, well, why isn't there a brand out there that brings everyone together? Because at the end of the day, personal professional growth has to be open to anyone and everyone being open to learn whatever it is that they want. It might be love, it might be money, it might be relationships, it might be crypto. I don't know, So kind of it really was important to me to bring an event where I brought a lot of people together. And it was a challenge. It was an event. There was an event like it, and kind of it took me 4 years. My first event in London, we had 3,000 people. I didn't sleep for months. We had 55 speakers, and then the last event in London, we had 14,000 people and 180 speakers throughout 3 days. It was a stressful. I lost my hair in that process. It was a stressful process of building something that needed to be done. But then again, it was me stepping into the shoes. I think we're all capable of doing the most amazing things. I just think sometimes we've got to be prepared to fail. I've always been prepared to fail. I've failed so many times, but I've learned so many things. So I've never been scared of putting an event together. I've never been scared of kind of what it takes. And in the process, I've been criticized because this didn't work or that, and that's fine. I've got tough skin. I invite anyone and everyone to do their own events, and I'll be more than happy to show up and rock up there. But everything that I've done, again, I've done from a place of love. I've done because I think it's necessary. So I believe that even now, when I did my last event, I just don't think it's enough. I don't think it's big enough. So for me, kind of an event has to have 250,000 people attending. It has to have millions of people connecting from all over the world through TV, which is obviously kind of one of the things we're moving towards with the Best You TV. So because the messages that we have, I'm saying a lot of people in the personal professional wealth are essential tools for anyone and everyone around the world that they don't necessarily have, access to. So for me, it's about making events and content and speakers accessible to millions of people around the world. That's the only way we're going to change. We're going to change things dramatically.
Wow.
Thank you for that answer, Bernardo. I love your answer. That's exactly what Moe Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune is really being a stand for, is to, give equal access to everybody with, with top speakers. And so we're so grateful that you are giving this time. And I want to honor a question on the chat, because I asked if they have any questions for you. And being vulnerable in the space where you say it's stressful, very difficult, losing your hair. There's a question that asks, how long would it take you to come back up from the roller coaster from each downturn? And I know it's different for everybody, but I just want to honor the question.
Well, every situation's different. Sometimes you go through the process and it might take months. Sometimes it might even take years. I mean, my process of healing and evolving has taken me a year and a half. I mean, and I put it all into this book, and during that process, I've done a lot of spirituality. I've really explored with all sorts of things to help me elevate my consciousness. But I think particularly, if anything, it's understanding and appreciating that when it happens, it happens. I mean, if I've done anything or I'm capable of anything, is never exploring or looking at. So kind of within my timeline, whatever's happened is behind me, and it doesn't help me to look at why it happened. I can learn from it, but I need to be focused. I need to be looking at, where am I going now? What am I doing now? And just like an animal, just really focus on that. And that's what I've always done. So even when I've hit rock bottom, I would always be looking at where I want to go, where am I aiming at? And that's a process of visualization and obviously kind of, law of attraction, whatever you want to call it. But one thing I would say is that every day is a new day. So, we've all had sleepless nights, and we can all have a terrible day. Get some sleep, get up the next morning and put the knife between your mouth and just go out there. And that's it. There's no other option. There's just no other option. Next day, go at it again. And that's kind of the attitude I've always had, even when it's taken me months to get through the process.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. And if you're just joining us, we're alongside a pioneer, Bernardo Moya, and we've enjoyed the first half with him solo. And now we're going to segue actually into a panel discussion, and we're going to add a couple thought leaders to add to this lineup here, starting with Sherry Gideons, who of course is best known for her High Vibe Nation movement. And Sherry, what are your thoughts on what Bernardo has shared with the audience thus far before we bring in Angela and Kitty to also join? Sherry, please.
Yeah, so Bernardo, I am in complete and total alignment with you. I'm the survivor of 2 near-death experiences and being shown every reason why I was here and why we are all here. When I was given the choice to come back into the body, the last thing that was said to me was, and you must help the world to understand that they must give of themselves freely without expecting, and love is all there is. So everything that you've shared, on top of the fact that I ask myself the question, have you studied with Michael Beckwith and with Mary Morrissey and Bob Proctor? Because those are my mentors, and I just have learned so many things from what you've shared today. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to go ahead and also add Angela as well as Kitty here in a moment. Kitty will be joining us in a couple minutes. And Angela, just, first question, how have you felt so far about listening to these words of wisdom from Bernardo and now Sherry and this program so far? Angela, please.
I am so aligned with everything Bernardo said, and Sherry, all there is love. And this is what I try and teach children through my books. It is really important that we look through the eyes of love when we see other people. and look for the good because it's there.
There's something about Bernardo. Everywhere he goes, people want to talk about love. Love. It's a magical thing. No wonder his company produces the love events. And I'm going to step back and let Carissa, Sherry, Rex, Bernardo, Angela have a organic and natural conversation around the power of love, the science of love. There's not a group more qualified to really discuss that, the vibration of love. What does that really mean? The love event, which I was honored to be a speaker of, was not about romantic love. It was about the essence of love, which I think is an important distinction for us to discuss. And so I'm going to allow this wonderful group to discuss that. I'm going to add Kitty Andrews to the lineup here. Welcome, Kitty. If your technical issues have been resolved, we'll add you, but it doesn't look like they have been, so we'll bring Kitty back in a minute. But Carissa, go ahead and kick it off while I step back and let this incredible eclectic group have a discussion. Carissa.
Yeah, thank you so much for that beautiful question. And Sherry, I just am so happy that you're here right now. And I'd love to just offer you the opportunity to speak to that. I know that you've been in the chat, messaging, giving everyone love, and you just radiate so much love, and you have that very high vibration. So can you speak to the vibration of love, the science of love, what it actually means to be a part of a high vibration and really own the energetics of that? What does that actually mean?
Well, so we've been talking a lot through the different thought leaders and masters on the last 2 days, and love has been one of those subjects, and vibration and frequency. And in reference to love, many people ask me the question all the time: what is it like when you leave the body? Well, it's love beyond human understanding. You're united in this love that is beyond what I can humanly express to you. You're one with everything: the birds, the trees, the flowers, the air that we breathe, tiny particles of white light that are everywhere present. And so obviously, having had that experience, I was vibrating from that frequency when I came back into the body. And so what has happened is I've been taught through my own spiritual guides and teachers to live in the now, and to align and choose to align through the moments of today with the vibration of love. Well, how does that look? And for me, it's doing little hacks, something as simple as laughter, and starting to laugh hysterically in a variety of different directions, and then raising that vibration of love. But what I also see is the face of God in everyone, the face of the universe in everyone. I tell people all the time, if somebody cuts me off on the road, that's God cutting me off on the road next to me. So the bottom line is love is everywhere present. And because we're all individualized expressions of the universe, of I am, then every single one of us is pure love.
Wow, that was a beautiful answer. Thank you so much for that. I very much resonate with what you said around a hack. I tend to look at it whereas I see everyone as a child, and that helps me have more compassion for what they're navigating. Even if somebody's rude to me, I'm like, oh, that inner child, I want to show them love and appreciation. So I'd love to offer you the same opportunity to answer the question, Angela. What is love? What is being in a high vibration? The science around that. How do you actually take the concept and make it practical? Do you have any other tips or hacks that support you in showing up as an embodiment of love?
Well, actually, I really love that you say, Carissa, that you see the inner child when you see people. We never know what people are going through in any particular moment. And when we rush to judgment, we are denying the fact that they might be having a hard time in this moment. And we know when people are triggered, they will respond in a reactive manner instead of a responsive manner. And so when we see someone who's behaving in a way that they are triggering us, we need to look inside of us and say, where is it? What is this energy that is coming forth? What is this energy that is making me reactive to that behavior? Because it is we have control of our reactions. and we have the choice of how we will react.
Mhm.
And that is just a conscious choice that we need to make. Stop, breathe, and reflect. Why am I reactive to this?
Yeah, that was a great answer. And I know somebody who might have a lot to add to this conversation is Kitty Andrews. So I'm going to add her here, because something that you're mentioning is talking about really coming from a calm state. And Kitty Andrews, a lot of her work is getting into a calming state by decluttering the brain. So I'm going to ask Kitty Andrews the same question, and then I'll hand it off to Rex. So Kitty, can you talk about how we can calm ourselves? What sort of hacks and tips, tricks do you offer people so that they can declutter their brain, their body, their spirit, so they can access the state of calm, arguably sort of synonymous with the vibration of love?
Oh, absolutely, and love is a really good part of this. When you're talking about self-love, when you're talking about your self-esteem, and I have for years helped people to gain control over their physical surroundings, so that they feel better about themselves, so that they feel more in control, they feel more confident, they feel that they've got things, they've got it together, that their spouse isn't ragging at them because the place is a mess, anything like this. Now, a key part of my system is to make it as simple as possible and not try to do everything at once. And of course, that applies to so many areas of your life, doesn't it? But if you're decluttering, if your surroundings are a mess, then frankly you're just not as productive, and a lot of your mental energy, a surprising amount of your mental energy, is dispersed. And you could be using that to contribute so much good in the world, to even just be a better spouse, a better parent, a better employee. And if you do it slowly and step by step, then my clients have found that is what works for them.
Yeah. So what I'm
Wow.
hearing is that you have more opportunity to give when the mind's not so consumed with fighting off these negative thoughts. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It comes down to mental clutter. And I've asked so many people, which troubles you more, physical clutter or mental clutter? And 10 out of 10 people have said, Kitty, we know how to pick things up if we have time, but it's the mental clutter. When you're brushing your teeth and all of these things are coming in your head of all of the things that you have to do, that is what will drain you like that.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, that is great. Great answers from each of you, and colleagues and friends. That's so marvelous. I kind of want to answer this question and just put it out there too. And then if we can, I'd love to have Bernardo come back and share some space with us. I do have a question for him too. Oh, he is back. But first, let me say, I tend to view myself and everyone as being the same thing. It's like all the cells in my body are the cells in my body. They may be different, but they're not different from me. And I'm not different from you. And the space between us isn't any different. You know, the universe respires. It breathes in and it breathes out. We breathe in and breathe out. The animals breathe in and breathe out. The trees breathe in and breathe out. We are one organism. There's no difference. We just think we're different, and we think we're separate. And it's the thought of separation that causes us the pain and suffering, instead of the thought of harmony and uniting. And so each of us is the same, and that is we're source, we are love, we are presence, we are God, and we are godliness. So I really want to thank all of you. You may agree or disagree, but I did want to ask Bernardo and then open that up to the panel, because I think it's important. Bernardo, well, first let me say this. You and I share so much in common, from NLP and questions and Bandler and all this stuff. I want to get to know you better offline so we can have a fruitful discussion, because I really, really want to encourage your work and have Moe back as a guest. He's an incredible guest, as are some of these, not some, but all of these panelists. So whenever you can, be sure to include them. Moe started off with a question about the media and about the world, and you mentioned all the things going on in the world. And at one time, you know, if you lived in Greece or you lived in Macedonia or you lived in, you know, the United States or France, You didn't know anything about the rest of the world. We've been connected through social media, through radio and television for a long, long time, newspapers, and suddenly this global thing has become much smaller. And so we know what's going on in Ukraine. We know what's going on in South America. We know what's at our borders. We know all these things, and they occupy and consume us. But what can each of us can answer this question, but what can we do locally to make that difference for ourselves that can then branch out globally so that all can be have greater benefit, greater access to resources, so that the disparities decrease, and so that we do live more in harmony and in love. And so with that, Bernardo, if you'd like to start, and then whomever else would like to answer the question. But I think it starts at home.
Yeah, it definitely starts at home, and I think I think it starts with what brings us together. You know, what makes us similar. You know, what makes us the same. What do we have in common? As an outsider looking into, you know, kind of the world is pretty interesting and exciting to see. You know, and I'm being sarcastic, obviously, but you know, kind of looking at the U.S. politics, you know, and the tension, you know, within, you know, the US, for me, it's fascinating because, you know, kind of like you see families and friends and close up, and this is just something as irrelevant as politics. Now, I get that there are things that are important and close to our heart, but isn't it more important what brings us together? Isn't it more important what makes us the same? What are we both interested in? And it's that focus on what makes us different is where we start with these divisions. And I think, if anything, we have to become, and I don't like the word politicians, but we have to become public speakers of good, the public speakers of love. We have to be sharing it out there. I mean, you know, kind of this was not something I would share a few years ago, and I probably wouldn't be part of my conversation. But I feel the responsibility that we all have, where we can have an argument, we can have a discussion, but what makes us the same? Come on. You know, we need to bring the tension down. You know, we need to calm things down. We need to relax. We need to breathe, because every single one of these politicians, dictators, and people that are trying to separate us, they will all end in the same place, you know, 6 feet under. And they will be in those final moments alone, and they will live, hopefully, enlightened and regretting a lot of the stuff that they've done. So, you know, kind of we just need to start focusing on what brings us together, start sharing more love, and start looking at ways where we can, you know, as I said, calm things down.
Yeah, great answer. Thank you so much for that. I know Kitty has going to have something to say to this because she is all about digital detox. So I want to get to her in a moment. But Sherry and Angela, do you have anything to say along the lines of how do we get back to a place of wholeness in ourselves so that we can show up in the world differently? Do you have any practices or things that you do yourself, or also teach maybe some of the people that you work with or some of the people around you that really get you back to a place of what I'll use Kitty's terminology, killing the chaos, so that I can like lead her up here? But anything that you would like to add to that?
Yeah. So if we recognize that the now is all that there is, today we're in a state of being through the moments of today, and you can't change what you're not aware of. And so in that desire within ourselves to grow to, like what Bernardo has talked about, the best you, the best selves, and that requires being aware of where you are in your state of mind. And so hacks that I do, because what's showing up in your moment or your experience is a piece of yourself. It's mirroring to you what you are. But what we usually have the habit of doing is reacting and responding from the energy that's showing up, instead of realizing it's here for me to show me what's out of alignment with my whole, with my spiritual alignment with my source. And so what I teach my clients to do is ask this simple question. So what is it I really want? And when you do that, you begin to speak. Your throat chakra has a vibration. And you say, what is it I really want? What I really want is to be in a moment right here, right now, with all of you, telling you how much I love to help people of all ages discover their own greatness. What I really want is to travel all over the world and help people in every country tap in, tune in, and turn on the greatness that is already within them, the truth of who they really are. And as you begin to speak that, and you're identifying it clearer and clearer and more specific, you're aligning with that energy, that awareness of that truth. And that's a hack that I use. It's so easy. even like standing in front of the mirror and smiling at yourself and releasing synapses from your brain and saying, my gosh, you're so amazing. Your smile is wonderful. Every area of your body is perfect and sexy. And, you know, whatever you want to say to yourself, it's connecting you back to that truth of who you are, that oneness.
That was a great answer. Thank you so much for that. And I know, Bernardo, you've been here for a little bit, just patiently waiting and watching and also adding, but we would like to offer this panel to be the women's panel. So I want to give you a proper exit and one more opportunity to say, do you have any last words before we open up this panel to some lovely women who are mostly wearing the color pink and red, which I don't think is a coincidence here. So Bernardo, I want to give you one more opportunity to say any last words before we open up this panel.
No, I want to thank you so much. And I said it before, one of the main rooms that I've been promoting for many years at the Expo, we have multiple rooms, is the Empowering Women room. And it's one of the rooms that I'm most proud of. And funny enough, 70% of the people that speak at the event are women. I really want to encourage women and to thank women, you know, for all the phenomenal work that they do. But I really want to encourage them, you know, those that are sitting still on the sideline and thinking, should I step up, you know, to defend my rights or to express what I think? We need you. You know, I think, as I said, I think the world will become a much better place the moment the women start, you know, taking control and just leave us on the side, because, you know, but no, kudos, love, respect to women in general, and thank you so much, all of you, for being here today and sharing, and thank you, Mo, for putting this together. Thank you so much.
Bernardo, thank you for your amazing insights. I'm going to remove myself too, so that the women can talk among themselves, because I think that's important. But I completely agree with you. We need more women to take more power positions everywhere around the world. So I'm completely in agreement with you on that one. So thank you for being here, Bernardo.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Beautiful. Well, I want to, you know, keep up my promises here. So Angela would love to give you the opportunity. If there's any ways that you help yourself stay in a calm state, maybe do you digital detox? What sort of hacks or tips or practical things do you do yourselves to remain in this calm state?
Yeah, I'm always accused of being in a calm state, and it's partially because I meditate, and partially because I use New Calm, which is an amazing product, and partially because I have worked out the emotional triggers that I had in my past. And I did that through various techniques and methodology, including energy medicine. And it's be open to exploring how you can be more you, because it's really important for you to be authentically you. And I spent 54 years of my life not being authentically me. I had no voice, and I just was a meek little mouse. And now I want to be on the mountaintop. I want to be just shouting out to people, you matter, you are love, and we all are one.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it becomes a challenge when we live in such a digital world to truly be mindful about what we're consuming to stay in that calm state. I love what you mentioned about you're always you're always being accused of that. Well, I would love that accusation myself, because I know me, I can have a lot of energy and sometimes I don't know where to channel it. So I know, Kitty, you do a lot of this work yourself. What would you like to add to this conversation?
Yeah, but I believe the question was, how do I maintain a calm state? Is that right? I was so taken with what Angela was saying that
the energetics that she's saying. Yeah. And I think it's more or less, how are you helping people digital detox? What does that actually mean? How can we do that in such a world where we're hyper connected? A lot of people work online. So really speaking more to the digital detox component that I think that you really are an expert in.
Well, COVID has certainly made us more reliant on technology. And with that has come an absolute, and I'm sure all of you would agree, a bombardment of emails, of texts, of different social medias coming up, you name it. And what I have found has helped me and my clients is to limit it, control it somehow. And by that, part of that is decluttering. And say, for example, I helped David with his email decluttering last week, just simply because it is too much. We just have too much coming at us. One key strategy that we've all been talking about, what's going on in the world, that can really, really drain your mental energy in a huge way. And I strongly suggest, if it's at all possible, limit or set aside time for the time that you look at your social media or that you look at your news. Because I'll tell you what, you turn on the evening news and you're going to be depressed within 5 minutes. So if you can pick the time where you're going to do that, say for example, and I don't watch the news. Just I might, if it's happening, and I need to hear about it, I'm going to hear about it. Otherwise, it takes away my mental energy and productivity. I know I sound like a broken record, but hear me on this. It has been proven that if you limit or pigeonhole your exposure to social, which or okay, we'll go media, and by that I mean I mean doom and gloom that you hear within 5 minutes. Social media, if you can limit your channels, maybe just focus on one and only do it set yourself a time limit, just for a few minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, I've gotten what I need to know. I've connected with the people I need to connect with. Okay, I'm going to focus on the work that I do, the coaching work that we do, and serve that way, rather than let our head get full of stuff that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, I love that you reiterated that. And there's nothing wrong with being a broken record. You know, studies show that the more we hear something, the more we're likely to take action on it. And I know Sherry has advanced training and education in the mind and energy. And so I'd love to offer her the opportunity to kind of circle back to the brain science and the neuroscience. What would you like to say that maybe hasn't already been said yet about the mind and its power? I mean, you've navigated some really difficult experiences in your life. And so not only do you have the education, but you have the real world lived experience to go through this as well. So what would you like to say about the mind and the power of it with your studies and your experience?
Well, first of all, as we all know, it's all about consciousness. And so, as I reiterated, what's showing up is showing you your own state of mind. Go back almost 26 years ago, February 13th, 1997, I had a massive heart attack and died. And it was in that experience, the reason it happened is because I was trying to meet up to the world's expectations of perfectionism. I was in the pro bodybuilding world, and my mindset was focused on the perfect body and what everybody else said I needed to do to be successful and to achieve what I call love and acceptance. And so when I came back into the body, I had been shown every reason that I came for in this lifetime. And I thought it was going to happen that day. I didn't realize it was going to happen over a 26-year period. And so I ended up losing all my hair, gaining 100 pounds within 3 months, walking homeless on the streets with my children, having the world laugh at me, vilify me, spit on me, and called me crazy. And the pro bodybuilding world created a name for me, and it was called Scary Sherry. And so what gave me the courage and the ability to persevere through all these moments of struggle and setback and challenge was, what if I could be the real me? And so the more that I tapped into my heart, well, at the time I didn't realize that the heart vibrates at a frequency of 4,000 neurites more powerful than the human brain. That's 60 times. So when we can begin to develop resiliency and coherency in our heart, it puts out a frequency out into the quantum field that is 60 times more powerful. So why wouldn't we work on building coherency here by understanding how to breathe and pull energy up from, our sacrum area all the way up, that prana energy, to where what happens? Ease and grace. So if you're putting out this energy that is so attuned and so aligned and such a clear frequency into the quantum field, remember, you're attracting what you are. So you're going to automatically be attracting, we talked about limitlessness, unlimited, every avenue, channel, and opportunity for greater and grander expression and experience. And so, fortunately, in my near-death experience, I was told that I never had to worry, that all the right people would show up at the right moment to help me move forward. Of course, we're going to find out very soon. Michael Beckwith was my very first mentor, showed up in 1997. I later became a licensed spiritual practitioner, and here we are today, experiencing what has happened as a result of my willingness to build the heart.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Incredible. And this has been such a powerful segment. I want to thank Angela and Kitty for contributing so much to this community over the course of the last few minutes by sharing their stories, sharing their wisdom. Again, Kitty Andrews, you guys want to check out her work, as well as Angela. And real quick, 60 seconds or less, final quotes, final thoughts. Kitty, real quickly, please. The floor is yours.
One thing at a time. Keep everything as simple as you possibly can, and really watch what it is that you're spending your time and your mental energy. Basically, declutter your life. Have a really good examination of all 5 pillars of your life and kick out whatever you can.
Very well said. 60 seconds or less. Final thought. Angela, please.
You are so important to this world because you bring with you some special magic. And that magic is your ability to love. You matter, you're important. And if you get in a crisis, focus on your heart.
Thank you. Thank you for those beautiful, positive messages. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with Carissa, Sherry, and myself as we discuss the next segment of this program, which is a very important part of the work that we're doing. So with that, we'll be back in about a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Sherry, Carissa, that was beautiful. That was very uplifting and inspirational. And I'm so glad that we got to experience that eclectic panel. Of course, it included Bernardo Moya, who I've called a pioneer in the field of empowerment in media, which I think is very important. And we want to encourage other folks that are in the media space to also make that part of the work that they do, and learn from the Bernardos of the world, the team here, all of the Carissas of the world that believe that media and empowerment can come together. And with that being said, speaking of empowerment, Sherry, you spoke about Michael Beckwith and how he was one of your first mentors. And we want to take a couple minutes here to acknowledge Michael Beckwith, but also we want to acknowledge the Agape Church, the Agape community, as an extension of Michael Beckwith. We know that they're tuning in, and we want to send them love, respect, and support. But Sherry, real quick, talk a little bit about Michael Beckwith, and talk a little bit about Agape and what it's meant for you and your view on what it means for the world before we discuss what we're about to air next. Please, Sherry.
Yeah, absolutely. So Michael Beckwith is the most profound, aligned person that I have ever met that is connected specifically to God, who allows himself to be a vehicle for what we would call the universe or God to speak through. And so, as I mentioned, in 1997, I was living in a commune, and I was invited to Agape. I didn't have a car at the time. I was homeless. I got on my bicycle and I rode to the church. And in that experience, I thought that God was speaking directly to me. And it hit me so deeply because this man has taken me through so many avenues, as well as everybody that's been in his presence, to really tap into that truth of who they are. This whole perfect and complete spiritual being that is limitless, and that they can be, do, and create anything they want. And you can tell I'm very emotional because he's so near and dear to my heart. And I really am looking forward to you all experiencing this experience with him today.
Incredible. And Carissa, I want to hear from you before we discuss where we're going to go next. Carissa.
Oh, it's hard for me to talk after watching Sherry cry, because you can feel the power of Michael Beckwith whenever you're near him, you're watching his videos on the internet or whatever it is. And something that I really appreciate about him is his take on affirmative prayer, and how you sort of command this energy of prayer instead of like begging and pleading, please guide me. He talks about how you can command the prayer and you can like direct the energy. And so Michael Beckwith's been somebody I've been following for a long time. So I'm excited for him to be a part of this event. And Sherry, hearing your journey with him, this is going to be an incredible conversation. I already know it.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, welcome back. And I am honored and excited for the next segment of the program. It is perhaps the most special part of this series because we have somebody that has not only impacted the city and county of Los Angeles, not only impacted the community of Los Angeles, but has also impacted the world at large. And so it's a great honor for us at the Los Angeles Tribune to be able to spend the next hour with somebody that has been committed to impacting the world in a better way. And so with that being said, I want to just quickly ask my co-hosts, Sherry and David, real quickly, real briefly, how excited are you, Sherry, to speak with our next special guest?
I'm so excited. I mean, this has been 25 years full circle of Michael Beckwith being my very first mentor. And to be here with him 25 years later, my heart is open, big, and very excited.
And Mr. David Fagan, how excited are you to spend some time with
Reverend
First of all,
Michael Thank Beckwith. You to Sherry for helping make this happen. This is a real special treat. But no, Mo, you said it really well. We've got a lot of amazing experts coming on here. But Michael Beckwith just seems to embody everything that we want in the world right now. Everything we're looking for in the world right now. I mean, I don't want to lay it on too thick here, but can he run for president of the United States? I don't know, but no, this is great. I'm really excited here.
I'm excited as well. And of course, in about half hour, the halfway point, we do have a very special and important announcement that we want to make regarding Reverend Michael Beckwith. But before we get there, let's spend a few minutes with him in conversation. Dr. Michael Beckwith, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Mo and Sherry and David, thank you so much for that warm embrace. Absolutely appreciate it. It's my joy to be with you this afternoon.
Well, it's of course our pleasure, and we have some questions that we want to ask you, and thank you for the opportunity to pick your brain and share some insights with our audience. Before we get into the questions, just a real general question that I think is important for context for our time together. What has the city of Los Angeles and the people of Los Angeles meant to you, Dr. Michael Beckwith?
Well, obviously, I grew up here. My father, when he was released from the Navy, landed in Los Angeles before he was flying back to D.C., where I was born. I was born in the Naval Hospital in Bethesda, Maryland. And he was outside eating a taco at wintertime, but it was sunny. And he called my mother, Alice, and said, "Alice, pack up the boy. We're moving to L.A." And so I basically grew up here. And so I've loved LA. I went to Los Angeles High School. I went to USC. I founded Agape here in Los Angeles. And I've always loved the creativity, the emphasis on inclusivity and diversity, the emphasis on health, the emphasis on being progressive, always going to the next level of whatever it is that we're trying to do as a citizen. And LA seems to embody that. And so, though I love everywhere I go, everywhere I travel, globally and obviously internationally, but I love LA. People always say, "Why do you stay in LA?" I say, "Why not? I love this place."
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Beckwith. I thought that was important for us to hear from you. I'm going to step back for a few minutes and let Sherry and David guide the way and pick your brain. I'm going to sit back and take notes. So no pressure, guys, okay? Sherry, please take it away.
Yeah, so I just want to thank you so much about your commitment of service to humanity and by multiplying the consciousness of the planet over the last 35 years. And I've gotten to be part of 25 years of that. So I really want to delve into our teaching and talk about how we often hear about presence and surrender and opening ourselves in the moment to be a vessel, allowing source to speak through us, as us, within us. Yeah. And so when and how did this gift come to you?
Well, for me, I had as a senior at USC, I had a very groundbreaking experience that allowed me to see that we were surrounded by a presence of what I called at the time love beauty. I extended that description to love, beauty, intelligence, life itself, another name for God. And I could see and feel it. So so for years after that, I researched and studied to discover what had happened to me, because I went from being almost atheistic, somewhat agnostic, to in a moment seeing that we were surrounded by a presence of life and love and the beauty. It changed the course of my destiny, changed the course of my life. So I went through a mode of spiritual practice, of meditation and study to integrate what had happened to me. So today, when we use the word presence, I often say it's the presence that's never an absence, called by many names. Some people call it God, love, intelligence, beauty, great God of the universe, whatever name we choose to call it. It's the presence. It's never an absence, meaning that it's everywhere in its fullness. And what this presence wants from us, it wants us to know it, and it wants us to demonstrate it and reveal it. So when you use the word channel, we are here to absolutely be available for the presence to come into its own as our life, so that intelligence, love, beauty, joy, generosity, creativity, which are essence of the presence, can flow through us in powerfully unique ways, because the presence is not a cookie cutter. The presence only made one of us, you see. And so that would be my first salvo into the answer of your question.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I got so many more questions that are popping into my head. Don't worry. Here's the next one. Just want to find out your approach and your understanding. Like, how do you explain the connection of the science of mind? Like, how would you define that?
Originally, it was called the science of mind and spirit. And we understand the mind can be a set of programs. We're not our mind, but we have a mind. Just like we're not our body, we have a body. And the mind is often the set of programs of what we have. That's the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. And then there's the superconscious mind, and we can get into that later. But the mind is a set of programs that basically creates perception and experience. And so many people's minds have been hijacked by the world of fear, doubt, worry, separation, scarcity, things of this particular nature that produces experience. So the science of mind is a science by which we learn to take dominion over our attention so that the thoughts that we are interested in and that we become available to are inspired thoughts from the presence, which leads to an expanded perception, which leads to a better experience. So there's a science to that. You know, if one dedicates themselves to spiritual practice, you know, affirmation, having a vision, being pulled by a vision in their life, establishing intention, watching what comes out of their mouth, meditation, life visioning. If you approach this scientifically, then there are results that happen in your life. It's not superstition. It's not luck. You know, it's and some people say, oh, I have good luck or something like this. I describe luck as living under cosmic knowledge or living under correct knowledge. So the science of mind is basically more than a philosophy. The science of mind and spirit is a way of living by which you're living an affirmative life based upon spiritual practice that brings about results scientifically, because thoughts are units of mental energy that reproduce after their own kind. So as you up-level your awareness and the thoughts that are moving through you that you are interested in are optimistic thoughts, or prayerful thoughts, or thoughts of beauty and generosity and love and creativity and oneness, then your life takes on that frequency and that vibration. Your life experience takes that on scientifically. It's the science of mind, you see.
Yes, I love it. I love it. And as a fellow practitioner myself, practicing science of mind has just transformed my life. And so using that and the recent research that we've had in neuroscience and genetics, and it now establishes that through spirituality, our brains become more resilient and robust. And it actually proves that cultivating spirituality leads to things like greater grit, greater optimism, greater resilience, and insulates us against the things that we face in challenge like addiction, trauma, and depression. So what is the quantum bridge between science and spirituality and the consciousness connection?
Well, many years ago, science and religion had a divorce back in the, and now they're remarried again, because with the teachings of mysticism and the teachings of quantum physics, they're speaking of the same thing, but using different language. The mystics would talk about oneness and unity. Now the quantum physicists are talking about consciousness and oneness and holographic reality, where a part contains the whole. And this is what mystics have been saying for thousands of years. So over the last 30 years, the evolutionary biologists such as Bruce Lipton and quantum physicists have now become an ally to that which the metaphysicians and the mystics have been teaching for years, so that the marriage has now happened again. So neurogenesis, the fact that your brain cells can renew themselves and rejuvenate themselves, the awareness that your hemispheres can speak to each other and come to a level of coherence through the practice of meditation, through the practice of affirmative prayer, that through spirituality, through a sense of oneness, you produce a cascade of tonic chemicals that flow through the body temple that enhance your immune system, that slow the aging process down in the body temple. Years ago, the science wasn't there to show that this was happening, even though metaphysicians and mystics were sharing this information. Now the science has come along, and the science of epigenetics, that which is beyond your genes, that people used to think that your genes determined your destiny. We now know it's your attitude, it's your perception, it's your intention, it's your thoughts, it's your habits, it's your nutrition, it's your exercise. There are other things that determine your destiny. And so science and spirituality have become one again. And so we celebrate that mystical union. We celebrate that marriage that got severed many, many years ago when religion and science separated. Now it's back. We're back with each other.
Michael, you make swimming in the deep end fun. We're swimming in the deep end now, and you make it fun. Do you think we have been educated out of our spiritual awareness then?
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes religion has been a block to the transcended. Many people have gotten stuck in religiosity and basically defending their religion, but not using the religion to transcend their personal ego or limited perception. So people end up becoming more entrained in being whatever denomination or wherever their religion is, rather than using religion to actually go beyond and actually have an encounter with the divine. So you have religion has oftentimes been a hindrance. And then you have society itself at times. At times you have the news media that basically runs and reruns and reruns and reruns the lowest common denominator of the human experience that's happening on a daily basis, which foments fear and doubt and worry, which keeps people isolated and insular and afraid, which hinders the transcendent, which hinders connection with the presence. I'm not saying 100% of all media is that way. I'm just saying a lot of it is that way. And so you have a culture of fear and worry that's keeping people away from the power that's within them. People have no understanding, or many people don't have an understanding, just how much power is within us, how much intelligence, how much love, how much beauty. We're limitless beings, but human beings live as if they are these small, insignificant beings that are bereft of happiness and joy, and they have to go out in the world and find it someplace. Religion is supposed to bring us to the point where we realize that it's already here. We're seeking to discover, activate, and set it free. So yeah, society oftentimes blocks the transcendent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Well, and it leads me into one of the quotes that I love that you've quoted before, and it's practice broadcasting the high vibrations of your inner radiance, remembering all the while that the place on which we stand is holy, simply because you stand there. And so as beings, we have such a hard time just being. We have to do. We want to make things happen. We want to force it. Why is it so hard to just be?
It seems as though individuals are walking with a sense of lack, a sense of scarcity, and a sense of not enoughness, and oftentimes a lack of self-worth and appreciation. So they have to do to get in order to prove that they are somebody. We have to be spiritually, we start with the awareness that we're already an image and likeness of the presence. And we have gifts to give. We're not going out into the world to get anything, to make something happen. We're going out into the world to share gifts and to make something welcome. Now, that quote that you said is based upon an awareness that there is an eternal broadcast taking place. All creation is broadcasting from before the beginning of time. Let there be light. Let there be beauty. Let there be life. let it be everywhere. And through spiritual practice, we catch that broadcast. It's a stronger broadcast than the world of fear. We catch that broadcast, we become centered in who we are, and then we rebroadcast it without stepping it down. People can actually practice stopping, getting a real sense of their oneness with the presence, and then radiating that energy out. And as you radiate that energy out, it protects you from the influence of fear and doubt and worry. And you're standing on holy ground. As I said in that quote, it's holy. One of the reasons why it's holy is because you're standing there and you are a whole, holy being, a WHOLLY. You are a holy, holy being that's missing nothing. You just have to discover it, activate it, and express it. Set yourself free, and then watch as the world matches that and meets that. It's very powerful.
You know, I've been sitting back taking a lot of notes, so I appreciate all of the insights up until this point. And, you know, Dr. Beckwith, you mentioned something that I think is important for us to touch up on a little bit, and that's media. And that is how quite a bit of the information that goes in a lot of human beings creates a projection that is disempowering. We at the Los Angeles Tribune pride ourselves on being one of the few remaining independent legacy brands that has not yet been influenced by a major conglomerate, which gives us the opportunity to use our voice and name to empower with partnerships with thought leaders such as yourself on programs such as this. And so can you please continue and elaborate on the importance of news and information and programs like this that are empowering folks as opposed to programs that disempower? Please, Dr. Michael Beckwith.
Absolutely. I was going to come back to that when I mentioned the word media, because you have such a broad reach. And when programs such as this, and we have an intention to empower, you have an intention to inspire, you have an intention to take people's minds from being hijacked and allow them to catch possibility, it makes a big difference in the community. I mean, I was imagining the other day as I was driving to the gym to work out, and they have these signs, these little billboards that say, expect a detour, expect delays. And I thought to myself, what if we had things up around the neighborhood that said, expect good, expect a miracle, expect things to go right? You know, people's minds would start to formulate around that kind of joyful anticipation. So at the Los Angeles Tribune, because you're not controlled by a conglomerate, you have the possibility, the potential, and the intention, and you're doing it by bringing real news to people. The other stuff I call the olds, because it's just a repetition of things that have happened every single day. But news is new. It's bright. It's it makes you think. It makes you go through a deep spiritual inquiry about possibility. And if human beings can open themselves up to possibility, and as Sherry was asking earlier, you know, about the quantum reality, we live in a field of infinite possibilities. So why don't we choose a good one? And if people are inspired and if they're educated, they have more power to choose a better possibility than to simply protect themselves from a worst case scenario.
Thank you so much for the generous gift of your words, Dr. Michael Beckwith. I and the community here appreciates that. And you mentioned the word news. And part of the work that we're doing with thought leaders such as yourself is redefining how people look at the term news. In our point of view, what we're doing today is newsworthy. This is news. And so a lot of times people think that news is only when a horrific event happens somewhere in the world. And people have been conditioned to believe that that's news, or the score of a sports game. We believe that honoring Dr. Michael Beckwith is just as newsworthy as anything else that any other publication prints and promotes. And so can you touch on that idea a bit about, you know, this concept of redefining news and putting positive words, images, thoughts, and feelings out in the world, and the responsibility that everyone has to do so?
Yeah, I really appreciate what you're doing. And I like that you use the word responsibility. And I think anyone that has this kind of reach has a responsibility to do things that are newsworthy, such as this, so that people, as you already said, people become aware that the news just isn't the latest shooting. The news is also beautiful things that are happening on the planet, beautiful, wonderful opportunities that are happening on the planet, and wonderful inventions and music and gifts of generosity and truces and mendings and all manner of good that's happening on the planet. I mean, there's 7.5 billion people on the planet. There's millions of people in Los Angeles itself. And there's some good things happening in this city. There's some good things happening in this county. And when you are focused on that, what happens with whatever you focus on increases. Whatever you're interested in draws interest. And so when an individual such as yourself take that responsibility and redefine news, you're also shaping a destiny. You're also creating a possibility of more good to emerge. It's powerful focus, intentionality on great possibility rather than on fear mongering.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Beckwith. And we're going to take a 1-minute break. When we come back, we have a very special and important and newsworthy announcement regarding Dr. Michael Beckwith. So we'll be back in 1 minute. This is the Los Angeles Tribune alongside living legend, Dr. Michael Beckwith.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And of course, David, Sherry, myself are alongside living legend, Dr. Michael Beckwith, a example of what it means to be a true thought leader. Right? The term thought leader to me is a term that, like many other words and terms, has kind of been, in my personal opinion, watered down, right? I go on Instagram and every other person is a thought leader. But today we have an opportunity to speak to somebody who, in my personal opinion, is genuinely a thought leader. So it's an honor for me and for us here at the Tribune. And this is the point of the program where we're going to hand it off to Sherry. Sherry, and you're going to make this announcement because when we started the program, we talked about what the city of Los Angeles meant to Michael Beckwith. And we also spoke about your journey, Sherry. And I want you to get a little bit into your full circle moment that we are creating here right now. We want to keep it, relatively short, about a minute long, Sherry. But I'm going to give it to you so you can talk about your full circle moment and also make an announcement as far as what we are going to be presenting for Dr. Michael Beckwith, as well as his community, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, specifically for the work that he and his community have done for the county of Los Angeles for several decades, for representing the values of the city of Los Angeles and representing the inclusive values of the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles by creating an environment and a community that welcomes everybody. One thing about Michael Beckwith and his work is that there's no one left out. Everyone has a place to feel loved. Everyone has a place to feel a family. Everyone has a place to feel appreciated and to be reminded of the power and potential of the human being. And so I'm going to give it to you, Sherry, because I know this is a special moment for you to be able to honor Dr. Michael Beckwith with the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award. And so, Sherry, if you would please speak a little bit about what this means for you and continue with conversation with Dr. Michael Beckwith. Sherry, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. And Dr. Michael Beckwith, it is my great honor to be able to work with the Los Angeles Tribune and make this public announcement and honor you today with the Lifetime Achievement Award due to the service that you have done for the Los Angeles community and your commitment of service to humanity, multiplying the consciousness of the planet for the last 35 years. So especially as someone that's worked with you since 1997, I remember I came to your church. I was living in a commune. I rode my bicycle 10 miles to get to your location. And I had just had a near-death experience. And I was hungry to understand what had happened. I get there and I hear you speak, and I hear the voice of God speak through you to me. It was being spoken right what I needed to receive and hear at that moment. But what had been said to me in the light was that I never had to worry, that all the right people would show up at the right moment to help me move forward, and that I must give of myself freely without expecting, and love is all there is. And now here I am, full circle, almost, February 13th, it'll be 26 years later.
Wow.
To be able to give you this award and present this award along with myself and the LA Tribune is jointly together is just an honor. And I'm so grateful to be here with you today.
I'm honored. And I absolutely appreciate all of you shining the light on the Agape International community and all that we have sought to do. We're in our 36th year this year. As you said, we've been going 35 years. We're in our 36th year. And our values, the name Agape actually means love. It means the unconditional love of God. It's the agendaless love, the all-conditional love. Dr. King called Agape the love of God operating in the human heart. So we established an intention to perfect our loving, to be examples of that, and to build a community not only of diversity, but of inclusivity, where people can come heal, regain the power that's within them, and then to go forth and be a beneficial presence in the planet. That once you heal yourself, that it is your role to go out in your community, local, global community, and make a difference according to one's unique skills and gifts and talents. And so I'm honored. I'm so grateful to be a recipient from the Los Angeles Tribune for a Lifetime Achievement Award. And for me, I feel like I'm just getting started. I know when I look historically, I've been teaching for about 40 years and started Agape almost 36 years ago. But I feel like we're just getting started for such a time as this in human history. I think Agape and those who follow this kind of inspirational teaching are needed more than ever right now. And so I'm just glad. I feel privileged. I say this on Sunday. I feel privileged when it's my turn to speak and it's my turn to lead the community in prayer. I feel deeply privileged that I get to do this. I don't have a career. I don't have a job. I have a calling, and I get to do this. So thank you, all of you at the Los Angeles Tribune, for shining the light on the work we're doing. And just so appreciate you, Sherry. I'm so glad that you were able to be touched by that frequency of God coming through 25 years ago. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, everyone who had anything to do with this. So appreciate it. My community appreciates it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And because of you, I went on to become a licensed spiritual practitioner myself. And I'm sharing that message today as well. So thank you.
And that's one of the things I'm most grateful for when I look at all of my students that are now all around the globe, practitioners, ministers, students that span the globe. We're in over 80 countries now. And we have students everywhere that are practicing these principles and that are seeking to be a beneficial presence on the planet. And Sherry, you are in that number.
Thank you. Thank you. I receive.
Well, I'm so glad that we're able to create this moment here live on the air. And of course, there will be folks from the LA Tribune that will be visiting the church soon to present the award in person. And we'll work behind the scenes to figure out the logistics of that. But we want to spend the next few minutes, Dr. Beckwith, and really double down a bit on what this Lifetime Achievement Award means for us to be able to honor you with. And particularly, I would love for us to have a conversation for a few minutes about all of the different folks that have been impacted in the county of Los Angeles because of the work of Agape and the work that you do with your community. What are some of the community outreach programs? What are some of the food drives? What are some of the things that over the years your community has done for the county of Los Angeles that some of the folks watching may not know? Because we've done our research, and this community is such a loving community that has created so many leaders and so many assets to the community that we want to spend a few minutes, if you could, to highlight some of the great community achievement works that you've helped spearhead, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Let me just tell you a little bit about our philosophy. What we seek to do is support other organizations as well that do things that we don't do. Our philosophy is that we can't do everything, and one person can't do everything, but everybody can do something. So we support other organizations. For instance, every year we have a Sacred Service Saturday where we take all the members of our community, the local members, and we go out into the community and we become the volunteers for many nonprofits in LA County. And anything from SPCA, working in homes for kids and abused women, things of that particular nature. We will go in and paint. We'll go in and garden. We'll go in and do counseling. We'll go into the senior citizen homes and create all manner of upliftment through our choirs and things of that particular nature. So we do that, and then we discover that our community members then become permanent volunteers in these organizations in LA. So we start off with a Sacred Service Saturday under the leadership of a man by the name of David Silverstein and others, and we just fill the community with volunteer spirit. So we do that. We have a feeding program that we have in Santa Monica for many years that's been going on. It was a little hampered a little bit during the COVID restrictions, but it's now back again. We have done a lot of work in raising funds and giving funds to organizations that deal with women who have been trafficked. And so we provide counseling as well as financial means for that. I mean, there's so much, there's a whole list in my mind that I can see of things that we do pretty much every week. We're sending either money or volunteers to organizations in our city that are making a difference on the planet.
Yeah, that's great. I love hearing all of this. I'm going to want Mo's notes later on. I'm still trying to remember the LUCK acronym, and I'm still thinking about hopefully with the W. I'm trying to think about all of it. So Mo, hopefully you're taking some good notes for all of us. Michael, I was curious if you could share what are some of the influences that shaped you. I know that you have a really good connection to source, the universe. There's so many different words that you can use, but beyond that, what are some of the books or resources or people or influences? You quoted Martin Luther King and that, but what are some of the other influences that shaped you?
There's a few. One is Dr. Howard Washington Thurman. When I attended Morehouse College, I stayed in Thurman Hall. He was a great mystic, a great theologian that transcended Christianity and embraced all walks of life. I met him, and his works assisted me. Dr. Daniel L. Morgan, who was the founder of the Guidance Church of Religious Science, a science of mind community, great metaphysical teacher. Dr. Homer Johnson, a great mystic, another one of my influences. A great influence was Dr. Walter Russell. He was one of the great, he was in his day connected science and mysticism. He was a scientist, he was a sculptor, he was a painter, he invented the duplex. He raced horses. He was a championship ice skater at the age 69 years old. He was a multimillionaire. And I had some inner experiences that no one could really tell me what they were. But when I studied Walter Russell, who had a big cosmic opening, I realized it was very similar. And he wrote a treatise of books called The Divine Iliad and The Secret of Light without editing. He just went into a state and wrote. So he was one of my great influences, probably one of the greatest mystics other than Emerson that came out of the American soil. Dr. George Washington Carver. Most people think of him as a scientist or an individual that did a lot with the peanut, but most people don't know that he was actually a great mystic. He got up every single day at 4 a.m. in the morning and he would talk to nature, and then nature would tell him what she was good for, whether it be the peanut, whether it be dyes that were in the ground. He trained most of the ministers at that time. So he was a great he was a great influence. So these are just some of the people that really shaped. I have to mention Dr. Ernest Holmes, the founder of the Science of Mind. And I don't share this a lot, but I'll share this, that before I went to Dr. Dan's spiritual community at the behest of my mother and a good friend by the name of Lissa Sprinkles, I had met Dr. Ernest Holmes in the dream state. And he'd be teaching classes that I'd be going to. And when I'd wake up in the morning, I would take down these notes. Now, I didn't know who this man was. But when I went to Guidance Church of Religious Science, I saw a bust of him. And I said, oh, that's the man that I've been teaching with, learning from. And they said, he's dead. I said, I know, I've been working with him in my dream state. And so you can best believe that people thought I was a bit odd, so I stopped telling that story. But I'm more free to say it now. So Dr. Holmes was a great influence as well. Both sides of the veil, his books as well as the dream state.
I'm really glad I asked that. You dropped a bunch of names. I mean, some of them I've heard, and I feel like I've studied this stuff a fair amount. But you dropped some names that I don't think most people have heard of in a while. One more quick question before they pull me away. I guess I get another one. You're really celebrated, and the whole Agape community is really celebrated as a place of inclusiveness and diversity. And so I'm just curious, in a world that really struggles with all that, is there some secret to what you're doing or you're not doing? Like, how are you pulling this off? How are you bringing so many people together?
I think it's in our DNA. I know it's in my DNA. As I was growing up, my mother, Alice Beckwith, she was very involved in the civil rights movement. And so there was a lot of task meetings that happened in my living room. I was a small child, and everybody was in that room. We had Black people, Jewish people, straight people, gay people, Hispanic people. We were all in my living room, basically strategizing on how to build a world that worked for everyone. It was Kingian. We were connected to Dr. King. We were connected to a lot of different organizations. So it was a part of the fabric of my life. And so when I started my vision group to start Agape, when I looked around the room, everybody was in the room. I had Black people, I had white people, I had straight people, I had gay people, I had old people, I had young people, I had Latino people. We were all sitting in my living room, visioning the spiritual community that is now known as Agape. And so I think it was just in our DNA. In 1987, Agape started in 1986. 1987, I did my first same-sex wedding before it was legal. Two women in my congregation who started my ministry, gay ministry there at Agape, wanted to get married, but it wasn't legal. I did it anyway. So I think just within our DNA, everybody's there. Now I remember being in the hallway, hearing all these different languages, Japanese, Spanish, English, individuals from Peru and Iraq. It's like all these people in this community celebrating oneness. It's in our DNA.
I'm inspired to ask you kind of a personal question here. I've got a child that kind of suffers from depression. There's a lot of that out there right now, a teenager. As a parent, I think about what I can do better. And I feel like I'm doing some good things. And I'm kind of just feel inspired to ask you, like, what would you say to teenagers and young people that, are battling? There's so many people that are battling things. And, is it medication? Is it counseling? Is it therapy? And there's just so many things coming at parents and kids, and we're all looking for solutions. Any advice? What would you say to the young people out there?
Well, we're living in a time in which mental health and the word depression is very popular right now. People are experiencing it, and a lot of people are catching, are becoming contagious in that vibration. And so, depression means the lack of expression. And so as a parent, we have to first of all hold the vision of our child being whole and complete. That's our main duty, to not see them as sick, but to see them as whole, because we're in a society that labels everything. We label all the pathology, we label every disease, and then once an individual gets a label on them, it becomes very difficult to shake it. So the parent's job is to not buy into any label other than that child is a child of God, a child of wholeness, a child of beauty. And then there has to be a vision that's bigger than the issue. So that we have to encourage our child to express in some kind of way. There has to be an expression of energy, whether that's music, whether that's athletics, whether that's reading. We have to find a way by which they get to transmute that depressed energy into an expression. And so I know this is not enough time to really get into the subtleties of that.
Well, thank you for trying to tackle it all the same. This is good. I appreciate it.
So you want to look at your child whole, because when you go to bed at night, you want to hold the vibration of your child is whole and complete, and there's nothing wrong with the child. So when they're in your vibration, what they're picking up is wholeness rather than a label that somebody else is holding. And if parents can agree upon that, then they'll create a healing atmosphere in their home, and the child will respond to that. Because right now everyone's being bombarded with fear and worry and lockdown and not lockdown and lockdown and not, we have to have something that's counter to that.
Yeah. And I think I want to believe that. I think a lot of people want to believe that about our kids, but the world is like, there is something wrong, right? And it's like, and we don't want to misunderstand, or we don't want to feel like we're taking things not like we got to take it serious. We don't want to be too light around it. So I really appreciate what you're saying. I feel like it gives me permission to feel what I more naturally feel anyways. So
absolutely, you have to be strong in it. It's a strength that you develop. And this is why one of the reasons why Agape exists. People come into the community, they feel that, and then they find their way bringing their teens to the teen ministry, or the young people to the young people's ministry, or they find the counselors that can assist them to actually feel their way back to that sense of wholeness, which, as you said, that sense of wholeness is natural.
Yeah.
The sense of unwholeness is unnatural, you see.
Thank you.
And people have forgotten that.
It makes me think, Reverend Michael, of one of my babies that had twins right before 40. And one of my babies was born without a throat. And she was born with half vertebrae in her upper back, lower back, hole in the left ventricle. Instead of looking at the appearance of dis-ease in her body, I went in and I declared her wholeness. Every organ was functioning at its highest capacity, dancing in the joy of its perfection. And how grateful I was to know that that power was within me and that I was aligned with it. And as I released it, guess what? Today, you would not know that there was anything wrong with Haley unless I'm telling you the story right now.
Yeah, I'm getting chills in my body. Yeah, you became, that was a practitioner move. You saw wholeness where everyone else was seeing pathology. And so she was able to grow into the wholeness that you saw.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we connect the brain and miracles? Or I would love to have you kind of expand on miracles. People throw around the word miracles, and sometimes it seems like, well, was that really a miracle, or did you just not understand how that happened? Can you speak to miracles and what it means to you and how you define them?
I define miracle as an instant demonstration of truth, meaning there's a level of wholeness already in existence, and then it shows up. And it wasn't that it wasn't there before, but now you're able to perceive it. And so whether that came through prayer or accidental alignment, or someone got out of the way and let go of all of the debris of fear, the possibility of wholeness, whether it was financial or physical or mental or emotional, was already encoded. But for some reason, there was a vibrational match to it, and it showed up. And what we're in the process of doing as practitioners is holding the space for seeing that which what we call real, capital R real, so that it does either incrementally or dramatically show up. I've seen a lot of miracles. I was just a few months ago, I was in my office about to go speak, and one of our ministers was about to go into surgery. Her knee had been, she could hardly walk on it for such a long time, so she finally succumbed to having a surgical procedure. I walked out of my office. I was walking to speak. I just reached over and touched her knee with my hand and left. She never had any pain. Surgery was canceled. She was totally healthy. And it's been months now, and there's been no reoccurrence of the pain or the diminishment of the bone in any way, shape, or form. That was an instant demonstration of the potential that was already within her. And I've seen so much of that in different walks of life that I live in that frequency of how life wants to show up next, you see.
Wow. I got plenty more, Sherry, but I don't want to hog the questions. Mo, Sherry?
Well, I've been just enjoying this. And again, it's been an honor. And I know we're running short on time. We have about 5 to 10 minutes left with Dr. Beckwith here. And, we have a lot of fans of different movies and books that you've been a part of that are in this community. And if I don't ask at least one law of attraction question, they're gonna send me so many emails saying, Mo, you had Dr. Michael Beckwith and you didn't ask anything about law of attraction, because there's so many really diehard fans of The Secret, and that became such a cultural phenomena. But of course, your career is your calling rather has been so eclectic that in our view, that's just a small part of the incredible work that you've done with such a rich life of service. But of course, there are folks that truly are laser focused on that one principle. So here we are now. It's 2022. I have to check the calendar because it's been such a blur the past couple of years. And looking back on that moment, that cultural moment in American and global history, as the dust has now settled, it's been over a decade since that phenomena happened. What does that, looking back, what was that experience for you personally? What did that mean for your personal spiritual journey? I want to kind of take a different angle on getting into the law of attraction, and first ask, what does The Secret really mean to you now, as far as what that experience was for you? Please, Dr. Beckwith.
Yes, well, thank you for asking that. In The Secret, we always say The Secret has legs. It's still touching people now globally. Many people are seeing it for the first time. So there's always this wave of individuals who are waking up to the truth that they can actually participate in their own destiny through the shifting of their thinking and their perception and their conversation. So how it affected me, I was very happy to see that which was what we would call back in those days peripheral had become central. Like, I'd been teaching these principles for years, and suddenly that particular film that Rhonda Burns put together now is touching millions around the world. So that which was on the periphery of society now became a central conversation. Today, 2022, pretty much everybody knows something about the law of attraction. Everybody knows something about that your thinking actually can change your experience in your life. Now, we were teaching this years before the movie, but the movie brought it to places where it couldn't get to before. And now that global phenomena has entrenched itself into our society, where now you have, as we talked a little bit about earlier, you have the quantum physicists, the epigenetic people, the evolutionary biologists, all speaking this language that if your thought can make you sick, your thought can also make you healthy. You see, now it's become almost commonplace. The only thing that I would add now is, now that people know this, they have to practice it, you see.
Yeah.
Incredible. And that is such a fascinating way that you've described what that cultural moment was. And it is so true to just sit back and think about how you can look at all, today on social media, you see all of these memes that are about the law of attraction, and you see all of these different books and teachers, and how it's just become part of everyday culture. And yet you can tie a thread directly to the work that you and your colleagues did, which I think is so incredible. Now, in closing, Dr. Beckwith, we want to just give you a few moments now. And again, we're sitting here with Dr. Michael Beckwith, Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, Reverend Dr. Michael Beckwith. And we want to be respectful of your time. So we're going to give you the floor, the full floor, for you to share what your final message is with this community. You have as long or as short of a time period as you would like to just really share what's in your heart for those that are watching, and those that are in this moment with us. Please, Dr. Michael Beckwith.
First of all, let me begin with just tremendous gratitude as a recipient of this Lifetime Achievement Award. You know, people that do what I do, we don't do things for awards or recognition, but when they do come, they feel good, because we are, you know, me and my team, we work tirelessly, first of all, on ourselves, so that we're the prime available vehicles to be an example of the message. So there's no separation between what we think and say and do and the message itself. And so to have a sense of recognition from the community, the Los Angeles Tribune community, about the work we've been doing, it's vivifying. It makes me want to do more. It makes me want to ask myself, what else and how else can I be of service? You know, one of our great songs is "Use Me." You know, use me, life. You know, I want life to use me in such a way that people's lives are changed, that more students are birthed, that you cannot have an enlightened society without enlightened people. So as individuals come into the orbit of the work that I am doing, and they wake up to the great destiny within themselves, it's bigger than the density of their previous human experience, then they make a difference in the circle that they're living, and the people that they touch, and then the people that they touch, and then the people that they touch. And as that circle keeps widening, we will discover that we've made a big difference on the planet, and that the planet, Mother Earth, and the very world in which we are living becomes absolutely different because of the inner work that we're doing upon ourselves. So I take this moment to remind people that they are more than they think they are. They are more than the son and daughter of their parents. They're more than they're more than the grandchildren of their grandparents. They are more than how they've been shaped by society and the schools they've gone to. I want everyone to know that you are shot from the eternal, loaded and coated with infinite possibilities. You're loaded and coated with such brilliance and intelligence. And though you may have been temporarily dumbed down by experience, though you may have temporarily diminished your destiny through trauma or drama or misinterpretation of past experiences, there is something within you that is untouched by time or experience. And as you begin to investigate this, go on a hunt for this, discover these principles, practice these principles, you will prove to yourself that the power that's greater within you is greater than the power that is appearing in the world. You will prove it to yourself. And then you will make a difference in your family, just the vibration that you release. You'll make a difference in your neighborhood. You'll make a difference in your city, your province, your county, your state. I dare say you'll make a difference on the planet. No one comes to this planet without having a pre-incarnational choice as to why they have arrived here. You didn't just begin in the womb of your mother. Your life began way before that, and you chose to be on this planet at this time in human history to make a difference. So you want to ask this question on a daily basis. How can I serve? What difference can my life make in someone's life today? What is it within me that is trying to emerge to make a difference on this planet? If you live in those questions, those are empowering questions. The universal presence called by whatever name you want to call it, through universal law, will answer those questions and compel you into right action. How can I serve? What difference can my life make today in someone else's life? What is it that is within me that is trying to emerge right now that can make a difference on the planet? You live in those questions sincerely, the universal presence through universal law will answer those questions, and you'll see your life every single year becoming more and more coherent around intelligence, excellence, beauty, prosperity, joy, happiness, regardless of the vicissitudes of the human experience. You will be in the world, but you'll be of your intention. You'll be of a higher frequency. All that I'm saying to you right now, it's not a theory to me. I know this to be the truth. So giving thanks for this Lifetime Achievement Award from the Los Angeles Tribune, who has taken their responsibility very reverentially to bring forth things that are truly newsworthy, that can make a difference in the community. I'm so grateful to be in collaboration with such a powerful media giant in doing that which is newsworthy. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you discovering me, discovering Agape and the great work we're doing and seeking to do on the planet. I probably didn't give all the things that the community does on a regular basis in the county, but based on this award, we're going to do even more.
Much love and much respect and much gratitude to you, Dr. Reverend Michael Beckwith. Thank you for your generous gift to the community of Los Angeles, and thank you for your generous gift of your time, presence, and wisdom today, David, Sherry, and we're gonna end on that note. So on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, David Fagan, Top Talent Agency, Sherry Gideons, we want to thank and congratulate Dr. Reverend Michael Beckwith, as well as the incredible Agape community on the Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you, Dr. Michael Beckwith. Until next time, remember everybody to keep the faith.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we are back, and I want to thank you, Sherry, for conducting such a powerful, incredible interview. And let's go ahead and bring back Carissa Johnsen while David Fagan stepped away. And, that was an incredible hour that we spent with Reverend Michael Beckwith. And so I just want to quickly get some feedback. I got goosebumps and chills speaking with Michael Beckwith before we talk about our next incredible speaker. That's another highlight of this summit and a highlight of this day. But Carissa, how did you feel listening to that conversation that Sherry, David, and myself had with Michael Beckwith? And before you answer, I just do want to take a quick second to remind folks in the virtual auditorium to let us know what part of the country, what part of the world you're from. The team has so far tallied 17 different countries that have been tuning in to watch this special event live, not to mention all of the folks that'll watch it after the fact and on demand on Roku TV. But, Carissa, listening to that conversation, what are just a few of the first things that come to mind, please?
I feel loaded and coded is what I am taking away from that. What he offered felt like a deep remembrance of how powerful we are, and also an invitation for everyone to realize that these powers exist within them. And that's what his community, the Agape community, is all about. So I'm still kind of emotional in tears from when Sherry was sharing, and then listening to that interview was absolutely beautiful and such a pleasure for him to share his time and wisdom with us.
And, I also wanted to acknowledge David Fagan and Top Talent Agency. And this entire summit is really the vision of David Fagan, and our partnership with Top Talent Agency, I've said it before, is sacrosanct in helping get so many incredible folks a part of this event. And we want to thank our friends behind the scenes at Top Talent Agency as well. And, you know, the next speaker, Sherry, I had a chance to speak with him once before. He's a brilliant man. And when it comes to understanding neuroscience or the power of the mind, I think there are a few people on this planet as qualified as Bob Doyle, New York Times bestselling author Bob Doyle, to speak about this particular subject matter. So we felt it was apropos to invite him, and also apropos for him to speak right after Michael Beckwith, since most people probably know both of them for their role in the blockbuster hit film The Secret, which and of course the New York Times bestselling book, which to this day is still on the bestseller charts in many countries. And so, Sherry, please speak a little bit about our next speaker, Bob Doyle, and your experience of him and his work before we formally welcome him here on the Neuroscience Summit 2020, please.
Yeah, so we're both from LA, and I've known him for many years, and I've had him on many of my summits. I even used to interview him back in the day when we had Blog Talk Radio. But yes, so he is a guy that has, just like so many of us, been through challenge, circumstance, lack of finances and struggles, and has really set the stage for just bringing wisdom and how to step outside of, you know, the appearance of struggle and setback, and really to tap into that greater, grander part of ourselves. And so now merging into neuroscience and really bringing that forward, he has some incredible wisdom to share, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he's going to share with us today.
Oh, Mo, you're muted.
Thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to step back while Bob comes onto the program and joins the two of you. With that, Mr. Bob Doyle, welcome to the program. I'm going to step back and let Carissa set it off. Carissa.
Hi, Bob. So nice to connect with you. This is my first time engaging with you and getting connected with you. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, hey, it is totally my pleasure, and what an honor. And I can't believe I'm following Michael Beckwith. No pressure.
No pressure. One of my questions is going to be a really interesting one to start us off. I've been doing a little bit of research on you in preparation for this interview. I know. And similar to a lot of the guests that have been on today, and as well as the other summits that the Los Angeles Tribune have hosted, as well as many speakers and people who are sort of thought leaders in this space, you've gone through some difficult financial hardship in becoming the person that you are today, and to be able to speak on the law of attraction. I'm curious about the idea of suffering in a way. Do you think that it's part of the human experience and the law of polarity? Do you think that we create our own suffering? Like, what's the science behind it? Do we think that it's something that we're just creating? Or I'd love for you to speak to that, because you've gone through it yourself.
Yeah, well, there is a lot there to unpack, but I do believe that suffering, to a great extent, is a choice that we're unconsciously making. We've learned it. The whole premise of everything I'm talking about right now is just how programmed and on autopilot we are, and where that wiring comes from. So if we learn from our parents, and they learn from theirs and theirs, about this whole concept of suffering and what it means, and how one thing should make you feel a certain way for this amount of time, and, you know, doom and gloom scenarios. I grew up in an environment where it wasn't bad. It was just things skewed to the negative. Right. And so every time I grew up to be very skeptical and have to analyze every little thing and basically say no to everything first. And that's just my wiring. Did that cause me some suffering? Yeah, it absolutely did, because there were opportunities that I wouldn't give myself because my logical brain wanted all the answers. Right. But that is something that I was wired to do. And not everybody is like that. And not everybody suffers the same degree. So is it a part of it? Is it a necessary part? I don't know that I would say that it's necessary, but it's probably inevitable, the way that we have been programmed up to this point.
Yeah, it sort of seems like with the law of polarity, there's this natural experience that we have in contrast that helps us, whether it be sharpen our preferences or from a spiritual sense, appreciate what is. But how long we stay in that emotion, or how we keep ourselves there, seems to be the most important aspect.
Yes, whether we're talking about neuroplasticity or the law of attraction, right? It's what do we do? And this is the whole, again, the foundation is our experience of reality, when it comes down to it, is created when we make meaning out of the moment, right? Are we enjoying this or not? Have we arrived? Are we happy with ourselves? But all of that, the meaning we make is all determined on our wiring, which is different than the person next to us who could perceive the situation in a totally different way.
Absolutely. Great answer. And speaking of somebody who loves to be in the moment, I know Sherry does as well. So I'd like to give her an opportunity to ask you a couple of questions as well.
Yeah, so I really love something that you shared with me in a previous interview, and it was around the idea, and you mentioned it just very, very quickly here a second ago, and it attributes to your brain's wiring. It dictates how you make meaning out of every moment, which you say, and which we heard Dr. Joe say earlier, which determines the action you take and the result that you get.
That's right.
I'm a believer in living in the moment, because the moment is always revealing to us what we're giving out. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
So the moment is the pure moment, right? Right now is pure. But if we're worried about the future or the past or fretting, we're not in the moment. And as we try to better ourselves, which is ultimately a rewiring process. If we're going to transform and it's going to stick, it's because our brain has rewired. So if we're going to do that, we know we need to be really clear on all the things we want to be and how we feel. And we need to understand how our autopilot responses are not serving us. They're automatic. We feel like they should happen. Oh, of course I have to feel this way because this trigger happened. They did this thing. I must feel this way. No, you've learned to feel that way. And the action you take or the feelings that you have as a result of that aren't good. They're disempowering. You're not getting where you want to go. But all those dots that got connected just created your truth based on your experience. And so if you want to, given that a lot of that truth probably came from somebody whose truth came from somebody whose truth came from somebody, you get to make it up. Your brain is ready to create a whole new truth that works for you, that doesn't give you reasons not to move forward, doesn't give you reasons why you can't have it just because of the past. So the present moment is when you have that clarity. It's when you get to decide what you're going to do next. Who am I being right now? Not who I was, not based on who I was, but given that my brain is it's always ready to change if I feed it new information on an ongoing and consistent basis. So what do I want to change? What is the information I want to give from this point on?
Love it.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Something this reminds me of is our official sponsor of this event is New Calm. And a lot of their neuroacoustic software is about helping people get in more of a calm and relaxed state. How, in order for people to stay in the moment, would you argue or would you say that they have to be calm? They have to be grounded in this moment. Like, what are some tools or practices that you have to really bring people in this moment? Because in this digital era, we're constantly stimulated. We have like some people in the workforce and constantly combating stress and things of that nature. How do we stay in the moment? What are the actual practical tips to do that?
That's right. And it's absolutely essential, especially again, when you're taking on rewiring. When I work with people, it's about noticing your autopilot stuff and then changing and doing a different behavior, interrupting that and doing something different in the past or in the moment. But when you are triggered, your body chemistry goes crazy and you can know, oh, I'm in autopilot, but it feels like you've got to do that thing. So this is what you're talking about. Now you're in a stress state. Your body's all fight or flight, but you can do one thing that will instantly take you into parasympathetic and bring you back to the present. And it's just a breathing technique. It's just breath, which is magical. Now, there's lots of things we could do. We could talk about EFT, emotional freedom technique. There's all sorts of little things that you can do, but breathing you can do anywhere, anytime. And all you have to do to stimulate that parasympathetic response is to breathe out longer than you breathe in. So if you are feeling it, you're in it, and you need to reset, you can just breathe in through your nose for 4 counts and then breathe out through your mouth for 8. And do that 10 times and you will feel amazing. And you will be centered. Your thoughts will calm down. Your body chemistry will have changed. And now you can make a clear decision.
Yeah.
Can you do that demonstration with us for a second? Because I know that sometimes what happens with people is they need to be able to feel the experience of it.
Yes, I wish I had normally I have a little video that puts a little counter up and everything so we could do it together. But let's just do it. So when you breathe in, you do breathe in through your nose. There's all sorts of biological reasons to do that. But breathe in through your nose, and then when you're breathing out, I invite you to breathe out like you're blowing through a small straw so you can regulate the air. Now, you're not forcing anything. You're not forcing in, you're not forcing out. This is a very relaxed thing. But it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's just do it. I'll count. So when I start to count, you breathe in for 4 and out for 8 through your mouth. So here we go. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do it again. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if you were just to continue to do that, you're going to start to feel maybe a little light, that little, oh, hey, what's going on? You're not going to pass out or hyperventilate or anything, not with that. You're just bringing a lot of good oxygen in, and you're changing your body state. If everybody just did that at home with us, they probably feel it. I feel it just thinking about it.
Yeah, that felt really good. It's so surprising to me how often you forget to breathe. In studying psychology and anxiety and working with some of the clients that I do, so often like they're contracting and they're clenching, which, can get in the way of the vibration of what they're attracting. And I love that you broke this down to be very simple. It's something that people can do without needing any sort of advanced education or any tools. They can just go back to their breath. And my question is sort of around that. A lot of these experts have been sharing things that are really lovely for people to do at home. And I tend to believe that people kind of know what to do in many ways, but aren't doing it. What is your take on maybe why are people not actually practicing breath? Why are they not thinking positive thoughts? What really gets in the way of them doing that if they already know this information?
It's their wiring. Again, you can know all of this intellectually, but their experience in life, what they've been taught, the results they've gotten, have told them on some level, this probably isn't going to work for me on some level. And so they don't commit to doing all the things. Like, look, I say, if you're going to take on this kind of transformation and you have a vision, it has to be non-negotiable. Because if it's not non-negotiable, your old wiring is going to kick in. So because you have to be somebody different to create a significantly new reality. And your wiring that you've had for decades is like, no, this is who I am. So the minute you start to say, no, this is who I am now, all your stuff's going to come up. And it's going to throw all the evidence that you've collected over the entire course of your lifetime to show you why you can't do that. And if you don't have support, somebody to come in there and say, here's 12 different ways to look at this situation. Because you're forced, because of your wiring, you can be super intelligent, but your wiring is your wiring. And when you exhaust the limits of it, that's it. And so if your exhausted wiring says you can't move forward, somebody needs to come in there and tweak that, because of course you can.
Yeah. When you reference real quick, when you reference somebody else helping you, do you think it's an outside perspective, like hiring a coach or working with a practitioner? And if so, can you speak more to the power of having a support system and working with people who are either skilled or can support you in your growth and personal development goals?
Wow. Yeah, I could go on forever. So I've been coaching for 20 years and I've evolved as a coach for sure over the course of time, but I've heard all the stories. Right? Law of attraction, 20 years, I've heard everything. And then even in neuroplasticity. And so you've got to be able to see something for these people that they cannot see for themselves. And luckily, my job is super easy in this conversation because they have a human brain. And every human brain works about the same way. Give it new information on a consistent basis without screwing around with it and throwing other stuff in there, and it will change. That's biology. That's how you learned to walk and learned to talk and all those things, by the way, which you made a million errors, you fell down. But did you say, I guess the universe doesn't want this for me? No, you didn't. Why? Because it's non-freaking negotiable. So you make this next thing, whatever it is, non-negotiable, because until you do, then especially if you don't have assistance, you're going to reach that point and you go, well, I put a lot of effort into it, but this is just too uncomfortable or whatever. I know Edison did 10,000 iterations, but look, I tried this 7 times. That's pretty good, right? I obviously am not going to do this. I'm just not going to do it. And that's how most people go through their transformation. They get very excited. They get their vision. They do this stuff. But once they reach the limits of their wiring and cannot see the answer, the next thing, and the voices are yelling so loud or whatever it is, they're going to rationalize, not like they're going to be able to explain to you very clearly why they can't go forward. Because the brain is really smart. And if you ask it a question like, why isn't this working for me? It's going to tell you that. But if you were to twist the question and say, how much better can this work for me every day than it is already? How is it that this is so easy for me? How is it that every piece of feedback I'm getting can be spun positive? Then your brain's going to say, oh, well, I can get that answer for you too. But see, you've been asking me these other crappy questions, and my job is to answer your questions. So freaking ask good questions.
I like how you said that, because I say to myself, why does it just get to be easy? So easy, you know, and then that's what demonstrates. I want to step back for a second around hardwired DNA, because I'm a licensed accredited coach for a company called Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions. And this company was originally created, you know, the actual science, by a man that was in the POW camps with Senator John McCain in Vietnam. And so we talk about, like, let's use, for example, DISC, Myers-Briggs, those sorts of personality assessments, versus this is an objective assessment. It actually establishes what your hardwired behaviors and ways of being are. So what it does is it gives you a blueprint of areas that you are more conscious of, and then how you need to be spoken to, and how other people you need to speak to other people, but utilizing that in a way that serves communication. And we talked about as well reaction and behavior in a way that actually benefits us and creates, you know, obviously, hopefully, a greater humanity. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that we do have some genetic predisposition, and things like your technology can see that. However, over the course of time, we can learn to wire over that to an extent, to create, like, you know, we may be wired to be very irrational or impatient or whatever. That does not mean that we're doomed to that. It's just how our genetic predisposition. So if we practice over and over and just, you know, be this person, feel this person, understand, give yourself one of the things you got to do for your brain is to remind it why this new vision is so freaking great, why it's so worth going through the journey, no matter how tough it gets. This is the bomb. This is awesome. This is what you're going to do. That changes the whole mood and the whole thing. And I do believe that you can wire over some of that stuff. And look, because I can tell for myself, because I've taken things like what you're talking about, and I've seen the results, and I go, and at first I go, well, that's not me anymore.
Yeah.
But I look back and go, but wait a minute. No, at the beginning, I was totally this, but it didn't work for me. You know, I was a jerk. So I wired around that and learned empathy or whatever, or impatience or patience or tolerance or whatever it is I had to learn, you know. So I think it's totally possible to wire over that, if that was the gist of your question.
Okay. Yeah, in a moment here, I'm going to bring up another one of our co-producers, Ava. I know that she might have some questions for you as well. But something I've been reading about you, again, is around your program. I think it's called Wealth Beyond Reason.
That was my original program forever ago. That was my law of attraction program that got me into The Secret. So I'm very grateful for all of that. But that was my law of attraction program.
Can you talk about the basis of that curriculum and maybe how you're teaching it differently now, or what you've learned in the process of wealth creation? My
aha moments around the law of attraction came when I started learning just the slightest bit about the physics of it all, the quantum physics of it all. Because until then, it was just this really fun idea that, wow, I hope that's true. It'd be great if it was true. But again, I grew up in a skeptical environment, and I'm not just going to, you know what, my brain's just not going to allow it. However, once I got that, just enough information to see that, wow, my thoughts actually are doing something. Like, they can't not do anything. Like I totally got the everything is energy. I understood that my vibration of thought was having an impact. And even though I was saying out loud to everyone how I wanted to have all this money and have this career that I loved and all that, inside we're running all my lifelong conversations around how money's hard to come by. You're always going to be in debt, and it doesn't matter if you like what you do. You just got to go to work. So just shining a light on that was like, okay. So I've really got to overwrite that. Now, back then, I wasn't thinking in terms of overwriting programming or anything like that. It was just like, I got to change my predominant thoughts. So I did the whole, vision boardy type of thing. Instead of cutting stuff out, I used my background wallpaper and all of that. And anyway, so I started to get some results. My life started changing. My quality of life started changing. I had revenue opportunities. And I was like, oh, this is fun and interesting. I'm going to start telling people about this, about what I'm learning. That was the foundation of the Wealth Beyond Reason program, which was 90% other people's material, which I compiled and said, hey, everybody, look what this cool stuff I found, and 10% of what I gleaned from it. However, early on, and this is pretty pivotal to the conversation I have now, pretty early on, I said, I don't want to just be the facilitator. This isn't giving me the juice. I want to know what I'm talking about. I want to be somebody who can make a difference. And instead of saying, I want to be that, I decided that day, that's who I am. That's who I am. That's how I'm going to talk to people in email. That's what I'm going to talk to people this is what I do. And this is who I am. Right when I did that, that's when all the downloads started. That's when the program went from 10% me to 95% me. And then that stuff that was there at the beginning, it turned into this. My goal was to hit it from every angle that a person like me, a non-woo-woo, non-metaphysical, non-new agey, could grasp and get the result. Because in my mind, I thought, well, if they could just understand it how I understood it, the science of it, then they'll have their results. So I spent all those years trying to show people, hey, there's the science. And it helped a lot of people, but there's still the woo-woo-ness around the law of attraction that some people just won't listen. You know what I mean? But they're just not there. I'm not going to be able to help them if that's my conversation, but I can help them with brain rewiring. And when they do rewire their brain, guess what happens? The law of attraction just freaking works automatically. They're not obsessed over it. They're not cluttering up with, is it working? Where's the thing? It was negative. They're just being who they are, taking the action that the successful version of them needs to take, and logically getting the results. So everybody can get on board with that. Everybody can understand, if I change my behavior, I change my results, I get different action. The challenge is, how do I change that behavior? Because you're wired with old behavior. So that's the work I do. And the other folks in this industry, we're helping you to get a handle on what is your current wiring, how do you want to change it, and let's give you some processes for changing it.
Mm-hmm. How have you been able to transform that in your life? Meaning from law of attraction and becoming so well known for The Secret and all of that, and all the different experiences that you've gone through up until this point, and transitioning into the rewiring of the brain for transformation. Because I know that you put out there that it lasts. So.
Yeah. Yes, because when your brain is wired, then you've got a new autopilot. So of course it's sustainable. But if you're just trying to, willpower your way through it every day, then it's not the same. And you're having constant conversations around, I'm willpowering myself. That is programming yourself too. So, but actually the transition was pretty easy. And what did it, oddly enough, was I read The Science of Getting Rich again after 20 years. The Wallace Wattles book, not at all about neuroplasticity or brain rewiring. Is about as woo as you can get. You're impressing the thought with but there's a couple of chapters in there that really spoke to the importance of being the person you wish to be, who's going to have that stuff. And it just clicked. And I suddenly saw all this stuff that I was doing that was not in alignment with that, like ways that I would get triggered and go negative and justify it. And that woke me up to go, if I justify this, I'm never going to be the person I want to be. So it was just a huge, huge wake-up call. And I could see the correlation with the law of attraction immediately. So I just started sort of easing my message over into neuroplasticity, bridging the gap until now it's 99% neuroplasticity. Of course, I'll talk about the law of attraction to people and all that. I mean, you dance with the one that brung you. And it's not that I'm not about it. I am as firm a believer as I ever was. But I saw that people were frustrating themselves trying to get it right all the time. And I'm like, hey, we can make this work for you in a much more direct way. And this law of attraction thing will happen for you, I promise. So that's why I went this way.
That's incredible. And if you're just joining us, this is the Neuroscience Summit 2022. We're alongside New York Times bestselling author Bob Doyle, and it's fascinating hearing you speak about the law of attraction. Bob, you and I had a nice conversation a couple of years ago in the middle of the pandemic about the law of attraction and gratitude. And you're actually the third person today from The Secret film and movie. Oh, thank you, producers, for making me so big. You're the third person today. Joe Vitale spoke, Michael Beckwith spoke, now you spoke, and there's been a common theme of a shared frustration, actually. Dr. Joe Vitale, a friend of our network, also expressed that he kind of got tired of people feeling like they're getting the law of attraction wrong. And now I'm hearing you say it, and it's funny because it seems like everyone that was in that movie kind of has experienced that the last 10, 15 years, which I think is so fascinating. I want to also introduce one of the associate producers of this program, Ava Manuel, who's also going to ask a couple questions, and we'll be joined by Dr. Natalie Forrest in a few minutes as well with the second half of our time with Bob. But Bob, when you and I spoke a couple years ago, I remember the pandemic was it was kind of at the height of it, and we had this lovely conversation about how we expect that once things open back up, there will be these bursts of gratitude going on. Well, things have opened up. I'm curious, 2 years later from our conversation, how you feel about our assessment or guess of what the world would look like a couple years down the line. The floor is yours,
That's
Bob.
so funny. I had totally forgotten that, and now I totally remember it, and now I wish I'd paid a little bit more attention. But I can speak for myself, though. I know that I absolutely have profound gratitude for much simpler things, and it's not just pandemic related things, but that did help, because honestly, and I say this openly to everybody, I never went anywhere anyway, unless I was speaking or something. So my day-to-day life in the pandemic was not that affected. In fact, now I had an excuse not to go anywhere, so it worked for me, right? I got to be an introvert with a built-in excuse. But but definitely I've seen that people reset. They go, what do I want to do now? And people are really, really interested in taking on what are they going to do with their lives. At this point, they've gotten to all my law of attraction people who have been frustrated or whatever. They're at this point, what do I want to do? What do I want to be? And then COVID comes along and they're like, okay, I really got to do something. And so I think that also was one of the reasons I think that, so the name of my new program, just so it's clear, is Evolve Your Excellence. And I think the Evolve Your Excellence program is well timed for this. And like you said, a lot of the secret teachers have moved to the brain, and it's a logical progression, like was also mentioned. It's just because this is ultimately where reality is created. For every single individual, it all comes down to here. You can talk about, well, I visioned it, and that's when it was created. Well, you may have started something in motion, but it's not your reality till you're experiencing it in this moment and making meaning out of it. You're doing it right now with this, so your brain needs care.
Incredible. And I want to welcome Dr. Natalie Forrest, one of the leaders at the Tribune and a leader in her own right with the work that she does, with her books and speaking as well. And Dr. Natalie, I know you've been listening to Bob and his shares, and so has Ava. So I'm going to step back and let these incredible leaders take charge for the next half of this program with Bob. Please, Dr. Natalie.
Thank you so much. Hi, Bob. Thank you for making time. You just said something fascinating that I'd like to question or ask you about. You said we create the reality in our brains, right? And that it happens right now. Some people talk about deja vu. Some people talk about having visions. So what, in your opinion, are we creating then at that point in time to have a vision or a deja vu experience?
Well, I would be saying that you're creating a deja vu experience and you're creating a vision, in that moment. Like in the moment that you're saying, oh, I'm having deja vu, that's happening in the moment. And you're making the fact that this seems familiar mean that you're experiencing deja vu. And I can't speak to visions and things, but they still happen in the moment, even if they are vision of future things. Where they're coming from, who knows? But you're making it mean something right now.
Okay. Isn't there a difference, though, between creating it and giving it meaning?
Well, okay, so when you create, if you want to make something real, I think it's just semantics here.
Right.
Creating is, in this moment, I'm not looking at it like alchemy. Like I am creating this experience. How about this? The meaning is being created for me based on how all the wiring is firing in my brain right now, and and how I interpret what I'm getting back.
Absolutely. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Okay.
And so then how do we best get out of our own story, get out of our own way?
Well, you have to inspire yourself to make it worth it, first of all, because those stories that we tell ourselves those for a reason, right? They've been, even though it's uncomfortable and they actually haven't been working for us, they have served a purpose in our life. And depending on how long we've been telling them, they've become a part of our identity. That's when it becomes problematic. Because it's like, give up my story. Well, then who am I? Well, let's figure that out. That's the work. See, the reason that a lot of people have this trouble with this is because they know they don't want this, but they haven't taken enough time to create something that is actually inspiring, not just a solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Right? But actually something that they go, oh, I got to do this. I got to do this. This will allow me to express every bit of creativity that's in me. And I'm sure it's going to benefit the world. You know, Michael Beckwith was talking about, you know, who can I be today that will benefit the world? And I would say, even just to take it, who do I got to be to express myself fully? What's really in there? Because just doing that, you're going to contribute your maximum value to the world one way or the other. It's when we hold that back, that expression of our creativity, which is what drives all the work I do, whether it's law of attraction or neuroplasticity or music, all these other things that I do. I am about we are creative beings. We're here to create. We're here to have that experience. We have this brain that is the ultimate reality creation machine. We're born with this passion and this sense of vision. And all we have to do is tell our brain what we want and hold that vision on an ongoing basis. And we will move into being the person who will get that. However, we're not in control of that the first 7 years of our life. And that's when our brain is the most plastic, when it's really on record mode. And so it's whatever our parents, society, environment, boom, it's in there. So that's what you got to work with, you know. And so depending on what your goals are or how much of a significant transformation you want to make, that's you got some significant rewiring to do. But if it is non-negotiable, if it is worth it, then you'll do it.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to take the stage, Dr. Natalie, Sherry, I want to acknowledge you. And Bob, I am so grateful to share this space with you. I am a hospital physical therapist by profession. I've been taking patients from bedbound to walking to thriving in life for over 25 years. Wow. And the way I got myself in media was I was so passionate about wanting to get my message out, because by the time I see people in the hospital, I could look at them and exactly tell them what they could have done a month or two ago. So they're not in the situation that they're in right now, but I don't see them until the after, you know? Yes. And so that's how I pursued, you know, being in media. And I love what you were saying about being able to recognize the patterns, because a lot of, imagine the medical industry. The pharmaceutical industry is $1.25 trillion industry in 2019 before COVID. That was before COVID. And a lot of that, I could tell you, is in decision-making, in the choices. Very rarely do I see conditions that were not propagated by habits, by patterns, by choices. And yet people feel very hopeless in being able to change their ways. And so much of my job as a hospital physical therapist is really in the convincing that there is a possibility. Some people are so stuck with the evidences they gathered. You know, they've gathered so much evidence of the inability to change, you know, or the things that they couldn't succeed in. And us being that generator of hope that things can be different. So I want to ask Bob, you know, we have a lot of coaches that are listening right now.
Yeah.
What could you tell the coaches right now in the value of the work that they're doing for the people that we have that are still struggling at the moment?
Yes. So those people that you described who just can't, you know, they need, and this is where my logic really kicks in. I like to walk people through the logic. Like, look, you are a human being. Yes. Yes. Is that a human brain in there? Yes. Yes. Have you ever learned a new skill before? Yes. Yes. What was that like? It was hard. Did you make mistakes? Yes. Did you ever want to quit? Yes. Did you keep going? Yes. Why? Yes. Did you achieve it? Yes. Okay. So things that seem hard and impossible can be achieved. Why is that? Well, here's a little science, because then we just explain how the brain works. Repetition, new behavior. And then when you become that new person, it's like you're almost disassociated with that other version of you. It's like, how did I ever think that way? That's the nature of it. When you look back at when you were in college or whatever, and whatever you were arguing for back then, you go, oh my God, how did I ever do? But then it was the truth. Absolutely, right? This is just to show you how our truths absolutely are flexible. So no matter how much you believe you can't have it, the only thing that's really making that true is you continually saying that. And that's what we have to really short circuit. That's the biggest challenge of the coach, because you cannot be with them in their head every day and say, oh, you're going there, you're going there, you're going there, right? You've got to give them the incentive and the tools and really the knowledge that it is worth doing. Because I think too many people have gone through a zillion programs and a zillion philosophies, and they go, well, I'll see if this will work. And that's how they're approaching the most basic science. Your brain can change with new information. Well, I wonder if it'll work. Well, of course it'll work. But you're going through the program mentality, there's a technique. No, you just do what you do to learn. So again, it's just like, you just have to unwire it for people like that to get them to see that, yeah, this applies to me too. It can take a while, but that's what the coach has to do. They've got to be able to untangle all of that story so that the person is automatically aware when they go there and has something to do, ready in the moment to do different, so that they can start telling their brain, oh, we're disrupting this pattern. So at night, when your brain does all its rewiring stuff, it does it.
Powerful. I mean, like, if we, and this is my passion in here. I know that we have a lot of coaches and people feel like we're overcrowded with coaches, but not really, considering the amount and the extent of the problem that we have in the world. So thank you for empowering us with that thought, Bob. And, I'd like to give the mic to Sherry. Sherry, of course, thank you for bringing Bob to the Neuroscience Summit, and I want to honor you, for the things that you do, coming from what you do. Also, I'd love to give you the mic.
Yeah. So, something that came up for me in that conversation was, so let's talk on a deeper level for a second around people who have been applying these principles for maybe 20, 25 years or longer. And they know all the universal laws, and they've transitioned into neuroscience as well. And what's happening is they're at a plateau. And there's those moments when they're more negative than they are positive, and they're saying, I'm doing everything that needs to be done. I'm living in the moment. I'm mindful of what's going on in my thoughts and my behavior. And I'm taking action steps, because I've heard you say before, that action steps are what obviously help to create success.
Yes.
And then yet at the same time, we're addressing wiring, and we're at a point where, what do we do next? What would you say to somebody who has used these principles for that long and still has some of these issues going on?
Well, I hate to say it, but regardless of how many years people have been doing principles, because believe me, I know a lot of people have been using law of attraction principles for years, still waiting for the thing, right? Again, this is the thing I say about, if anybody tells you how long it's going to take for somebody to transform, there's no way we can know. People's wiring is so deep, so complex. They could tell the coach, they could tell people I've been doing this, the fact that you're complaining about it is indicative of a basic lack of trust that it's going to happen eventually. There's no promise how fast it's going to take. If you got to unwire and you got to significantly change who you're being to get significantly different results, you just take the ride, baby, because the journey is the juice. That's where all the growth and the learning happens, the ups and downs. That's what makes getting there so freaking sweet. You've got to take it. And if you aren't willing to, and if you're so ready to say, I've been doing it 20, then that just basically means that you're just waiting. It didn't happen fast enough for you.
Right.
But you're ignoring the fact that, hey, if you change your brain, you learn the things, you keep adjusting. So it takes years. So it takes 5 years to get the goal. Well, guess what happens in 5 years? You got it. And you don't have to go 10, 15 years going, I wish I'd done it and I didn't, and blah, blah, blah. See, I couldn't do it. And then you justify it because it didn't happen. Stuff takes a lot of time. The iPhone took more than a month. Right? It's just like, is it worth doing? yes, then you just go do it. And you don't sit there. You do not have the luxury of going, I've been doing this for 20 years, because I promise you, if that's your attitude, there's a lot of other thoughts you've been running in the background too, besides all your positive ones. There's just no way that that's not true. So you got to be super brutally honest with yourself. The universe isn't responding to what you say out loud.
Powerful, powerful. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'd like to ask a question here that's probably may seem simple. A lot of people, a lot of coaches talk about journaling, right? And I journal every day. I also tell my clients to journal. And then sometimes people go back in their journal and reread what happened yesterday, reread what didn't go well. Sort of they almost reread their story. So when we're talking about rewiring, I know what I would recommend, but what would you recommend about going back and rereading your journals?
Well, my journal, all of our students are keeping a journal, but there's a very specific purpose for this journal, and it is to help you to craft who you're going to be. So it's all about, like, if you had a bump in the road that day and you didn't respond the way you wanted to, the journal is the time for you to acknowledge it, and then also write out the scenario you would like. So go back and reading your journal is going to be a positive thing every time. It's always going to end with, here's who I'm going to be. It's not like, oh, I really had a rough time or whatever. I understand that, but I've never had anybody say that to me. That is like, oh yeah, when I read my journal, I just spiral, because that's not, the purpose of our journal is that the opposite. It is to show them just how far they've come, because rewriting is a tricky business. Like I said, you literally forget where you were. You have to be reminded that you thought that way, that you felt that way. You might have a vague memory of it, but if I say, can you believe how, well, it's a little change, and then you go back, that's the power of that journal, is to show that you are doing this work and it is working.
Yes. And thank you for clarifying how to write a journal, because there are probably 20, 30,000 different ideas about how to journal. And the way that you're explaining it, I think, is really, really meaningful, because it is that positivity at the end.
Well, it turns it into a visualization tool, which is what, just another way for them to get clarity on, because, anybody who prescribes a journal understands that the reason you do that is because when it's all up here, it's just this big mess and weird, and you think it's one thing, and then you write it down and you go, oh, and it changes everything. So writing it's important. I know people think of it as optional, but I'm telling you, if you really want to accelerate this process, do these things. There's a reason people have been talking about it for decades.
Well, you know what? Bob Proctor said the same thing 20 years ago when I first started, really getting into journaling with him. He always said, make the statement from the place that it's already so. So always say, I'm so happy and grateful now that, and then you're identifying it all from that space.
And let me address that too, because for some people, especially skeptically natured people, that kind of thing, saying that, affirmations playing in the background, is like a big eye roll, right? But that's normal for you to think that way, given how you're wired. But it doesn't change the fact that new information on a repeated basis and consistently will change your wiring. And so you won't be rolling your eyes anymore. You'll be rolling it, buddy. But seriously, it's just like all of these changes of perspective, and I'm just going to think positive, or I'm going to see myself in this. You have to know that every part of you is going to scream, this is BS. This is ridiculous. I'm lying to myself. I'm not going to do this. This is crap. I'm normal. Welcome it and say, thank you. Growth is about to happen, because I'm poking at the edges. If you don't get there, you're not growing. You're not going to experience the thing. So you got to go through all that stuff. And what I always tell people is to be fascinated with what pops up instead of frustrated by it. Oh, I went negative, or I got response. Fascinating. That your wiring does that every time she gives you that look. All she did was give you a look, and your body chemistry changes. Isn't that fascinating? Rather than, oh, every time like that. You become observer of this miracle that you are, and it can help a lot.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Bob, I just want to take the time to answer a question from our audience. Scott says it's a silly question, but in my medical practice, I've experienced that a lot, that people have some form of going back to breathing and how you taught breathing a while ago. Some people have some nasal challenges where they couldn't really breathe in through their nose. She's asking if there is any other way other than.
Oh, sure. You can breathe in through your mouth because the ears are not available. Yeah, I mean, obviously that you'll still get that response. There's nitrous oxide stuff. There's other benefits that there's no need to get into with the nose. But you can, if that's a problem, you can definitely. You're still going to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. You're still going to get the benefits of it. But it's twice as long out as in. That's what I'd recommend. And you can do it 2-4, you could do 2-4, but 4-8 is really super relaxing. So 4-8 is like, you can't sleep at night, do this. Eventually, you're going to 4-8 yourself to sleep.
Thank you. Thanks for that answer. We're very much, I think, mic drop moment in here with everything that you're sharing with us. And I think I want to give you the opportunity to just talk about anything you'd like to talk about while you're in this platform, instead of us asking you a question. What's something that you would love to get across at this moment?
Well, really, one of the things I love about having this conversation around neuroplasticity is, compared to the law of attraction conversation, it's drop dead simple. Your brain can change. The end. No one's debating that in the scientific community anymore. There's not but the law of attraction, they have summits to debate it, right? It's like, we don't have time for this. Let's change, right? So again, I just want to reiterate to everybody listening here, you don't have to learn to change yourself. Transformation, just because it has this lofty feel to it, is a biological process. And if you're going to transform permanently, meaning that you have a new autopilot behavior so that reality is just reality, it's not something you're working so hard to get every day, then it's going to be just as effortlessly as you do your life right now, even though sometimes it feels like you're efforting effortlessly. You're just on your autopilot. But when you create a new autopilot, then you'll have a new version of effortless, which gets you the results you want. Everyone listening to me right now can do this. And I promise you, you're wiring yourself right now every day. If you're not consciously overriding the background conversation about how things are or how they're going to be or whatever, if you're not doing that, then you just have to understand that is going to drive your predominant behavior. But you have a choice, and it's an adventure, but it's worth taking.
I love it.
Adventure.
Absolutely. We have Carissa, who was with us in the beginning. She'd like to ask a question. She says, Bob has talked about some wild stories with his clients. Can he share a unique outcome he's helped a client achieve? Because
I like to talk in terms of it's the empowerment. It is the quality of life. I have had people in here, and again, especially the people who've been chasing the law of attraction for a long time, and they have this quality about them. It's this hopeful, I know this is true. And it's that, and they're not, there's this sort of almost sadness or whatever. So when those people come in and we start having this conversation and they start seeing changes in their behavior right away, start thinking bigger for themselves. I love to see people think bigger for themselves. I have a guy in the group who's been a student of mine for a really long time. And he's gone on quite the journey with me. And now he's doing the rewiring. And he has, to put it without a lot of details, this guy is sitting on a gold mine, and what he needs is confidence, right? Wired confidence. And I have watched him transform his confidence in such a, and we're all watching him do this and building this thing into something that is going to, it's in the music community, it's gonna have a ripple effect in a huge way, and it's gonna give him the life he wants, and all he has to do is step into this power. And so every week that goes by, when I see his posture change and I hear his languaging change, and I because he's got it, there's nothing more he needs to do except shift the confidence and ask the universe, if you will, in the form of people, for exactly what he wants. So that's the kind of thing that really inspires me, when people who are doing what they love to do are seeing success, not just, success because they got the job or whatever. I want people to be doing something creative that is helping them contribute to the world. And virtually all the people in my group are up to some sort of creative endeavor. I mean, not really anything is creative, but specifically, we've got a lot of musicians and that kind of thing in there, who voiceover artists, people who are expressing, they really want to express. And so
Would you do yourself, by the way?
What's that?
The voiceover king.
Yes. What about it?
I said, would you do yourself the voiceover king?
Would I do myself?
Yeah, you speak with voiceovers and a really cool voice.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's one of my creative self-expression avenues. That's what I thought I was going to do for the rest of my life when I was a kid. That's what I set out to do, and I got sidestepped into this amazing conversation and industry. I went from somebody who was ready to go into radio to hide from people to speaking in front of a lot, and being seen by a lot of people. And it was like, this was never on my agenda. But what was on my agenda was loving what I do and being lit up by what I want to do, doing what I do, and have it be creative. And every part of this law of attraction journey, from creating the programs that I did and learning video and live streaming and all those parts of what I do that touch into the broadcaster of me, bring the fun into this conversation that just flows. It's easy, it's fun, it lights me up, it helps people. So it's just honoring that.
This is incredible, and you're joining us. We're alongside New York Times bestselling author Bob Doyle. We have about 10 more minutes with Bob before we go to our next incredible speaker. This is the 2022 Neuroscience Summit, and let us know what part of the world you are joining us from. At last tally, we hit 17 different countries of folks that registered and watched this event. Bob, I have a question. You're the third person today that was one of the central figures of the Secret movie and book. And I'm curious if, I don't know if you watched it or when the last time you watched it was, but let's say there was another few minutes left in that movie. I mean, I'm sure you watched it before. I thought, man, I wish I had just a little bit more time to share what I wanted to share in that film. Let's say that, at the end of that movie, there's another couple minutes and the producer said, Bob, give us your final thought. I'm curious, what would you have loved to add as your message in that movie that people were not able to hear? Please, Bob Doyle.
I think for years it was more about release techniques, something as simple as that, because when I learned about EFT, which is the one that I learned about first, emotional freedom techniques, it made such a difference for me and everybody who was taking my Wealth Beyond Reason program. It became like, to me, it's like, oh, you have to have a release technique because of all the stuff we're talking about. Stuff comes up and we're in it. So if we don't have something to let go of it, we're just going to be in it. And so even though I resisted EFT at first because I thought, this is silly, I don't get the science, I did it one day at an urging of someone. And I was like, oh, okay, well, this unmistakably works. And so it was a huge thing. So anything about you being more specific about how do you deal with all those negative thoughts or contrary thoughts or resistance that comes up when you're on a law of attraction journey, I would have liked to have been able to speak a bit more about.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Bob. And, we're getting ready to wrap up this segment. I want to thank Sherry, Natalie, Ava, and, of course, Carissa for helping make this segment possible. And, of course, our friends at Top Talent Agency and David Fagan. And so at this point, Bob, we just have another couple minutes. Please let our audience know how they can get in touch with you. And also, if you have any other final words in your heart that you'd like to share with our audience, please, the floor is yours, Bob Doyle.
Thanks. I actually meant to say to dovetail on the last question, and this is also along the lines of here's how you can learn more or whatever. I recently, meaning like 2 years ago, I did a whole series on Instagram on the videos or whatever. You can still get them. It was IGTV there, and they're out there. But I went through every quote that was attributed to me in The Secret, and I basically said, would I still say this? Is this how I would facilitate transformation today? And I will tell you that it was about 50-50. So if that answers anything. It's not that anything was negated. It's just that's not how I would do it now to facilitate the transformation. And then in another juicy series, I went through everybody else's quotes and said, do I agree with that? So that's that. One of the things about rewiring is that one of the first things they ask is, how do I get started? And I always say, well, knowing your autopilot wiring is one of the first things that you need to be able to do, because if you don't know how you're on autopilot, how are you going to override it and change it? So I do have some tools out there that are free if you're interested to assess yourself, to take a little quiz. It takes 60 seconds, but it'll give you your transformation personality type. Nothing wrong with these types. Some of these types have attributes that can sometimes cause you to self-sabotage, to rationalize not moving forward. So the first step is shining a light on them. And so if you take that quiz, then you will learn what your type is. That also give you some tips on how do I work with this type, not change it and what's wrong with it, but how do I work with these traits so that I can proceed with a rewiring effort successfully. But again, I just want to stress, everybody can do this. But the thing that's going to stop you is telling me why you're different. No, I can't because, okay, well then you're not ready for us to have a conversation. It's like, I'm very clear. Like you said, you talked early on about the law of attraction and the conversation around it and how it's changed. Like I never debated the law of attraction. I said early on in my journey, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to convince anybody, and just like if a person comes to me and says, I want to change, then no. I mean, I'll have a conversation with them, but if they're committed to how hard it's going to be, then they need to go do some other things before they come back to me, because I'm going to push them and they're going to quit because they're not ready. So I'm telling you, if you want transformation, get ready. Like get ready. Know that there's a journey ahead. Get ready to embrace it. Learn from all of it. All feedback is positive if you do something with it. And since you're a human and you have a brain, this will work for you. So just make that goal as non-negotiable as you can and get ready for literally the ride of your life.
And on that note, thank you so much, Bob Doyle, New York Times bestselling author. We want to welcome all of our friends in the virtual auditorium. Michelle Thompson from Australia, hello. And with that, Bob, thank you again. We'll invite you back. And thank you for your generous contribution, your donating your likeness, your time, your wisdom to this audience. Bob Doyle.
Well, it was totally my pleasure and a huge honor. Thank you.
We'll be back in about 1 minute, folks.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we're back. I'm going to ask Dr. Natalie Forrest to pop back in. And Dr. Natalie, I'm just curious to start with you as we recap some of those ideas and thoughts that we just heard. We heard everything from the law of attraction to gratitude to neuroplasticity. I'm just curious. I know that you are very astute in a lot of these modalities. What observations or contributions do you have with some of those principles? Dr. Natalie, please.
Well, thank you, Mo. I'm not sure I have any contributions, but I think what comes out again and again is getting back to yourself, trusting yourself and that inner intuition and going for it. And with that, also surrounding yourself with people who will support you on that journey, because we're stuck in our own brains, we're stuck in our own subconscious mind, and therefore we need a little bit of help, whether it is, as Bob said, some of the ideas that we need to write it out in a very specific way, that we need to understand in a supportive forum. That is not necessarily wrong. We've just been trained that way, and we all have. So I think the theme that keeps coming back is we're human. And I know as coaches, mentors, we're not supposed to say that, but there's a little bit of work to do so that we can actually shine our light and live the life that we deserve, desire, and serve the community. So I think that's sort of how I would wrap it up. But that's a big wrap. So there's a whole lot more in there, and it would probably take a long time to just try and summarize it.
You know, we're going to go to our incredible next speaker in just a couple minutes, but I see right behind you, Dr. Natalie, you've got a few of the books that you've published. I'm curious, what chapter in that book right behind you do people speak about most? What chapter is inquired about most? What principle is discussed most? And please share a little bit about that book that's right behind you, if you will, with our audience before we go to our next speaker for a couple minutes, please.
I would say there are about probably two, but I think the most crucial one is chapter 10, where, you know, we all like to talk about main type, stereotype characteristics. And in chapter 10 is where I lay out some of the characteristics that I have seen, I have identified in people when it comes to dealing with change. And I think that's always interesting. And as you know, everybody else before me was saying, it's a reflective activity to say, okay, who am I? What am I? How am I doing this? And therefore, when we're thinking about change, which we all know is a constant, and yet we like to not deal, some people don't like to deal with it. So the idea that there are actually typical behaviors that go along with it, I think can be helpful as a guide, as well as being able to identify others that we're dealing with. Especially as coaches, as mentors, we sometimes figure out, whoa, what's going on here? Why is this person so resistant? Or they say they love change, but they like this change, this change, this change. So it is always in line with the idea of how can we make this happen? And therefore we have to know ourselves, of course. And that would be chapter 10. I also talk a little bit in this book about the psychology that was also mentioned before and how we develop. I think that's always important to remember as well. And in general, it's just the whole idea of remember that you're an individual. And this book that Mo was kind enough to mention was written by me for people who understand the way that I write, speak, and do things. So it's not a fit for everybody, just like any other self-help book. Yet, if you take a look at it, you might just find something that's interesting. And change is the one thing that I think creates the most conversation aside from the law of attraction.
Well, I have a copy of it. I personally love it, and I think that it's great work. And I want to thank you, Dr. Natalie, Ava, Sherry. And up next, we have a guest that I'm very excited to spend some time with on the air. We did a program maybe about 2 weeks ago where we got into sort of a sneak peek of this hour that we're going to spend with him. He truly has been on a remarkable journey. And last time we spoke about some of the principles that he learned from one of his mentors. And so a lot of folks can go back and rewatch that. So today we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about the science of marketing and the science of success that this next guest applied to create one of the biggest brands in the industry that he operated in. And of course, that's Kyle Wilson. Kyle, welcome to the program. Welcome to the Neuroscience Summit 2022. It's an honor to have you back with us again here on the Tribune. And just some opening statements from you, Kyle. How you doing today?
Mo, it's an honor to be here with you guys and all the beautiful faces I'm seeing. So no, thank you for having me. I'm excited.
You know, I'm very excited to have you too here, Kyle. And last time we talked about the work that you did and still do, really running one of the biggest brands in the field of personal development, and that's the Jim Rohn brand. And a lot of folks may not know, or this community does, but a lot of folks that know Jim Rohn may not know Kyle Wilson, right? All the tens upon tens of millions of people, despite the fact that it's unlikely, in my personal opinion, that they would have known about Jim Rohn had it not been for Kyle Wilson. That's just my opinion. And so let's talk a little bit about the experiences, the knowledge, the wisdom that you did learn from Jim for those that missed our last program. Just briefly before we really get into some of the marketing principles, which is what we want to focus on for the next hour. But before we go there, just some general background on you, your work with Jim, and some of the lessons. Go ahead, Kyle Wilson.
Hey, Mo, thank you. Yeah, I think to give it context, I do have to tell my story a bit, and then we'll definitely jump into Jim. And, my story is I never went to college. I grew up in a small town, actually did drugs, got in trouble, nothing that would resemble any kind of here's the future partner with Jim Rohn and being in the personal development space. But at age 19, I had a significant emotional experience, really changed my life, turned it around. Started a little business in Vernon, Texas, 11,000 people. It's where I grew up. And, already the whole marketing thing, it was very intrinsic for me. I started a little service station. We ended up becoming the top one in town and had 10 employees by the time I was 23. And then life was pretty good. I felt something was missing. And I always say I had a bit of a God whisper at age 26. And I made the decision to sell my house, sell the business, and move to Dallas, which I really didn't know anyone. I didn't have a plan. I was just going to try and start a business similar to what I had. But it just felt like it's something I had to do. And little did I know, Mo, that within a year, I would actually attend a seminar, and they were looking to hire people, and I just lost my job. And I went to work for Jerry Haynes, a seminar promoter. And then that led me to learning, the business, which was, back then it was make 100 cold calls a day to book yourself to go speak. And then you had to give a presentation, then you had to have the ability to sell tickets. And then there were other little nuances that would really make or break, your ability to get referrals, get testimonials, do pre-manager meetings, follow up. And I think I was just, the speaking part was definitely terrifying. But I don't know, I was desperate and I was hungry and I needed to prove myself. So I actually got pretty good at it and eventually went out on my own. And I would go into a new city every 90 days and fill up a huge room of 2,500 people. And I would book Brian Tracy and Jim Rohn to be my speakers. And I did that for a couple of years. And also Augmendino was another guy that we worked a lot with. And then in 1993, Jim and his partner had split up, and I made Jim an offer. And I said, listen, I think you're the best speaker in the world. I'm a pretty good promoter. And we shook hands, and I got an exclusive opportunity to promote him. And it was actually my company. Like, his partnerships had not worked out. So we said, hey, we'll keep this separate. It'll be mine. I'll pay him off the top. And he had some other arrangements, like with companies like Herbalife. And that first year, I took him from 20 dates to 110 and tripled his speaking fee. And I always say Jim was like the gateway drug to personal development. People would discover Jim and then want more personal development. So that's when I started Your Success Story. And I also started booking Mark Victor Hansen, who's part of this. Mark and I traveled the world back in the 90s. And of course, Brian Tracy and Les Brown and Dennis Waitley, who I went on to become Dennis's agent, as well as Jim's for 18 years. And, the thing was, nothing really changed with Jim's presentation or his philosophy. Nothing changed. It was just the strategy in which we approached how to present him to the marketplace.
Please go ahead, Kyle.
No, I mean, that's really it. It was, the greatest honor of my life to get to work with Jim, and he definitely changed my life. And it was I think it was just like the perfect marriage, because he was a pure philosopher. I was a pure marketer. I never wanted to be a speaker. That's not my thing. I've never craved being on the stage. So I would always have people introduce Jim. I would do big mega events where I would have Jim and Brian Tracy and Dennis Waitley and Charlie Tremendous Jones. And I never even got on stage. And I thought I had the great end of the deal, because while Jim's traveling all over the world, I'm at home with my family and, built an amazing company where we had a big team. So we just had a great thing where he didn't want to do what I wanted, what I was good at. I'd never wanted to do what he did. And it was just one of those kind of once in a lifetime unique relationships.
Well, really, it was a match made in heaven, because consequently, Jim Rohn became the biggest, most respected name in that field after he collaborated with you. And what's interesting to me is so many other people were inspired directly or indirectly by his material, by his work. My favorite Jim Rohn quote is become a multimillionaire, not for the money, but for the person that you need to become in order to be that person. Now, he used the phrase multimillionaire, but really what he, I think, meant was become, fill in the blank, whatever success is to you. For some people, it's a few $1 million. For some people, it may be less, it may be more. It might not be measured by money. But he really focused on the journey being the reward in his material, which to me was so powerful. And since you are the world's foremost expert on Jim Rohn by far, I'm curious what you feel and think when you hear that quote back repeated to you that Jim shared.
Yeah, I love that quote, and it definitely impacted me. I caught that pass. It was really about what you become in the process. And, Jim, it was actually the fifth piece of 5 things. He would talk about the 5 reasons to become successful. And he would, begin like at the base of the pyramid. Number 1 is material things, right? Houses, cars, country club memberships, boats, season tickets to your favorite team, vacations. But then number 2 was family, and family's really powerful. The schools you want your kids to go to, the things, the neighborhoods you want to live in. And then number 3 was the community you're part of. And 4 was philanthropic things. And, talking about people like Andrew Carnegie, who gave all of it away by the time he died. And he was moved with that mission and purpose. But then number 5 was what you become in the process. And that was the most important intrinsic reason to become successful. And I thought that was powerful. And Mo, I always kind of added a 6th one. And I actually did this after I sold my companies. I sold everything in 2007. And I was retired for 7 years. When I came back, the 6th one I added was a seat at the table. And a seat at the table for me is, as a promoter, seminar promoter, and as a podcast host, and building a big email list and things like that, there's this value proposition between having someone like Jim Rohn or Brian Tracy speak at my events and knowing I need a big full room to make it worth their time, and having people in the audience that would come and say, wow, Jim Rohn, Brian Tracy, you gave me access to them. And that, that was worth the modest amount of money we paid to be there. And so there was this powerful exchange that would go on. And I always feel like part of my business motivation still is to have a seat at the table where Brian Tracy will, he's going to take my call anyway, because we have that history, but also just want to bring value. Darren Hardy, whoever it is I have in my life, I don't want to make it solely based on previous value that was brought to the relationship. So I think that's a motivator for me even today, is how can I bring value to the people that I work with, right? On both ends of that equation, who's on a podcast, who's listening to the podcast. So, but yeah, what you become was the 5th of the 5 things, and it was the most intrinsic one of the 5.
I'm going to have a nice conversation with you about the 7 principles of marketing in just a couple minutes. But before I do that, I want to ask these incredible thought leaders and co-hosts around me to raise their hand if they have a question, because they're all so humble that I know if I just say who has a question, there'll be 10 seconds of silence. So I saw that Carissa and Alva raised their hand. Oh, Sherry, everyone but Natalie? You don't have anything, Natalie?
Of course I do.
And so let's go ahead and start with Miss Carissa, since you raised the hand first. Go ahead, Carissa.
Thank you, Mo. And it's such a pleasure to connect with you, Kyle. I know we've been exchanging some conversation in the DM. So lovely to actually meet you virtually and have the opportunity to ask you a couple questions. So thank you.
Same here. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So you've mentioned, you've worked with some really big names in our industry, Jim Rohn, Darren Hardy, Brian Tracy, people of the like. And so I'm curious, what have been some major takeaways, particularly in your relationship with Jim Rohn, but also have there been any common themes with these thought leaders, these highly revered individuals that you've noticed that you'd like for our audience to know as they step into their own level of leadership and personal development and growth, and maybe they want to be authors? Like, what sort of themes have you noticed, and what particular ones stand out that you think our audience might benefit from?
It's a really great question. when I came back out of retirement, I thought, okay, I need to, because I'd sold everything. I'd sold all my intellectual property, my list. And so I thought I need to create a giveaway. So I created something back in the day called 52 Lessons. And it was lessons from all of the, John Assaraf, Brian Tracy, Dennis Waitley. So yes, so many lessons. We could spend the whole call on that and not even get through it. Hopefully we'll go through some of them because they really changed my life. But as far as common themes, that's a question I always stumble on because they're always so unique. So I would flip it and almost say the common theme is they've all built it on their uniqueness. I mean, Tony Robbins and Jim Rohn cannot be more different. And yet Tony cites Jim as his mentor. I would say Darren Hardy's a lot more similar to Jim as far as philosophy, as is Robin Sharma, someone I worked with. But, Darren's a marketing savant. Jim's a philosopher. So the common themes really would be that they have really stood in their uniqueness. They own their story. They had a sense of purpose that they really wanted to share with the marketplace. And I think for the most part, they also all made their mark in the world doing something that the marketplace said, hey, I want to pay for that before they went and became a speaker. I would put on these 1,000+ person events, and a big chunk of the people in the room wanted to be doing what Jim was doing or what Brian Tracy was doing. And they would come up and say, hey, I want to do that. And I'm like, figure out a way to go make a 7-figure income doing something that the marketplace wants. And from there, then if people want you to speak, then you have a platform to go share your success. And so I think that would be a common theme as well. They had become successful doing something that then led to speaking. Not every time, but for the most part, there is a little bit of that theme.
Yeah, I love that answer because, many people come to events like this wondering, what is the 5-step process for me to get rich or follow my purpose or passion? And what I'm hearing you say, and I would love to, invite the audience to really hear this, is there's many different ways to become successful. There's no one blueprint to do that. Obviously, there's psychology, there's hacks, there's tips, there's tricks, there's, success does leave clues, but it's based on your energetic blueprint. So thank you so much for highlighting that for all of us. And I have one question that I hope doesn't throw you off too much, but you're on a screen here with a bunch of women, and I noticed you worked with a lot of men. Have there been any women who you've worked with who has influenced your work or who you loved partnering with or learning from, and something that you'd like to share about them?
Yeah, that's a great point. I actually did this book I had to go grab it, called Passionistas, when 2016. So Erica's part of my inner circle. We had 40 women in that book. And I do actually have a lot of women in my world in the books and the masterminds I do. But early on, there weren't a lot of women. It was Jim Rohn, Brian Tracy, Bob Proctor, Les Brown. And when I sold my companies in 2007, I met Mel Robbins in 2008, but I had a 5-year non-compete. And then Maria Forleo, so many of the big women today came out after I sold my companies, as well as the Lewis Howes, Brendan Bouchards. So a lot of that was when I was in no man's land of 7 years of being retired. And when I came back out, I'm not trying to recreate what I did in the past. I don't want to be a big seminar promoter anymore. I'm actually not an agent anymore. I do publish books, but I don't go after that role. But so many powerful women in my groups. And I have a Dallas group and an LA group, and my LA group in particular is female heavy. And that's why we did that book called Passionistas. And definitely, most of the people that work for me are women, so I'm a big believer, big fan.
Yeah, I love hearing that. At the beginning, yeah, you're right. There weren't really a lot of women in this space, and it's lovely to see that we're transitioning into a place where women feel empowered to share their voice, their truth, and their gifts. So thank you so much for sharing that. I know Ava has been patiently waiting, so I'll hand it off to her. Thank you so much for your...
Not patient at all, because it is so amazing and wonderful to be in the presence of Kyle Wilson. So, Kyle, you have such an amazing story. I love your stories, and having worked with Jim Rohn, Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, who we were also interviewing with on Sunday.
Yes.
I am just so grateful to have this space with you. And one of my unbelievable experience with you, I'm going to just share it with our audience so that you also have the experience, is I got a phone call from Kyle, and Kyle said, can we have a different graphics? I'm a little embarrassed that I'm in front of Michael Beckwith. And so, I'm like, you're Kyle Wilson, but the level of humility, having, been, elbow to elbow with a lot of amazing people, I see how much of a connection and marketing genius you are. And I would love to kind of pick your brain a little bit, how did you get to, really going through, for a lot of people, marketing is very scary, right? Like you said, public speaking was also scary for you in the beginning. But what was your process? What was that journey like, coming to where you are right now? Having the connections that you have. Could you connect the dots for us?
I'm so glad you said connect the dots. And by the way, thank you for that. And you're amazing. The connection, how you've the spirit and the energy when we exchange messages. It's amazing. So thank you for that. I always say marketing is about connecting the dots. And, I always say it's not about being manipulative. It's not about being clever. Carissa was talking about, people are out there saying, here's the ABCs of all this stuff you're supposed to be doing. And I think there's a lot of people selling the dream that I'm not a big fan of necessarily. I am back to the basics. And by the way, that's who Jim Rohn was. Jim Rohn was all about the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are actually the fast way to become successful. So it's about doing less, not doing more. Actually, marketing is I think Moe and I are going to talk about this, but it's finding the one or two things that can make the biggest difference. If I went into a city, I might have 50 things I could do to fill up a room. And so I go to Chicago. I didn't know anyone at the time, and I've got 90 days to fill up a room. And this was pre-internet. This was, a whole different world. But there's actually about a half dozen things that work the best. And so it's being a student of not trying to reinvent the wheel, but take what's already working and having that hunger, having that desire, having that passion. I think that would be a common theme of all 4 days. It's all about heart, desire, and then you start finding the ways that really work for you. And I think Moe and I are going to get into some of this where I kind of break it down a little bit more on the marketing side. But it's never, everything's a pivot for me with marketing. I always say I have a default plan, but I know data and information and feedback is going to help redirect me every step of the way. And that's all it was with Jim Rohn, is we took what he had, which was amazing, the best speaker in the world. And, that little quote book I did that we moved 6 million of, and that was a God download. That was purely based on who Jim was. It wasn't being tricky. It's like Jim Rohn's this wordsmith. So I went through and came up with almost 1,000 quotes. That's how prolific Jim was. And then I created a hardback book of 365 quotes, but more importantly, a little mini version with the 110. And I put a to and from in the beginning where people could write notes to someone. And I sold them 10 at a time or 100 at a time. And I know Eric Worre told me he bought 200,000 over the years. Brian Buffini bought 200,000. But this became my army that took Jim's message out. Well, I did them for Brian Tracy. I did them for Mark Victor Hansen. I did them for Dennis Waitley, Zig Ziglar. I have all those quote books. But Jim's outsold them all combined because he authentically was the guy. He was the wordsmith philosopher. So that's kind of back to marketing principles of connecting the dots. What made Jim special? The other thing about Jim was his fans loved him. So here's a good line for people. You have to empower your advocates. When you have advocates, you got to make it easy. You got to put it in their hands in a way that they can distribute it, right? And so to me, that's just connecting the dots. It's taking a step back and surveying doing an inventory. What were Jim's strengths? Who are we trying to reach? What's our goals? What are my strengths? And then building a plan around that. So back to what Chris was saying, I'm not a cookie cutter person at all. You take what's there and then you create your own plan using tried principles typically. I mean, sometimes you can go outside the proven methods. And I often did, but it was still based on a foundation.
Those are incredible answers. And I know we don't have a lot of time and we have a lot of incredible material we want to share with our audience. So I'm going to ask my incredible co-hosts to take a quick break while I spend a few minutes with Kyle, because there's a lot to discuss and not a lot of time. And I know that Kyle has now brought up a couple times this conversation on marketing. And, Kyle, regardless of what business a person is in, I don't care if you are in the oil business, you can be in the most mundane business. I think it's really important to understand the fundamentals of marketing and appreciate the history of marketing, appreciate the history of public relations. Most people don't even know where the term public relations stemmed from, that it was actually a term created by Edward Bernays, who was Sigmund Freud's nephew. And what Edward Bernays did was take the work of Sigmund Freud, the famous psychologist, and essentially commercialize it and create this whole big PR industry that we have internationally. And so people that are watching this, that are entrepreneurs and business owners, do your due diligence, pay your dues and study and learn and educate yourself on what does marketing even mean, right? What does it even mean to market your business? And if you are in business, and again, I don't care if you're a plumber or an electrician. I'm not only speaking to speakers and coaches and authors, right? A lot of speakers watching this forget there's a world outside of the speaking industry, right? And so to understand the fundamentals of marketing is so important for all business owners. And, in my view, a great shortcut, there are no shortcuts in life, but the closest thing is to learn from other people, other experts. That's the closest thing I have found to a shortcut to success on this planet, is learning from the Jim Rohns of the world, learning from either direct mentors or indirect mentors. And in the field of marketing, we have Jay Abraham, who I'm a big fan of, Dan Kennedy, who I'm a big fan of. Joe Vitale opened up this program, and I see Joe Vitale as an incredible marketer as well. You yourself, a brilliant marketer. So we're going to have a conversation for those people that are watching that are serious about elevating their business to the next level. Let's have a conversation, Kyle, about the art and science of marketing. Now, I know you've broken it down to about 7 different principles, and I'd love to get those principles, share those principles with our audience so we can really do a deep dive today together. Kyle, please, let's first start with what are these 7 principles, and so we can frame a context.
Yeah, sounds good. And by the way, you threw out some names. Mark Victor Hansen's part of this, right? So Mark's going to be here Sunday, and Mark and I did so much. I would book Mark to be on the second day of my Jim Rohn 2-day events. And one time I was in LA and he said, "Hey, Kyle, if you don't mind, we're going to meet up with Jay Abraham and then we're going to go have dinner at his house." And his wife cooked dinner for us, and we got to hang out with Jay. And then Jay ended up sending me everything he'd ever created, like literally filled up all my bookshelves. I could say the same for Dan Kennedy, huge influence on my life. And I would work with Dan when he would bring Jim Rohn in to speak. So amazing people. Joe Vitale, I'm a huge fan of Joe as well. But the 7, there's more than 7, but I came up with 7 to keep it simple. Number 1 is marketing's connecting the dots, as we said. And to me, that's just taking a look at, the marketplace you're in, your talents, do an inventory of what's your secret sauce. I'm a big believer in building upon what makes you special. I'm not a fan of trying to copy what other people, who they are. Be yourself, be your authentic self. And it's important, Mo, to know your goals. Like I always say, the worst thing that could happen is you go pay the price, and let's say everything goes right, and you hit a home run, and you end up somewhere that's not really where you want to be. So I can attest to, I feel like I usually end up where I want to be. And that's because I think I'm so intentional about what makes me happy, What are the highest priorities for me? I'm pretty private. I'm pretty independent. So there are things that I don't want to get tied down to. And so I've built my lifestyle, my business around that. Well, those are intentions. And that's part of the first principle, is really connect the dots about what's going to work. And number two, I could spend a lot of time on. Do you just want me to do a quickie on these, and you can pick and choose on some of them? You're muted there, Mo. I didn't.
Yes, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to also bring Sherry back up to join us here as well, and Carissa in a couple of minutes.
Hey, Kyle. Good to see you.
But let's go ahead and do a rundown, Kyle, of these 7.
Yeah.
And folks, if you're paying attention, take notes. And be like me if you like, and take handwritten notes, because it actually facilitates whole brain thinking. And since this is the Neuroscience Summit, I have to correlate it to neuroscience somehow. Right? So please, Kyle.
Exactly.
And by the way, let me just say, I've taken his course. I've had the privilege of working with him on this. So powerful downloads.
Sherry, thank you so much. And I'm such a huge fan of yours. The second one is marketing is a combination of tactics and principles. And this is pretty important because tactics change with technology. So the tactics I used in the 90s were different than what I used in 2000. I was one of the first guys to build a 1 million+ email list. And so I was using tactics in the 90s before the internet, but using the same principles, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, is how I was very quick to build adapt to email early on. And then the same, the tactics that you would use now to fill up an event 10 years ago, they're constantly changing based on technology. But principles never change. And so I have like 8 principles that will win out every time over a tactic. And tactics, I feel like people are doing too many. Most people are spending 95% of their time on tactics. And I think they could do less, but really get clear on principles. And here's what I found is a lot of people that are very tactic oriented, they're always churning through people. There's a lot of starting over. There's a lot of kind of chasing their tail. When you're principle based, though, you're building things that will compound over time. One of the number 1 principles is create great products. Now that's pretty simple, but my goodness, that's what Darren Hardy does. That's what Robin Sharma does. Obviously, that's what Apple does. That's what we did at Jim Rohn International. Our biggest marketing was referrals. It was people bringing in people. I didn't sell 6 million of those by selling 6 million people. I sold, tens of thousands that bought hundreds. And guess what? They didn't just give someone a quote book. They gave an endorsement. They'd say, Sherry, have you ever heard of this guy, Jim Rohn, right? Mm-hmm. Jim changed my life. And then they're going to open it up and look at the quotes, learn to be happy with what you have while you pursue all that you want, right? And then they're going to hand you a quote book, and they're going to tell you about how it impacted them, how it impacted their kids, how it impacted their employees, how it impacted their downline. And you're then going to get the book, and you're going to see how to buy more, and you're going to call us. And that's what happened. Our phones would ring off the hook. Our mailbox would be full. Well, that's a principle. Create great products. Have great customer service, things like that. And for me, I want to do things that will compound over time. Another principle is to be strategic. And so I rarely do one-offs. Everything I do has to be synergistic to my core business. And so I'm always saying, what's the one thing that's going to knock down all the dominoes? Well, as a seminar promoter, if you're going to go fill up a room, you have to know what your priorities are of what you're trying to accomplish. And then so there's, again, like we said, there's so many things you can do, but getting it down to the handful of things really gets down to what's going to be synergistic, what's going to knock down the dominoes. Number 4 for me was the wheel. It's something I created in 1993. You drew a circle on a sheet of paper, put a hub, and drew out spokes. And the hub was Jim Rohn. Each spoke was a product or service or a customer acquisition. And the goal was, how do you get people on the wheel and take them around? And to your point, Mo, that works if you're a plumber, it works if you're a doctor, it works if you're making movies, it works if you're a real estate investor. All the things we just named, I've coached people on their businesses, how to build a business where you have very strategic spokes, and the goal is to get people on the spokes and take them around. By the way, that's not a funnel. A funnel has an agenda. We're going to get you in and we're going to take you from here to here. That's not the wheel. The wheel is you get on the wheel and I'm going to build a relationship with you. And wherever you feel aligned, you might say yes, you know. So I have multiple spokes. I don't have an agenda to get you to each one of them. My agenda is once you're there to bring massive value, but then to have permission to build a relationship. So the equal part to the wheel on the 5 spokes, and we can come back to this, Mo, if you want to get into my criteria for a spoke. I have 5 criteria when I'm creating a spoke. But my goal is once you're on the wheel to build a relationship, which then takes us to number 5, well, actually number 6, but I'll skip 5. So 5 for me is to be able to have a great website and for people to be able to find you. My good friend, Jeffrey Gittimer, he showed up at one of my Philly inner circles once, surprised us, and that was pretty cool. And he said, "Hey, Kyle, where do you live?" I said, "Well, Jeffrey, you know where I live. I'm in Dallas." He goes, "So you're going to give people your address?" And I'm like, "Well, no." He goes, "Kyle, you live on your website. You live on social media. You live on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook." And that really hit home. You know, a lot of times, again, back to tactics, we're doing all these things and yet we're not proud of our website. We're doing all these things, but we've not taken the time to aesthetically make our Instagram page look good or to have, you know, there's back to principles. There's some things you can do once and you get a value from it 100 times, 1,000 times, you know, those type of things. I know if I'm on a podcast and I give away a book of mine, I've really made a great email and then I have a great landing page. And I do that one time. You focus a lot of effort to do that one thing well, but then you use it 10,000 times. So sometimes with tactics, we're doing all these things instead of the 1 or 2 things that you can do multiple times. And if we come back to websites, I can give you my 4 criteria for a website. And this all my stuff's simple. Number 6 is build a list. It's the thing that literally helped me create an 8-figure business and helped me sell a business that, you know, I could retire from. Was I built a list. And there were a lot of promoters, a lot of people, a lot of speakers I watched that never built a list. You know, I watched the ones who did and the ones who did not. And so building an audience, again, whether you're a doctor, a professional, real estate investor, can give you countless stories of the value of building an audience. And then number 7 is talking to your audience. So, you know, once you've built it, you have to talk to it. And as we all know, you don't own your social media platforms. As we all know, you don't own your podcast list with Apple or iHeart or Spotify. So you have to have methodologies to get people to engage with you where they will let you talk to them through your email list. And then the whole method of talking to them, you know, there's dozens of different, you know, everything from seasonality to specials to events. But my core principle is to bring value. And if I bring value and build a relationship, and I'm never in a hurry, I would say in 1999, when I started JimRohn.com, I built the website and I started the Jim Rohn newsletter. I wasn't trying to sell at all. I was just thinking, how do I get people on my list and build a relationship? And knowing in due time, I will give them something that they'll really want. So I'm never in the agenda mode of kind of like a funnel can be. It's like they got an agenda. We're going to sell you this versus no, I'm going to build a relationship with you and occasionally giving people something to say yes to. So you have to put it out there where they can raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm interested in that. That's pretty cool. So that's the 7.
These are incredible. And, you know, it's almost as if you learned a thing or two from Jim Rohn, listening to all those principles about giving value, etc. I think the thing that I'd like to delve into a little bit more, because it's a simple principle, yet it's a principle that the climate of entrepreneurship generally is so lost and so they've been so swayed away from, is this distinction between principles and tactics, or perhaps another way that I would put it is strategy and tactics, right?
Yeah.
Because we live in a world where people are looking to, you know, get the new click this, click that, funnel this, funnel that, easy this, easy that. And there's a lot of people that have sort of taken advantage of the entrepreneurship climate, and they themselves have gotten very wealthy, while these entrepreneurs that were promised to make, you know, quick, easy bucks are kind of left in the dust, which is unfortunate. But just to keep the conversation uplifting and positive, what is this distinction? And it's a simple question, but surprisingly, Kyle, a lot of people don't understand the distinction between a tactic and a strategy, or a principle and a principle and a tactic, please.
Yeah. So again, tactics can be anything from, and they're all good. Like, you don't build a 1 million+ list or fill up huge rooms without tactics. So it's very tactic driven. So today, tactics can be everything from all the social media platforms. Email is a tactic, events are tactics. All those things are tactics. But the principles, the best way I know how to say it, Mo, is it's going to create things that compound over time. To your point of potentially people that have gotten wealthy selling things that aren't the best, I promise they don't stay wealthy. I've never seen it happen. I see them keep showing up with a new scheme. It's almost, and it's really, I'm channeling Jim Rohn when people send me stuff and I go, oh, you know, so-and-so's up to a new scheme. That's the same thing Jim would say in the 90s. Oh, wow. And we would feel sorry for the person because they were having to figure out another way to go beat the system instead of building something that was so good that people would refer people, that people would want more of it, instead of having to go out and hunt. So I talk about fishing versus hunting. You know, hunting, you're having to go out and chase. Fishing is you put out what you have to the right audience. You know, you know who your audience is, you know who your avatar is, and you give them the things that they might want. And if they want, they'll come to you. If they don't, that's fine. So for me, when I'm talking, like I can almost say I have zero agenda when I'm talking to my audience as to who says yes. It doesn't matter to me who says yes, as long as whoever does is going to get value and I can help them. And, you know, it's a win-win. And those are principles. And so a lot of people just are short-sighted on the principle part because they bought into, and none of this is new, this has been going on forever. They bought into kind of a get rich quick, I'm going to beat the system. So, you know, I talk about hunting and fishing, but the other analogy is farming. And Jim Rohn, I could go through all the things Jim Rohn taught me. One of them, one of the top 4, was success is predictable. So it'd be like if you had a garden and you go plant tomatoes, and by the way, I have a garden and I have tomatoes. And if you plant tomatoes at the right time of the year, at the right place, and you take good care of them and you do all the right things, odds are in your favor, you're going to have some tomatoes. Now, it might take 6 weeks. It might take a little bit of work. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And actually, at one time, I had a vineyard, right? And so a vineyard's going to take 5 years. And you're not going to plant a vineyard and get, you know, wine the first year. But these are the things Jim Rohn taught way back then. But he taught if you do the right things in the right way, in the right order, odds were in your favor, you would have a harvest. Those are principles. And I think the minute we violate those, going down other roads, oftentimes it's not the money people spend chasing that, it's the wasted time and energy. 2 years goes by and they're like, I kind of bought the wrong plan. And everything I'm saying is what Jim Rohn said. So Jim was saying it in the 90s, but it's so true. So yeah.
You know, it's interesting, Kyle. Were you finished with your thought?
Yeah, I was. I was just going to say tactics are good. I'm not trying to say tactics aren't good. They just should always be subservient to your principles and your strategy.
Yes, I think that is important to point out. We're not, you know, we have nothing against tactics, but we do believe that strategy is the centerpiece and the tactics are just an offshoot of that. I think we're both in alignment on that principle. And it's really interesting, actually, you know, that you mentioned you kind of have compassion for some of the folks that are switching up and constantly having to reinvent themselves. You know, you're making me think, and you know, I would share that same sentiment after thinking about that's an exhausting way to live.
It is.
And so a lot of entrepreneurs that you know, are constantly jumping from one thing to another, there's a lot of compassion that I have for you, and you can thank Kyle Wilson for that. And I think that the answer to that is to be more strategy-based and principle-based and value-based, right? One of the first things that Kyle shared with this audience was create a product of value. Now, that is such a basic and simple principle that most people with integrity would think is common sense, but a lot of times entrepreneurs might get too short-sighted and really lose sight of why they're doing what they're doing. Sherry, I'm curious if you have any marketing-based questions based on what Kyle has thus far shared with the audience. Sherry.
Well, I mean, really what I like and enjoy a lot is the simplicity of it, because, here's the thing. We talk about the mind. We're in the middle of a neuro, summit, and people think that it has to be hard. And so they're creating that in their mind. And one of the strategies, for example, that I really enjoyed learning about when I worked with you was the website, for example, and all the relationships that you're building to make sure that you get an endorsement from every person that you're working with, whether it's a podcast, an article that's being written, anything. And then you make sure that you feature those at the bottom of the front of your website. I mean, those are pretty powerful. Can you speak about why that is so important? Something so simple?
Yeah. So, Jeffrey Gitomer again said, when you say something good about yourself, you're bragging. When someone else says it, it's proof. And so when I came back out of retirement, I got to tell you, I was the worst about collecting testimonials for myself. In fact, I never did it. I was collecting them for Jim. I was getting one from Tony and Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen and everyone else. And so when I came back out of retirement, I knew, okay, I need these. So I went to Darren Hardy and John Assaraf and Brian Tracy, and that became kind of what I thought my secret sauce was. And Sherry, I want to say this because it's important. This is so simple, but it can get very not complex, but it can go deep. I always equate it to like playing a guitar. If someone said, hey, I want to learn to play the guitar, it's like, okay, here's how you make an A, here's how you make a F, here's how you make a C. Well, they hadn't learned to play the guitar. Like, you're not going to teach them Stairway to Heaven, with that first lesson. They're learning 3 chords. The more they once they've learned 3 chords, then they can learn how to make bar chords, and then they can learn how to play notes. And so, but it begins with these principles. And a lot of people want to start with Stairway to Heaven instead of the foundational things. And I'm still learning. There's so much I'm learning, but yet these 7 principles, I'm learning them from that framework. The wheel has so much complexity because I get into the 5 things to a spoke, and all of those get back to your core business, your avatar, your secret sauce, what your goals are, being strategic. What's the one thing that's going to knock down the dominoes? And sometimes I could literally, if it's important enough, I could spend half a day just going through that type of philosophical thought. I said earlier, nothing changed with Jim Rohn, but we went from 20 dates to 110 and tripled his speaking fee, but nothing changed with his message. It was the strategy, and the strategy takes time sometimes, right? So when people are trying to do tactics, and they haven't invested the time in the strategy and the principles and, looking at things with a fresh perspective, asking the tough questions. Brian Tracy truly has been a huge mentor in my life. Jim, number 1, Brian, number 2. And Brian would have us do this exercise of 20 questions. And you would write down 20 solutions to a question. And from that, you then would sometimes it's the last one, it's the last 5 of those that come up is the answer that wasn't even on your radar before that.
I love how you put that, because I equate that. I mean, I'm a retired pro bodybuilder.
Right.
So I equate that, and the principles the same way as, when we get ready to do a show. There's applied principles that we have to utilize throughout today and obviously for 12 weeks. And so, and I appreciate that a lot, because the more mindful we are and the more committed we are to that, obviously eventually it manifests into physical form.
Right.
And so it makes me think a lot too about, because I even worked with Brian Tracy for a little bit. I was top 60 of a big, huge speaking tournament of his.
Nice.
And so I love him. But what about today, in today's terms? We've been talking a lot about, people chasing this and chasing that. And I like to call it the passing of the baton. So, okay, these men or these greats are getting older, just like Bob Proctor just passed recently.
Right.
What are some of these new people that are coming up onto the platform, ways that they can get their message out in a way that, really follows some of these principles you're talking about and can become more known quicker and easier?
Yeah, it's all the same stuff. It's just different platforms. So obviously social media is the quickest way to build your list. So when I came back out, I knew I had to be active on social media, right? So that's one of the quickest, fastest ways. Getting in front of audiences. When we talk about spokes on the wheel, creating products that also will give you customer acquisition. Facebook and Instagram allow you to run ads. And so here's back to customer acquisition, a spoke. The little quote books that I moved 6 million of, that also built my huge email list, right? It helped do that. So today, if I run ads, and I will give away like my Success Habits book. I'll give this away, the digital version. My goal is not to sell anything. My goal is to get an email and a follow. And then once they're on the wheel, I can build a relationship to sell them a program, right? So anyone new, being active on social media, showing up for events, trying to get engagement, but also whether they have a product that they can run ads. Again, Facebook and Instagram allow you to run ads that the whole world is yours, and you can segment down to the biggest demographic. But here's the challenge: it needs to be a really good product. It needs to be something, when you're giving them something away, it's not just wasting the energetic exchange if it's not good, or if you're just going to hit them really hard. And that's where I see the gap. The gap is the execution, and again, missing the principle of it. And then they blame, well, that didn't really work. And they're in the churning through people business instead of creating something that really sticks. And there's obviously people doing the work of creating things that are very sticky. I'm a huge fan of Maria Forleo. I mean, she's nailed it. Darren Hardy has nailed it. There are people that have done a phenomenal job with this. Lewis Howes, has done a great job. I went to Lewis's event in Columbus. I met Michael Beckwith there. He was amazing. Yeah, no, I showed him my Success Habits book, and he goes, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that guy. Just with Les, just talk to Mark. So that was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But Lewis, I told him, I'm like, man, I'm so impressed how heart-centered this event was. I was expecting Tony, and it wasn't Tony. I mean, it was not that would have been wrong either. I just was expecting one thing, and what I got was something that I thought was really definitely resonated with me. But it's as wide as it's ever been. There are people I've never heard of, you've never heard of, who are hitting grand slams. They have found their niche, they're serving their niche. It's so doable. And really the thing that will slow them down is if they think they can do it super fast with skipping all the steps, if they really want to build it in a way that's going to have glue to it and stickiness. That would be the common denominator, the ones that are doing well. Because you can go out there and hit it high, but if you don't keep it, it's going to fall back down instead of building something that has the ramp.
Well, don't you think that has a lot to do with the competition mindset as well? I mean, we've kind of like created the habit of competing with other people rather than, like you said, building something sticky. There's a lot of robbing out there as well. I see a lot of robbing of other people's material rather than, taking on some of these principles that we're talking about and really tapping into the inside of ourselves and putting information and content out there that's unique and special and being more vulnerable sometimes.
Yeah. No, and that's always been around. It's always been, we would do events where someone would accuse Jim Rohn of stealing stuff from someone local because they used all of Jim's stuff, right? Like it was their own. So that's all this stuff's always been around. None of it's new. It's all the same. Everyone gets the opportunity to build things in an organic, authentic way. I have a lot of real estate investors in my world, and I'm talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And I've watched them build slow but right. And the more organic something is and built with that mindset, I'm watching so much current success in today's world with the principles we're talking about. But, it's not, and I'm not knocking anything else. It's all good. However someone gets there, I'm just saying, nothing, Jim Rohn talked about it, but it hasn't changed today. If you build it organically, authentically, principle-based, you're guaranteed success.
And I think one of the key points there is to think long-term, which is, something that, again, going back to the climate that we're in, the get-rich-quick climate, people are no longer thinking long-term. When I say people, I just mean a significant percentage of entrepreneurs that are seeking success. But a good example of something to ask, Kyle, is let's examine who are the people on the face of this earth that are thinking long-term. And what we'll discover is they're the world leaders, the United Nations, the folks that are at the top of the pyramid, so to say, economically. They're talking about 2030. Right? If you pay attention to what happens at some of these global international forums, no one's talking about 2 weeks from now, right? They're talking about 2030 and beyond. And so I don't think it's an accident that some of the most influential people on planet Earth are speaking in terms of what are they working on the next decade, not what are they working on, for the next 2-3 weeks or even the next quarter. And so I think that is such an important point that you brought up that I'm glad we can highlight a little bit. And I know we only have a few minutes left, and there are still a few things to discuss. And there's, Kyle, whenever you and I have a chance to talk, we have, it's like time just flies by because there's so many different things to discuss and talk about. And I just think you're a fascinating person. And I really,
Mo,
yeah.
Can I jump in on that long term?
Sure.
Because I don't want to throw people off. I remember being with Paul J. Meyer, and he talked about a short-term goal was 25 years. For me, a long-term goal back then was 18 months. But when you're trying to keep the house from burning down, you're trying to make a living, I think there is something different between thinking long-term and being principle-based in the sense that you can be principle-based, you just know, you can be a short-term thinker, you just know it's going to take 6 weeks for the tomatoes to come up. You can think short term and hit it hard every day as long as you know it's going to take time. So I think that's
so important.
Yeah. So
that's
it's
important.
going to take time to.
Yes, because it's not one or the other, right? You can actually apply both and still do what you need to do in the short term, but also have a perspective of life that's long term, which a lot of people don't have that secondary perspective. It's just short term.
And it's kind of wanting the something for nothing, which I eventually figured out was a lack of faith. Like if you were told it's going to take 6 weeks, there's no getting around that, but someone wants it quicker, that's their decision. If they haven't got the clarity that there's not a shortcut, like if the best in the world, it takes 6 weeks, they either believe that or they don't. And if they try and skip that step, that's just part of it, right? But yeah.
No, great points.
Sure, the bodybuilding is such a great example. There is no shortcut to, there's little things, and then there's things that short term will help you but cost you long term. But these are the same thing with marketing, speaking.
I'm amazed, Kyle, that we've only spent an hour together. Wow, we got 7 marketing principles. We got to learn about how Jim Rohn became Jim Rohn in the 90s. Now we're learning about the short. Wow, this was a condensed this conversation with Kyle Wilson was just meat and potatoes. So if you want broth, there's no broth here. Okay, this was just straight meat and potatoes, which are the kind of conversations I appreciate. Kyle, I really want to also discuss before we go to our next segment, this incredible book project, which I'm actually so excited about. I'm honored, humbled to be aligned with you and all of these awesome authors that you're working with on this book project. Let's talk just for a few minutes about what people can expect, I think, in December with regard to this really, really interesting book project that I'm really pumped up and honored to be a part of. Kyle.
No, thank you. It's called Next Level Your Life, and we have some amazing authors that are going to be part of it. And it's actually coming out in January now. And, it's similar to like books like the Success Habits, where I had.
Thank God it's coming out in January. I bought a few more weeks.
Well,
Go ahead.
we're waiting on you, my friend.
Oh, okay, got it.
Bring it.
Got it.
But what's really cool too is, we donate 100% of our launch profits to a charity. We've had WinThisFight.org, Chairs for Hope, Christian Development Center there in LA, that Ethel Rucker, that they feed people, clothe people. That's really a big, fun part of all this. We have amazing celebrity authorities like yourself, Lala Delia and Simon Bailey, and working on Brian Tracy and several others, to be part of it along with yourself. And so it's something I've really enjoyed doing because there's some elements of it that make it very worthwhile for me as the publisher.
We're super excited, and folks in this community will be hearing a lot about that in the next few months and weeks. So that's just a small sneak peek, but there will be a lot more information regarding that awesome project. And Kyle Wilson, when we think about any industry in the world, personal development industry, the oil industry, automotive industry, any industry you can think of, you have the folks, you have your kings and queens, but then you have the ones that are making the kings and queens. And what we notice is that the kings and queens sometimes change, right? But the ones that create the kings and queens are always around. And Kyle Wilson has been around several decades strong. He'll still be around several decades from now. And so that's just another thing for folks to pay attention to, is don't just see, who's getting the most attention, right? I think that's a mistake a lot of people make. Find out who's working behind the scenes a little quieter. Those are the ones you really want to be friends with. And with that, Kyle, thank you, my friend. If you have any final statements or places to go, the floor is yours real briefly till we take a break and come back.
No, such an honor to be part of this, Mo. So appreciate it. The people you have assembled, the content I have been popping on the last 2 days, and the content's been unbelievable. So kudos to you guys. I mean, the value you're bringing, everyone that's able to be part of this, has been amazing. And so it's my honor to be part of it. And thank you for asking.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate that. And, that also reminds me that Top Talent Agency, David Fagan, Isabel Fagan, so many folks behind the scenes from the Top Talent team are partners on this event. And so it can't happen without Top Talent. And so we just want to take a second to also acknowledge them. We're going to take a break, come back with our next speaker. We'll be back in about a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we're back. I'm alongside Ava, Carissa, Sherry, Dr. Natalie Forrest. What a powerful, powerful hour that we got to spend with Kyle Wilson, a fascinating man doing fascinating things. This is the Neuroscience Summit 2022, presented by the Los Angeles Tribune and Top Talent Agency, powered by Newcom. And I'm excited for the next speaker. The next speaker always has so much energy and so much passion for making a positive difference on the planet. I'm actually a little intimidated by the next speaker, not because I'm a person that gets intimidated in general, but this next speaker and I, we literally share the same personality type, meaning we both did a personality test, and both of us have the exact same personality on paper. So I know exactly what she's capable of, which is why I keep my distance from her. You know, I'm firm but friendly with her, right? And so with that being said, we want to welcome Forbes Riley to the mix. Forbes, welcome to the Neuroscience Summit 2022.
Not only do we have the same personality, my rock star, but I have a visual of you singing and rocking in the back of the car. We are karaoke.
That's right.
Queen.
That is right. And you know, for folks joining, we have so many incredible legends and so many people that have made an impact. And Forbes Riley has helped generate over $1.2 billion directly and indirectly through her work. And I think is it 2 billion now? I'm sorry. Hey, I only shaved off 800 million. No big deal, right? I was close. But you know, so she's really a legend in her own right, and she works so hard, and she has such an incredible work ethic. And she's motivated by empowering and improving people's lives. And I mean, I've seen. So, are we starting the pitches already? Forbes,
no,
that's a record for you, buddy. We're only 9 seconds in. You didn't even let me finish the intro, and you started pitching. That was impressive. That's a world record, ladies and gentlemen. The new Forbes Riley world record. She gets straight to the point. So I hope folks are paying attention already. I mean, wow. At least let me finish the intro. No, in all seriousness, we're having a great time. This is the Neuroscience 2022 Summit. I'm going to step back because the next hour is really all about women's empowerment. And we want to empower all of these incredible women leaders, women's leadership. We have Dr. Natalie Forrest, who's an icon in women's empowerment as well here. And so I'm going to step back and have Ava start off this hour with Forbes Riley. Ava, please.
Oh my gosh, I am so thrilled. Forbes, it is such an honor to be able to introduce you. I'm going to go hug. I took on a media mastery class just a few weeks ago with Forbes Riley. And, you know, one of the things that I learned from Forbes is really the value of authenticity and vulnerability. She's one that has such an amazing, awesome community, you know, who really loves her. And the reason for that is because she loves her community. It's amazing to watch you, Forbes, know each one of them, know each one of their stories. It's mind-blowing. And what I've learned is it's kind of like what Kyle brought a while ago. It's all about connections. And so Forbes, yes, and pitching without shame, you know, right? Come on. Let's
I wanted to show the man before he walked out. But I do want to take a quick moment and say hi to Carissa and Natalie and beautiful Sherry, who I've been watching all day, but have not had a chance to talk to you guys in a while. And what a beautiful stage of women. So I'm incredibly proud of us. And just to be clear, McKenna's coming on in the half-hour mark, correct? Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that. You guys added some lipstick. Yeah. I am in love with this concept, so I'm excited to use up my half hour in any way that I can. Oh, look at my daughter. Oh, my gosh.
Aww.
Wait till you hear what youth should sound like, what manifesting should sound like at 19. She is a product of something way beyond me and all of you guys. And also shout out to David Fagan, who I just adore and love and started, you know, in this business with. So I do want to maximize my time because we could all love on each other, right? Hello. And Ava, I met you, you know, live in San Diego. I'm going to go back to that. And what a treat. That's all I'm just going to say is, guys, you need to show up to grow up. You need to give more than you get. And I have a huge, exciting thing. So let me get to this. Ask any questions you want. But I want to share something most of you don't know about me. Number one, pitch queen. I get it. $2.5 billion sold, infomercials, fitness products, National Fitness Hall of Fame. I could be here a month reading credits. But what many of you don't know is my passion about neuroscience. And it's so deep and so intense. And it started because, number one, my dad was a magician. And I don't know what you think about magicians, but magicians study psychology. How else can you make something appear when you're looking over here and you're basically lying to people? Why do you go to a magic show and allow yourself to witness a girl being cut in half? Look, her toes are over there. Her head is over there. We put her together and she's all whole. I'm sorry, has that trick ever failed? Because if it did, that's a really bad note you have to write home to her mother. But psychologically, we were all like, oh, that's so cool. Look at him. He's talented. No, we basically applauded somebody who tricked us, fooled us, And in any other scenario, we would call him a liar. And I want you to just kind of let that resonate for a while, because I was trained to be a magician. My dad was a magician. And so I had, I did a stage show. I was 15 years old, and I had doves, literally real doves, shoved in pockets and made them appear. And so now my head is going, wait, is this animal cruelty? Is this magic of people loving it? I got to tell you, it's fascinating. Then I became an actress. What do you do there? You play other people. You delve into someone else's psychological mishmash and you pretend to be them. Oh my gosh. And I've played some amazing characters, not just in film and television, but on stage. I had the most beautiful opportunity to do the weirdest thing in life. My dad had just passed away and I was devastated. And I went in to read for this character. And this character had her dad was a famous dentist, and she'd said, screw you or fuck you to her parents on Christmas Eve, and they both got killed. She got a huge inheritance, and between Vicodin, Valium, and vodka, she disintegrated into a homeless woman. It's a comedy, which is even more ironic, because some guy in Orange County found her, threw him in her car, not unlike Moe Rock. Now get this, he was the owner of a very well-known magazine, and he threw her in his car so he could use the carpool lane legally to drive from Orange County to LA. I think we have to revisit this as Moe. And then she decides that she's this entrepreneur, this homeless woman entrepreneur, son of a rich guy. She creates carpool companions. All right, it's crazy, but here's the thing. I went into the audition and she was lamenting her dad the entire time. I was lamenting my dad had just passed. And on stage in front of 500 people every night for 6 months, I got to cry and detox as this character through my own pain. That was going on in my brain, right? And I'm grateful to that, because I don't know what would have happened to me if I hadn't allowed myself to take on this experience. So I'm passionate about how your brain works. Then I went on to NLP, to neuroscience, to hypnosis, and I'm passionate about all of those things. And in the limited time I have, I'm going to give you my philosophy. Get a pen. My first philosophy is that your brain mirrors the computer screen that you're on, okay? And it's one reason that little kids can move around an iPad so quickly. It looks just like our brain. It's not as complicated as you think. We all have files in our head. If I said the word high school, you're going to bring up, pictures, video, photography, documents. That's high school. You have files all over your head, like you have files all over your desktop, right? Cool thing about files, you can move them. Sometimes files are so important, that's all you can think about. Sometimes they're so important, you can't even sleep at night. Sometimes a trauma happens, you can put it behind another file and not focus on it, right? For some reason, we take the most traumatic, horrific files, we put a big silver bow on it and stick it in the middle. You ever meet that person? Oh my God, let me tell you how horrible my life has been. Why are they doing it? Well, because the file is right there. They could move the file over, but they're choosing not to, or they don't really realize how to do that. The next thing, and guys, this is my philosophy. I didn't read this anywhere. I have not published it, so I have to be careful. But the other thought I have is that when you got a computer and you got one little line of a virus or a miscode on your hard drive, what happens? All the files get corrupted. They don't work the way they should. So what if you had a corrupted file in your head? Somebody hurt you. You made decisions about life. You think men are bad, women are horrible. It doesn't matter what the decision, and the decision is usually made when you're younger. And so you got this little 4-year-old file running around every time you're in a new relationship. Now, don't worry, they're going to hurt you. Where did you even come from? I'm not even thinking that. It's a 4-year-old. Do any of you let your 4-year-old drive your bus or your car? But you'll let a 4-year-old drive your life. I had a very traumatic childhood growing up, and traumatic to the point where, number one, I was 4 years old and found my grandma dead in our bedroom. She and I shared a bedroom. It wasn't so much finding her, but it was seeing my mom, who had my new little sister in the other room, be so sad because this was the second of her parents. She was an only child, immigrant family. And I don't think that she was ever happy again. What kind of imprint does that leave on a little 4-year-old about what it means to be happy and how you revere your parents? I spent a lot of my life trying to prove to my parents how wonderful I was because I wanted them to be happy. Then I'm 15 years old and my dad slips. He's a printer, cuts off the whole front of his hand. He will then spend 3 years in the hospital. He has 15 operations. And my entire high school is spent visiting my dad in the hospital. I'm going to say most of you didn't experience that. Not only that, but I was an ugly, awkward kid. I had a full set of braces at 8 years old because I had a weird palate. At some point, they put a tongue twister in my mouth and tried to talk for 2 years. Nobody wanted to be my friend. Carissa, want to be my friend? You couldn't understand me. I was overweight. I had frizzy hair. My mom was a bit of an agoraphobic. I didn't go out very much. My friend, and don't feel bad for me, I turned out fine, but my friend was the television. Marcia Brady, David Cassidy. Here comes, I can tell you every TV series in the 60s and 70s because that's all I did when I wasn't doing homework. And I was an A++ student because I studied a lot. No sports. I went to dance class. You know what sucked about dance class? Is we didn't know how to eat back then. I was the chunky one whose thighs really rubbed together and people would make fun of, but I loved to dance. So in spite of that, I would show up, oh my God, every day to dance class or 5 days a week. And I remember the tall, skinny girl who looked like a ballerina and made me look like a pumpkin. How much I hated myself. How I wish that when back then it was skinny girls who won. There was no overweight models. There was nobody who had an ounce of fat on the cover of a magazine. That was not going to happen. And I dealt with all that. I internalized all that. I developed a wonderful self-loathing for myself just because I wasn't cute. I didn't have straight blonde hair and a cute little nose. Then something crazy happened to me. We're in the hospital, on and on and on. And my mother says to me, we have no money for college. Oh, you got to be kidding me. That's the big thing I wanted. And she turned to me and she said, because she used to love watching movie stars and collecting their autographs. And she'd say, well, there's this beauty pageant coming to town. And one of the girls is going to be on TV with Bob Hope. We both looked at me and thought, well, it's not going to be you. But anyway, well, here's the funny thing about that moment in time. It was 1976. My father's doctor turned to my mom and said, you know what? I'm going to fix your daughter's nose for her. And most of you think that's not a big deal, but I'll tell you what, I'll show you a picture. I don't have it here right now on screen. But that little goofy nose, when it got straightened, you could see my eyes. And I looked in the mirror, and because of the whole thing, I'd lost some weight. And the braces came off, and I had this big smile, and I thought, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to take my dad. I'm going to win this. I don't even know what inspired a 16-year-old to think any of these things. I'm just so glad that I did. Because I walked into a room of 500 little girls, all with the same dream, but none of them had a dad with a bandage on his hand, and nobody wanted it as bad as I do. At least I don't think they did. I couldn't even afford, I got through all the preliminary rounds. This is crazy. I tap danced even with my big old thighs, and I wanted it. And I didn't want it for me. I wanted it for my dad. I wanted it to prove that my family, who loved me so much, mattered, you know? And I won. That night, I won Miss Teenage New York. And I went on to Miss Teenage America. It was televised with Bob Hope. And I will tell you, it was one of the worst weeks of my entire life because I didn't fit in. Not fitting in sometimes and losing and failing is sometimes where the biggest life lessons come from. And I go into this, I teach a class every Sunday, guys. If you want more information, go to ForbesRiley.com, find out how to get in touch with me. I go into detail about how I started to manifest this when I was just 16. And I've been on a road ever since. Now, here's the thing. You go, wow, Forbes, that had it easy. No. But a month after that, my mother got held up at gunpoint in our house. My mom and dad had belonged to the gun club. They love shooting guns. He was rifleman. She was Annie Oakley. Well, somebody for 2 hours ransacked our house, took all of her jewelry, terrorized her. I just found that article that we saved from the local town newspaper in 1976. My mom never talked about any of this anymore. You thought she was agoraphobic before that? Yeah, that pretty much sealed the fate. And that's the woman I was supposed to model. So I chose to model everything she wasn't. I looked at her and said, I love you very much, but I'm not going to be you. I'm going to have a great body. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to make something of myself. I'm never going to rely on anybody. And I went off to do that. And I ended up becoming an actress and a television host. And I've had a crazy journey because I had this drive. I didn't have friends around me to tell me what I couldn't do. I had two parents who said, fly, little bird, fly. And I did. And then I got pregnant at 42. And I had two beautiful twin babies. And they informed the whole rest of my life. That was 20 years ago, December 4th. You're going to meet my daughter in a few minutes. And you're going to see something remarkable. I'm sorry. Well, because she's not me. She didn't have the traumatic, knock on wood, she didn't have a whole lot of trauma in her life. I'm so glad. She's almost 20. I know nobody molested her. She's got both of her parents. As crazy as we are, she got a sense of who she could be in this world because she traveled with me as I was hell-bent on making a difference. I have pictures. I put them up in a presentation yesterday. She was on my arm for everything. Because she was so much fun to be around. My son would prefer to stay home. He's also amazing. They're twins. But she went to H at home shopping with me. She went on tours with me. She's been backstage at every major event. I stood on stage at Grant Cardone's 10X in front of 10,000 people. Who do you think was my cheerleader, my speechwriter? And then 2 years ago, something amazing happened during COVID. The love of my life, who I've been now with for 5 years, got in a horrible motorcycle accident. And my daughter started internet marketing when she was 12, and she'll tell you that. I didn't pay too much attention to it. It was nice. She made, I think 1 month she made $10,000, but it was nice, right? Well, at some point, 17, she turned to me and said, Mom, what are you doing? And it was a tough year for us. Remember 2020? And I think I said nothing. She said, Mom, you know what? Let me build the back end of your business. I know that you've tried. I know you've had a lot of internet marketers say they could do things and hurt you and screw you over and whatever's been. I don't care. I'm going to build this for you. You know how to teach pitch. I know how to build it. Day one that we launched I'd never done a webinar. I've never done any of that. Day one that we launched this company, and you can ask her. She's not in this room. I woke up that first morning and went to the little software we have, and it said 25K. I said, McKenna, what does the K stand for? She said, Mom, it's $25,000. I'm like, what? What? The systems that you, what? We did that same thing for 4 weeks. Do you know that a 17-year-old made 6 figures the first 4 weeks she was in business? So I'm going to look at all the crazy, the things that happened to me are propelling that generation forward. I believe how you speak to yourself, the words that you articulate are vitally important. I teach conscious and subconscious. Again, go to ForbesRiley.com. I have a special gift, $200 gift for you guys if you want to go there. Because I've become fascinated with the words that you choose to say to other people, how it affects not them, but your own ears. Have you said, I'm not enough, I'm not worthy? Guess who hears that? You do. Your little subconscious, and I could go on for hours about how much I love this concept, about how you talk to yourself. And apparently all that stuff drifted into her. She said things that I didn't even know she knew, ways that she thinks. She's not only the CEO of my company, not a joke, because I just like to do this. I like to talk. She'll do the numbers, and it's fun. She explained to me, Mom, you're the visionary. I'm the implementer. And for 2 years now, we've changed over 14,000 lives doing this. The concept of neuroscience, how this thing in your head works. How do you talk to it? How do you clean it out? I do a thing called breakthrough, because what was keeping me from my greatness was all the crap that happened. What if I told you that just like you can take a file and delete it or put it behind, if you knew you could do that, all the other files look better. You hit reboot and your computer works differently, right? Well, the same thing happens in your head. And I'm going to share with you that if you're suffering on any level, it doesn't have to be all that traumatic. Here's the funny thing about that. You have a broken leg. I've got a splinter. Oh, I've got a splinter, right? Your broken leg is bad for you, but my splinter really hurts. You don't get to compare pain with somebody else's. Your pain is your pain, and it doesn't matter where it came from or how big it is. It's your pain. If it is keeping you, if you are suffering, I'm going to tell you that there is healing available that you didn't know. At some point, I'm 62. At some point when I get old enough that they can't hurt me at all, I'm going to put a book out. It's called Secrets Therapists Don't Want You to Know. Freud and Jung had their head up their ass. Get off the couch and into your life. I only say that because I've done my processes in less than an hour with people, and I see the difference. I don't believe in years of therapy. I don't believe in asking how you feel. I believe in taking the file and moving it over someplace. It's like, oh, life looks different. So I know I've made a lot of happy campers, and you're going to meet probably one of the greatest works of art I've ever done. Ladies?
Oh my goodness. Wow. If you loved what she just said in the comments, please let us know. I feel absolutely deeply inspired by your journey and your daughter, and I can't wait to have a conversation with her. Oh, wow. Sherry, how are you feeling about what Forbes just said?
I freaking love you, woman. I mean, I had twins at 40, by the way. And so one of mine just started college, and I'm a believer you teach people how to treat you. And you modeled a behavior for your daughter that is sending her into the next stratosphere, that highest part of herself that she's so deserving of. So I am inspired to hear what you shared.
I cannot wait to have her come on. And I do want to say that in January, she and I've done lots of compilation books. I've never done my own book, my own writings. She is the co-creator of this, and I'm excited about this, called The ABCs of Pitching. And by doctor, I got my doctorate. How cool is that? That means I'm more important than I was yesterday. Or it means I've been through a whole lot. or I figured out some things because all I care about is that you learn to articulate and pitch yourself, your loved one, your business, your company, and that you win. And Ava, I know you've been in class with me. It's powerful, isn't it?
Very powerful. Very powerful. My only regret is that I didn't take it sooner.
Oh, I love that. Guys, if you want any information about how all this works, just simply go to ForbesRally.com. It lives there. I'm going to call McKenna and have her come in here because she's going to walk into this room. McKenna? And I will step out, and I'm excited as you guys are. Thank you so very much. And
you get to stay with her.
No, I'm going to listen over here. Come stay. No. What, sit next to you? No.
On your lap.
Call me back.
Hello.
Hey, McKenna.
Hello, McKenna.
Hi. Oh, wow. This camera makes me look very red.
Well, you are gorgeous, McKenna.
Oh,
I am so proud, McKenna, to really, oh my God, highlight one of the youngest millionaire. That's actually the youngest speaker of our summit. You are the new generation neuroscience expert, and I know you've been doing neuroscience since you were probably you've been with in the set with your mom since you were a baby.
Yeah, I grew up on HSN. From the time before I turned 1 year old, I think I took like 3 trips to England to be with her at HSN, and I grew up on the back of those writing notes. But from the time I was 8 years old, watching her pitch. And I really feel it's contributed to my success today.
So good. So when did you have any struggles, McKenna? And of course, I know our ladies have questions also, but I want to ask, did you have any struggles, during your process of watching your mom's success, doing the shows and then finding yourself and finding, where you're good at?
Yes, I grew up always in very much the shadow of my mother. Oh, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She's going to be just like you. And of course, I admire my mother. I love what she does, but I didn't want to be exactly like her. I didn't want to be a television host. I definitely didn't want to be an actor, a spokesperson. I'll be honest, I'm not really a huge fan of speaking. I'm always like, oh, just put me behind a camera. I'll make everything work, but I don't want to be on the camera. So I definitely had that kind of fear of, I need to live up to being like her, always being in her shadow. There was always that conversation also when I was younger, people being nice to me to try to get closer to her. And it was really difficult because you're like, who actually wants to know about me and talk to me versus who just wants to befriend me to talk to my mother or befriend my mother, because it's a very easy in. And there were many instances where that was true. But then I found why look at it in a negative way. I can most definitely use this to my advantage. And as someone, as a business person and wanting to excel in business, I had a really interesting opportunity having a mother like this who was so connected. And so if people wanted to potentially use me to get closer to my mother, I might as well take advantage of the opportunity and get to know them, get an in on what they're doing, what's going on. And I think changing my mindset from thinking about the negative of always going, oh, they want to talk to my mom. Oh, they just want me to introduce them to my mom, or they want me to do this for my mother, and going, I actually get to do this. I get these opportunities, and almost in a sense, changing the word like have to get to. And that really changed a lot for me when it came to looking more positively about these situations and not being such a kind of downer that, oh, it's all about my mom again. It's about my mom, and being like, okay, this is cool. That's my mom. That gets to be my mother.
Wow. Go ahead, Ava. Did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, but what's amazing, and as far as what I knew about your story, having taken done the course, the Media Mastery course with you and your mom, is that you are the CEO of the company and she's actually your employee. Like you have actually created the company.
Yeah.
From how you were like doing this just behind the scenes from 12 years old, doing internet marketing and then creating her brand.
So I started off at a really young age in her business. I, at some point, saved them $48,000 by simply being a kid who had a different idea on business, throwing in different contexts. And eventually I was always very into technology, and I began to learn how to code. So I learned HTML, CSS, Ruby, Python, Java. Like I was very into it. And then I was doing that. It was not really making much out of it. My mom was like, why don't you try this marketing thing? Come with me to a marketing event. And I was like, sure. And I was 11, 12 that time. And she took me to this event and we were learning about drop shipping. And that's when drop shipping was like the first, no one knew what AliExpress was or what it meant to have a funnel. And so we learned it. And as a 12-year-old who absorbs knowledge, like kids absorb knowledge like it's nothing, we learn much quicker than adults do, because that is our primary job, is to learn as a kid. And so they taught it to me. They told me exactly what to do. And unlike all the other adults who had previous knowledge or previous experience on it, I was like, okay, great. I'm just going to do this and see what happens. So I picked a product. I picked these photo lenses. I built the funnel. I did the ads, and I ended up making $10,000 in a month at 12 years old. And I was like, whoa, what did I just do? And so I learned it, and I went on to I did drop shipping of clothing. I followed protests and different marches and promoted clothing and made designs for that. I then got into affiliate marketing, network marketing. I had a funnel agency for a while. My whole thing was not about making money. It was about learning and experiencing as many businesses as I could. And so I've done everything, worked with tons of different people, been very blessed in that area. And so when COVID hit, I was like, I baked the bread, I cleaned out my pantry, I redecorated my room like 6 different times, and was just at some point extremely bored with what was going on, and was like, you know what? Do you want to start a business, Mom? You're really good at pitching. Let's just do this. Let's think of an idea. So we came up for like a week. We came up with a kind of a product pipeline of what we could do. And so I built all the funnels. I built the back end, got the payment processors together. And in our first webinar we launched, we did 25 grand. And Forbes opened up our account, was like, what's 25K mean? And I'm like, we just made $25,000 last night. And so in our first month, we did 100. Our first year, we hit 1 million. And from that point, I've grown our team to 10 people now. It fluctuates between 10 and 20 people as a business. And I manage them. I do all our books, our bookkeeping, the acquisitions part of it. And now we are growing with our 12,000 students. And it's been an incredible process that I get to work with my beloved mother and wake up and do something I love every day.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful. And, I have to say, for somebody who doesn't really like being a speaker or in front of people, you are very eloquent and you have a lot of passion behind your words. So I really appreciate your speaking. And I want to bring awareness to something that you mentioned a few moments ago, which I'm not sure if the audience caught fully, but you talked about the difference between I have to and I get to. And this was a big shift in the brain, the perspective, right? Using language and words to really change the way that we feel about our experience. And so I know that Ava asked you about your difficulties. I'm going to ask you about the opposite. What sort of things have you implemented, perspective shifts like that, or maybe something related to the brain or mindset hacks that you feel have supported you in being as successful as you are, especially at a young age?
Oh, I've got a lot of those. I'm a huge believer in manifestation. As a woman, I have watched a lot of people. We do a training, I'm sure Forbes talked about it, called Breakthrough. And I've watched a lot of women tell their stories about their life and the hardship they've gone through. And from a very young age, I've watched this. I made a decision at a very young age that I wanted to, one, be happy. I wanted to not have to rely on other people to bring me that happiness. And I really wanted to be confident. When I watched women go from not being confident to confident, a whole different attitude, a whole different level of success, business, family life. So I really got into this habit of, in the morning, I made a decision that the way to be happy and fulfilled is through gratitude. Is if I am grateful in the morning, I wake up and I move my fingers and I move my hands and my body. I'm like, oh, we're still alive. My body's still working. I still feel good. I'm grateful that everything is still working. Before I even start business, what I'm doing. And then once I wake up, I talk to myself. And I know that sounds a little funny, but I don't just say like, you're doing great. I go, McKenna, you're killing this. You got this, girl. Or you look beautiful today. Or you're going to make it happen, McKenna. We've got a lot of work to do today, but I believe in you, McKenna. And so instead of always going out and be like, Mom, do you believe in me? Mom, are you proud of me? Or this person, are you proud of me? I start my day by going, McKenna, I am proud of you. No matter what we are doing today, no matter what's going on, I am proud of you. I believe that we can do this. And it's kind of funny, but I do believe that your subconscious doesn't know who you're talking to unless you say your name. Because if you say like, hey there, I won't turn around. But if you say, hey, McKenna, I'm going to be like, hey, what's up? I'm going to turn really quickly. So those are the things I start my day with. And I really think changed my attitude on a lot of things when it comes to business, because it gets very lonely, especially during COVID. You don't have a lot of people to talk to. And the fact that I didn't want to have to rely on other people to empower me, that I believe I needed to be the first person to empower myself, which would then actually bring people to empower me as well, because I stood here and believing in who I am, what I'm doing, and what I have to share. And that attracts people more than anything else would.
Wow, that was a beautiful answer and so much power behind that. And I would love to point out that what you're speaking to is about leadership and self-leadership. And I really admire and appreciate that about you. And not to mention, you manage so many people in the company that you run. So I'd love to talk with you for a few minutes, then I'll hand it off to Sherry. What have you learned, whether from a personal or psychological perspective, about running a team and managing people and their personalities, and what it really takes to do that in a company?
Sure. So I believe in delegation full-heartedly. As an entrepreneur, I do not believe you can do it yourself. So you first have to learn how to delegate. So when I started hiring people, I never wanted to be that micromanager. What are you doing? What's on top of your shoulders? Or be like a corporate company, because like my entire life, again, I always heard people talk about how much they hated their jobs. And I went, anybody who works for me, one, I don't want them to worry about money. You should be fully focused on my business. I don't want you to have to get a side hustle, or you can't pay your bills. That can't be something that's going on with the people on my team. And then I wanted them to be happy. I really believe you get your best work out of people when they're truly happy. So when I set out to build this team and do it, my first goal was to give myself more time, to give myself 10, 20 hours a week. So I went after admin assistants or admin people, emails. But I gave people the space to do what they knew how to do. When I hire people, I go, what's your skill set? We talk about your skill set, and then I let you do it. I'm not going to sit there and go, I know better, because I hired them to build a funnel, to write copy, to build a website, to answer emails. And I believe you to have that skill. Yes, we go through an onboarding process, but you have to trust the people you work with. And do not get me wrong, this has failed me a couple times, but it brings in the best people. And that's what people want in the workspace nowadays, is they want freedom. They want to be able to make decisions and to have the trust to do what they know best, and to have flexibility. I think I'm not in person. We're all virtual, and we work on deadlines. I'm not like everybody works 9 to 5. I don't know about you, but I don't work 9 to 5. I work like to 10 a.m. to like 3 a.m. I'm an all day kind of worker. Some people are the same. Some are not. They like mornings, evenings. We do it by deadlines. I go, hey, this is what I need done. I need it done by Thursday morning at 10. Go get it done. You know best. Let me know if you have any questions. And that has been the most effective thing in building my company and my team, because people love the environment and they love what they do, and they over deliver like crazy because there is this trust between us. So when it comes to building a team, I would say trust them, let them do what they do best, and be true. Like when I make money in the company, I reward the people who built the project and did that. I don't go, yay, we just made $1 million. Here's your $5,000 paycheck. Have a great day. I'm like, here's 5% of what we just made. Here's a percentage of what we are doing, because we are building this together, and a team has to be together. We're working together. It's not like, oh, you work for me. We work together to build something greater than ourselves, to help people, and to all make ourselves abundance with wealth and happiness. So that's what I focus on, building a team, and it's been wildly successful so far.
If we had leaders in the world like you, I think we'd live in a very different place. So thank you so much for standing for that and being a model. Sherry?
Yeah, oh my gosh, McKenna, so many things have resonated with what you've said. So I was in the book with all of you, One Habit for Entrepreneurial Success, and my chapter in the book was on gratitude. And it was about, the steps that you basically took about talking to yourself, saying, Sherry, guess what? You are so beautiful. You have an amazing smile. And then talking about all the things that are amazing about me, as if I'm speaking specifically to Sherry. So I really love that you shared that. And really, I mean, everything you're talking about, I'm hearing the dialogue from my own twin, because I have twin daughters. and I'm hearing the dialogue like one of my twin daughters who wants to be an actress, and she would say to me, "Oh, Mom, you're so extra." Because, you know, I love to talk. I love to communicate. I can go into a grocery store and literally spark up a conversation with anybody. But now she's in college going to school for acting. And now she realizes, just like what we're talking about, manifestation, the law of attraction, the things that you're discussing about being limitless. I mean, really what I'm hearing you say is all these things that you're continually moving towards, they bring you greater joy and happiness. And you recognize that this is an infinite universe and you can create anything, especially what brings you more joy and happiness and fun. And now you're transferring that over into your employees, and you're modeling that behavior for your employees so that now that they can create that in their own lives. And I just wanted to mention that, you know, I'm a human behaviorist. And so, you know, I have one of the only hardwired DNA assessment tests. It's called Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions. And it's not subjective. It doesn't change over time. What it does is it brings out all the hardwired gifts, talents, resources, and behaviors, and then takes your company and the people in it to a much higher level of fun, joy, you know, loving what they do. So I'd love to be able to offer that to you and have you try it out. But my question to you is, what's next? I mean,
what's next?
What's next?
So next up, we've really honed down what we do best, and that's pitching. And over the past 2 years, me and Forbes learned how to teach people how to pitch, because at the beginning of this business, Forbes was like, McKenna, I don't think I can ever teach anybody how to pitch. I just know how to do it. I'm great at it. And that's what it is. There's no system. And I was like, let's think about that. And so we sat for a while and we worked out that there is a system, that every time she goes to pitch, that there's a way she does it. And over the past 2 years, we have refined it by teaching people, by implementing it, by sharing it, we've rebuilt courses over and over to really define how do you structure a pitch. And we finally really come together with this 5-step process on how to pitch. There are no flaws in it. If you do how we say to do it, and you follow the program, and you understand how to input what you do into it, you will have a pitch that will close anybody. When I say anybody, it's not just like, we're going to give you your perfect pitch. We're going to teach you how to pitch in any scenario, in any place you're doing, any product you have. So with that, the next thing that we're doing is we are launching a book, and I'm sure Forbes talked about it a little bit. It's called The ABCs. We have it right here, The ABCs of Pitching. But that will come out next year. And we have an entire new line of pitching trainings coming, because what we really value in our company is not just like, here, buy our course, you're going to learn how to pitch. What we value is you actually learning the skills. If our course doesn't teach you how to pitch, we're doing something wrong, and we need to go change, rebuild, and teach it again to you. And so that's a really big difference, I feel, in a lot of coaching companies, is we're not just after the sale, we're after actually the education. Because when you look at Ava and she goes to pitch, that's a direct reflection onto us. Did she learn how to, she took one of our classes. And so that's really important. So we're launching a whole new line of pitching trainings. We're launching this book that's absolutely incredible. It has 26 principles on starting from A, attitude, B, buy your competition, C, closing. That is one of the most actionable books I've ever read and put together. And it has real steps in how to pitch, what to do, combined with the courses we're putting together. It is going to be a crazy next year, and I'm excited. I hope that a lot of you guys watching this, and I hope Ava, you're still here when we do launch that, because I know the book party alone is going to be crazy. Because if you've ever seen a Forbes Riley event, we have the perfect pitch party coming up too. And if you've seen an event by Forbes Riley, we go big or we go home. Yeah. So the perfect pitch party, December 2nd, is going to be crazy. Ava, I hope you're coming to that, because we are going to, give away 15 perfect pitches, and then a 16th one completely free to one of our pitch passengers coming. So I hope, if that's the perfect pitch party, that will be coming, and then we'll be launching this book along with a lot of pitch training, so you can close any product, anytime, anywhere.
So awesome. Thank you, McKenna. McKenna, you haven't finished this book, I know, but there's something that you mentioned that you were writing. It's every company needs a kid.
Yes, yeah. I actually coming up in next year, I'm thinking June, July, I'll be launching my book, Every Company Needs a Kid. And that is the idea that I believe I've been so successful in what I do because I think differently. I don't have a lot of limitations. Ava, Sherry, Carissa, you've probably been in a lot of different business scenarios. You probably go, oh, this won't work for a team because I've tried this, or this marketing won't work. And where a kid comes in is, I don't know anything about business. Why can't I be an astronaut? Why can't I be the president? Why can't I be the governor or own America or something? There's no limits on me because no one's told me no. And so that, I think one of the most brilliant things about kids is that they just come in and they're like, why don't we just buy YouTube? We could just own the platform or create our own. And you're like, well, no, we can't do that. But oh, actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. We could have our own hosting software. So Every Company Needs a Kid will hopefully teach adults that, one, you should listen to your kids, you should bring them along, that we do have something to say, and that we think differently. The technological age of trends is changing faster. And if you weren't born with the cell phone at your ear like I was, how I literally came out of the room with it. So I know technology better than anyone on my team. I'm faster and better on it because of how young I am. And I believe a lot of kids are the same. So Every Company Needs a Kid will be 10 principles that kind of outline that I truly believe that every business owner needs to understand how to function in this new age. Look who's joining.
And here she comes. Wow. Well, speaking about limitlessness, I love that you offered that. That's been the topic that's been of major discussion throughout these last 2 days, and I imagine will continue to be. And I think you mentioned you have, was it 12,000 students currently?
14.
14 now, yeah.
14,000 students. And I imagine that they may not all have that perspective that you do. And so I'm curious, can you talk a little bit about the difficulties that some of your students are facing with some of their mindset, or like the science behind the difficulties that they're facing, and how you actually, as individuals and as a company, help them overcome some of these obstacles?
Yeah, so Forbes teaches a beautiful training. We notice a lot of time that people in business have this weird mental block, or almost in a sense have their 4-year-old driving their bus, their 4-year-old self, and they're making radical decisions, not able to decide what they want to do, where they want to go. And even, a lot of students will simply start talking to Forbes and break down crying. And we've noticed this happen a lot. And I am very thankful to her, because this is one of the reasons I love my job, because we actually change lives, is we teach a training called Breakthrough that brings people from the first point of just something terrible happened in their life. At some point, they emotionally stopped growing because, I've noticed we put 9 out of 10 women in a room, and one of them has 9 out of 10 of them have been raped or molested. Mm-hmm. And that was really shocking to me when I learned that and actually talked to people. I went, wow, and how much of a mental block or a trigger that is in their life, and how much it's actually stopped them from going where they want to go. And so the process that Forbes takes them through of like actually going back and going, what happened, going through it, thanking them, it's this incredible NLP process. But people literally say the next day, I feel lighter. I feel a whole new sense of clarity. I feel like I can actually go live my life now that this is truly over. I don't have to keep dealing with this. And I've watched people who wanted to be entrepreneurs, but weren't making it happen, because as an entrepreneur, you're a glorified problem solver. But if you can't make those problems because you have something in your life going on, or an old memory holding you back, you won't be successful. And I've watched women, especially women, this is for men as well, but women who were flimsing around between things after they went through this, came back to this. This one lady came back to us 2 years later and said she had $1 million cleaning business, and fully attributed to her success that she went through with Breakthrough. She's like, I would have never been able to do this because I had so many blockers and limiting beliefs. So I thank you. And the amount of stories that people, and the amount of relationships that have been mended because of this training Breakthrough is absolutely incredible. Do you have, I'm sorry, but it's one of the reasons I love what we do, because I actually get to say we help people, and that's everything to me.
I'm just sitting here in awe. I'm the one who normally does all the talking. My audience knows that. Not bad. Yeah, right. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of what she brought out in me. I don't know at this point in my life I would want to work this hard if my daughter, who has so much energy at this age, was so passionate about what we're doing. And it far exceeds who I am, but what we do.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I couldn't have done it with anybody else. This is my best friend right here, and I just am cherishing every moment I have with her. And I believe other kids out there, if you're listening to this, cherish every moment you have with your parents, because they're pretty cool if you get over all the weird parenting stuff they always try to tell you to do.
Wow. This is so lovely. And it speaks to something Bernardo Moya was speaking to earlier, which is having like this big purpose outside of you that can really move you. And Forbes, I'm sensing from you that your daughter's involvement in this work is really sort of driving that. And I have a unique question, then I'll pass it off because I have to ask this. You've been referring to your mom as Forbes. So I'm wondering if there's some science or some psychology behind you calling her by her name Forbes. Does that help it make it easier that she's your employee, or what's the deal here?
So my beautiful mother, she does work for the company, but I do say we own everything 50-50 to make her happy. But I call her Forbes because in the workplace, if I'm sitting here and I go, my mom or mother, Ava has a mom, you have a mom, Sheris has a mom, we all have moms. And so I'm like, who are we talking about? So especially in the team setting, I've learned I get treated with less of respect, especially when people come to work with us. People will be like, oh, well, what will Forbes think, or what's this? So my conversation with people in the beginning is, because I am 19. People don't trust me, but my dad told me to say this a while ago because I was having a really hard time commanding respect. And at the end of the day, I said, look, at the end of the day, I sign your check. I'm the boss here. You work for a company that I own. I understand that Forbes is my mother, that I work for her, but in this setting and workplace, if you can't understand the fact that I'm younger than you, but work for you, I've proven myself. I've done a lot of things. I'd be happy to earn your respect, but I expect a level of respect coming in that shouldn't be diminished by my age. And so when I did that and stopped calling her mother, but calling her Forbes, because I mean, when I'm like, mommy, I'm sick, I'm not being like, Forbes, I'm sick, go make me chicken soup. I'm like, mom. But in the workplace, it is Forbes, because as a young person, I think many other young people in the workplace know this, you have to work twice as hard to get the same amount of respect simply because you aren't old enough to do this, even though I've been in this industry for the last 7 years.
Who would not want to hang out and listen to this energy? The positivity, the passion, the power, the logic. She's crazy smart. She's inspired me. I'm not kidding about what the whole company has been. And the irony is she doesn't want to be an actress. She doesn't want to be in front of the camera. It's challenging me to get you to do this.
When Ava texted me, I was like, because I did mastermind with her. She did a great job pitching. I was like, you know what? I would love to be in front of it. I would love to do this with you and with Forbes, but otherwise I would have said no.
Well, but it's a big mission. I don't know many. First of all, number one, as a woman, we are now on the precipice of something that's never been done before. I'm on tour right now with Deepak Chopra, Les Brown, Gary Vee, who else is Jack Canfield, Brian Tracy. I'm one of the only women headliners. It's me and Sharon Lecter, and then every once in a while Mel Robbins comes in. That can't be the only motivation. Before I got there, who was the woman? Yeah. And so I'm on a crazy quest to go, look, enough is enough. We have a voice. We don't need to put down because we're women. We also, as women, though, need to start articulating what we do a little better and stop whining and stop, talking about chakras. You want to play like a man, you need to find your personal masculine energy to be on that level. And I really do believe that. Mm-hmm. And then you take that and you put it into a teenager. She's still for the next 3 weeks.
3 weeks? No, I have a month or something. I don't know.
You have a month and you're not a teenager anymore. I want people to hear this. I want every mom and dad to hear what's possible if you raise a child consciously. I used to train dogs. I very consciously trained my dogs to do, you could shoot my dog and he would do a death scene. I have all kind of crazy, and I said, I have twins here. Let's try a lot of these things. Problem is when you're a very young mom or economically strapped mom, you're so busy working and fighting to keep your kid, just to keep bread on the table. I was very fortunate. I had a good partner. Your dad was great to raise you guys. I was on a mission, and I was also, her dad and I had raised a young man for 12 years of his life, and he was murdered when they were 6 months old. So I got very passionate about a lot of things and just moving forward and not feeling for a little while. So I was very methodical that I didn't want that to happen to anybody else that I get any protection to. And that's what happened. And so I'm sitting here in awe of listening to her. And I just want other mothers and fathers to hear that your kids are your greatest ally, your greatest asset, unless you screw it up. And the problem is, how are you not going to screw it up? Because odds are you're screwed up. So I'm going to share this with you that for me, my first breakthrough happened when I was 31 years old. I went to one of my first, it wasn't that popular 30 years ago, my first personal development breakthrough kind of training. And oh my gosh, my head exploded. My parents apparently never communicated emotion. I had all this bottled up anger. I worked on all of that for 30 years. And then you should teach what you know. I've been teaching breakthrough training for over 30 years, started in my living room. And every month I get to hear 16 people go on in the house. Mm-hmm. There's people yelling and screaming and hitting pillows and do what I do, right? And then she came along, and you and your brother, the whole senior year, you couldn't go to school. This is the crazy thing about COVID.
That was junior year.
Junior, they sat upstairs and they heard all of the classes like maybe you never heard before at 15, 16, and 17.
You didn't have those classes till we started our bit. Riker was who heard our classes.
Right, that's true.
So he learned, so my brother, we have kind of like a loft kind of area set up, and he sat up there and he learned the lessons, and watching his actual transformation from when we started this business to when he went off to college was actually pretty incredible, because he listened to the classes, he learned the trainings, he heard stories. Because I mean, Forbes likes to turn her mic up really loud because she likes to scream and get a lot of energy in there, but sometimes you can hear it outside of her office. And so he watched that, but no, I was right there with you building it.
Well, and so what came out of that is that this voice, the level of energy and passion and age needs to be heard. And I'm very passionate to help her voice get out here. And Ava, I want to thank you and everybody, LA Tribune and Moe and Carissa and Sherry. You guys, I've been watching you all day long. Love the Michael Beckwith. He's been a friend forever. And David Fagan. You guys are amazing. Thank you for providing the platform for other people to really hear this, engage this, and reach out if you guys want to hang out with us.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate being on here. I don't do these things a lot, and I know I should, because as a young person, I believe other young people have every single power and thing they need to be as confident as where they want to go. And if they want to be somewhat like me, which I think is crazy, I would love to start looking into that, and hopefully I can release a book and make that happen. And I hope if you're listening to this today, you were able to get a little inspired and take your kid to work. There was nothing more I love than my mother taking me to work. So think about it. If you don't know what to do with your kids, ask them if they want to come to the office.
So on a 50-50 level, is there ever any disagreements, and how do you manage those disagreements if there are there?
There are definitely disagreements. There's a hierarchy in our company, in a sense, but I agree on what are your thoughts. Whenever there's a disagreement, everybody who's in the room on there, I always go, what are your thoughts? What's your thoughts? Give me your thoughts. And we talk about it, we discuss. And I think logic trumps emotion. I believe there's no place for emotion in business.
And I think there's no place for, there's always a place for emotion.
No, there really isn't. It's what kills businesses is emotion. So to strategically think, if you're having disagreement, run the numbers. What's going on? What are the students? What are the surveys saying?
Okay, by the way, and I know we don't have time for this. I'm not quite sure where we're going to share this. 2 days ago, we were getting ready to do our book launch. No. It was on Wednesday. You guys were witnessing. I'm not going to. We were ready to do one thing. And at noon, a mentor of ours said, not a great idea. We looked at each other and thought, well, then what are we going to do? And in 5 hours, we put together, by the way, the perfect pitch party. You built the landing page. We had our team help.
There was a bit more prep for it.
But there was a lot of like, ooh, just like this. And then it worked, because by midnight, did it work?
Yes. Yeah. The way we make decisions is a lot of time. I've got a team now. I do have a large team who helps me do things and make decisions and work through things. So it's not always just me and Forbes at the top, because I do believe if you have people working together to do something, they should also be integrated in the idea of making it happen. And I hire strategists and we have coaches. So it's not just us two butting heads. It was definitely like that in the beginning. And I will not lie, we kind of drove ourselves into a hole. And that's when we realized we need outside advisement, help, other people to look into what we're doing. And I truly believe everybody out there needs a coach. You cannot do this on your own. You can't be the only one with the idea. There can't just be two people. Someone who's completely outside of your business, outside the box, you need that, because you are so in it. Sometimes you can't see the obvious.
And one of the things, I know one of you is a behaviorist. I heard that. One of the coolest things that we've done is to drill down what our strengths are. We came together, we make magic happen, working 18 hours a day, launched it, worked. And then there was a lot of I'm the visionary. I literally would say things in a mastermind going, I think we're going to do this training. And going, McKenna, guess what you have to build by tomorrow? And what was your reaction?
It was always like, great. That's great. What are we doing now? And she's the visionary. I'm the implementer. She comes up with 10 ideas weekly, some good, some bad. And I go, not doing those. This one looks good, or that looks good. Or my favorite line to her is, oh, you want to do this idea? Well, then we can't do this if you want to do this. And then she goes, oh, well.
And then I stamp my feet and go, but I want to. And she's like, and so I do think that every company not only needs a kid, but for all of you entrepreneurs out there, it's very wise. For most of my career, I was just solopreneur. And if you're the visionary, which is most business owners and creators and entrepreneurs, you've got to have a numbers person who's wildly logical, who you will not agree with all the time. It's not always logical, but you find a system that works, because for the greater good, we have to make it happen.
Exactly.
Sherry, did that answer your question?
I was just gonna say real quick, Forbes, I gotta do the assessment on both of you, because just off the cuff, I see McKenna as the initiator in what we do, and I see you as the influencer. Those are, you're the communicator, you're the out front person, you're fast paced, whereas McKenna's the implementer and the numbers person.
And left to my own devices, I would float off into the sunset unless somebody pulled me down to reality.
And left to my own devices, I'd probably become like an accountant or something, or some company.
Wow.
Or manager.
This speaks to the teamwork, and I know we have about 1 minute left, and I know Mo's probably going to come up here in a second and cut me off, but I just want to appreciate both of you. And so a quote that I love from Simon Sinek is that a team isn't just people who work together, it's people who trust each other. And the fact that you both are coming together and trusting each other's geniuses, I think really speaks to what it takes to have a team in such a successful company like you do. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I just want to tell our audience how lucky you are, because you actually are witnessing history in the making. This is the unveiling of McKenna. When I found her in the Pitch Mastery Secrets, I'm like, the world's got to know about you. What are you doing hiding?
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I am so grateful for who you are, McKenna, and the inspiration that you bring. And yes, every company needs a kid, and every parent gets to bring their kid to work.
Love that.
Oh,
woo!
Thank you. I mean, that was incredible. McKenna, Forbes, the two of you are so beautiful together. And this was the science of pitching, but also the science of parenting, the science of collaborating with your family, the science of a family business. You can really frame this in so many different ways. So kudos to the two of you. I know that the best is yet to come. And so thank you to the two of you for being part of the Neuroscience Summit 2022. And, now that we've experienced the science of pitching with McKenna and Forbes, there's something that everyone wants. And so when we thought about, and Forbes, this is a friend of yours, and if you want to stick around for a minute while we bring him up, everyone wants joy. And so when we thought about who's appropriate to close out and be the keynote speaker for day number 2, everyone on the face of this earth, I've never met anyone that doesn't want joy or peace of mind. So we're going to close out by having somebody who understands the science of joy. And that's Barry Shore. Barry, welcome. Barry, what is the science of joy, please?
First of all,
joy.
Good day. Joy. Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, by the way, how can I make the categorical statement that all the tens of thousands of people that are tuning in and watching us are all good-looking? Because by definition, if you are involved with the neuroscience on the Los Angeles Tribune site, it means you're always looking for and finding the good. That's a good-looking person, looking for and finding the good. Now, I got to tell everybody here, I am just so happy because I get to meet McKenna. Get it, Forbes, I love you. You're wonderful. Carissa, mwah. Sherry, Ava, yeah. McKenna, I've been wanting to meet you. Your mother talks about you, what you've been doing, all kinds of wonderful things. And you are the future of the world, kid. So all of us are, we're great, we're wonderful, but you're the future. We love you. And you are the essence of joy. So let me tell everybody what joy stands for. Joy is an amazing acronym that stands for Journey of You. Journey of you. That's what this is about. See, neuroscience is involved with connecting the three most important aspects of the human being: the thoughts, the words, and the deeds. Am I right? When your thoughts, your words, and your deeds are in flow, you become what other people call a flower. I call it a flower. That's when you're in flow. Those things in the garden, Forbes and McKenna, when you walk out on the side today, you're going to look at the garden, you see all those things, you say, Barry just called those flowers. And that's what they are. They're not flowers. And Sherry, I've been wanting to say hello to you for so long. What a pleasure. Carissa, it's good to see you again. I just want to mention 2 or 3 small points that I think will make a difference for people. Number one is that we want to discuss the 3 fundamentals of life, because when you understand the 3 fundamentals of life, you will be happier, healthier, and wealthier. Who doesn't want that? Happier, healthier, and wealthy. 3 fundamentals of life are: number 1, life has purpose. When you lead a purpose-driven life, number 2 happens. So in this case, a good number 2. You go MAD. Now, MAD is a wonderful acronym that stands for make a difference. You lead a purpose-driven life, you make a difference in life. And the third is to unlock the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. So a simple one, www. Ask anybody who has to do with, and they'll tell you it has to do with the internet. And factually speaking, they're correct. But in our world, the world of the positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, www stands for what a wonderful world. And what is a word, right? WHATA. What a wonderful world. So when you learn the secrets and the power of everyday words and terms, you now can be in flow. And the whole genius of neuroscience is to be able to connect your thoughts, your words, and your deeds, because it has to do with the heart and the mind. So I'm going to tell everybody here what you already know. And that is that the most debilitating, destructive, and difficult part of life is this word: stress. Stress. S-T-R-E-S-S. Most searched for word on the internet. And it's the source of all disease. Stress is what causes things like heart stroke and arthritis and all kinds of other things, but it's built in stress. So when you can learn how to mitigate, reduce, maybe even eliminate, or what I show people is how to use stress to advantage, now you are moving from the stressful this into the stress of this. How do you do that? By learning what the word means. So remember, we talked about understanding the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. You can either define stress as an acronym, meaning stomach turning reality, enabling self-sabotage. You know what happened? I lost my job. I lose the house. My cousin committed suicide. The kids are going crazy. The country's falling apart. So people either internalize that or they live it. Either way, it's not beneficial. We'll all agree, correct? That's stress. Let's take a look from a neuroscience point of view, the Barry Shore way of understanding stress, the following. Stress, stomach turning reality. Yes, you may have lost your job. You may lose the house. Your cousin did commit suicide. The kids are going crazy. The country's falling apart. Enabling self-success. See, the way that you respond to any given situation will help determine what's going to happen in your life. Stuff happens. How do you respond? So I'd like everybody to learn, internalize, utilize, and leverage the 6 most important words you'll ever hear. I'm going to give them to you right now. Here we go. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. I know for a fact that wonderful, amazing Forbes Riley, who has sold billions of dollars of products and done it with pizzazz, with class and a bit of wowee. She made a choice. When she chose to step into her best self, that's when it happens. The same thing for Carissa. The same thing for Sherry. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. When that happens, you have given yourself over to you. So you have everything you need. There's nothing you need from any of us that's going to help you. You're the key. Yes, we might be able to give you some transformational points of view and things like that. And I urge everybody, by the way, to get a free copy of my book. Okay, shameless plug time. Copy of the book, because there's a couple that has underwritten the distribution of 100,000 copies of my book in ebook form. It's a $14.95 value. It's free because they're underwriting it. And just go to www.whatawonderfulworld.barryshore.com/ebook and you get it. It's transformational because you'll be able to utilize that which you already know and just make that next move, a little bit of shift in perspective. Now, by the way, I got to tell Sherry something very funny, and Ava, you'll laugh out loud also. I worked, thank God, with many, many thousands of people over the years. And I found that 96.7% of everybody I teach shift perspective, they drop the F. I don't know why. And the other stuff happens. So you got to be effing careful when you pronounce the word shift. See, you can shift your perspective. Make sure you pronounce that F, because it will happen. Remember, joy is the journey of you. The opposite of stress, the reduction, mitigation, elimination, using it for advantage, it will be replaced by joy. And when you live in joy daily, you know what happens? You're happier, you're healthier, and wealthier. Who doesn't want that? Isn't that a wow? So I'd like to share. Wow. Thank you, Sherry. So let me tell you, everybody, what WOW stands for, because I love acronyms. WOW stands for either words of wisdom. Sherry, you know this. When you're doing your interviews and you're talking with people, you say something, people say, wow. That's because they can't internalize it right away. That's words of wisdom or words of wonder. That's what it means, right? I've been working with two new ones, which I'm going to share for the first time here amidst tens of thousands of people. So drum roll, fanfare, here we go. Da-dun, da-da. Thank you. WOW stands for, there's a choice, either wealth over wisdom or wisdom over wealth. I can honestly tell everybody that until the age of 48, I had either chosen or not thought about, and I was pursuing wealth over wisdom. When I made the conscious choice to work with wisdom over wealth, not only was I feeling better, I became very wealthy in terms of money, far more wealthy when I chose wisdom over wealth, because when you live with wisdom as your primary goal, wealth must come along. It's a law. Yep. It's a law. Law, by the way, Sherry, you're going to love this. Law stands for love and wisdom. Isn't that wonderful?
I love it.
So when you look at the word wealth, which we're all interested in, let's be blunt. How do you define wealth? Well, I use it to think of what I call PMS, real PMS, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Physical, mental, spiritual well-being. If you look at the word wealth, WEALTH, and you use the same letters, you mix them up and jumble them, you'll come out with two words, THEVLAW, law. Wealth is the law. Law is love and wisdom. That's what joy is rooted in. When you begin the ability to eliminate stress in your life, you now live in joy daily. And that's what my life is about. That's what I'm here to share. That's what neuroscience, in my humble opinion, is all about. So I'd like to conclude by asking Sherry to say hi to me and say, Barry, oh, that was wonderful, but I have a question for you.
Hi, Barry. Oh my God, that was I love it. I love it. Absolutely. Yes. So when you talk about joy, I mean, one of the things that I believe is that we can walk out every single day and we can align with joy through the birds, the trees, the flowers, the air that we breathe. You mentioned that being, wealth attributed to that. So what happens when we do that is abundance begins to show up everywhere present. So what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are that you are beautiful, bountiful, beloved, and I love that you asked, because what I'd like to do right now is share something that you may not know, wonderful Sherry. I'm going to tell everybody a little bit of my personal story because I think it will resonate, because people can say, well, it's easy for you, Barry, to say all these things. You're rich, you're handsome, and all this sort of stuff. Let's look at hear the following. Imagine this, if you can, standing up in the morning, hale and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, and that evening being in the hospital, totally, completely paralyzed. And it was not an automobile accident. It was not a spinal injury. A rare disease took over my body, which I never heard of the day before, and rendered me a quadriplegic, Sherry. Quadriplegic, I was completely paralyzed from my neck down. I could only communicate by blinking my eyes. I was 144 days in the hospital, 2 years in a hospital bed in my own home. I couldn't turn over by myself. I had 4 years in a wheelchair, braces on both my legs, my hips, my ankles. That was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand. So I'm a triped, not a biped. I can't walk up a stair by myself. I can't walk up a curb by myself. I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant. And it's because of the insight you just gave.
Yep.
I use the word smile as my lever in life. Smile stands for seeing miracles in life every day. But I got to just say one quick comment. My 8-year-old niece came over to me a couple of weeks ago. This is so funny. And she says, Uncle Barry, she's 8 years old. Can we spell smile S-M-I-E-L? I thought about it. Smile sounds the same. Why not? Ask her how come. She says, because then it would stand for seeing miracles in everyday life. Yes. Out of the mouth of an 8-year-old. Yes. But what was she doing? She was doing exactly what you said. She was creating the kind of world she wants to live in. I have an acronym for CREATE, causing rethinking, enabling all to excel. It's the rethinking, isn't it? It's the neuroscience of being able to just feel the ability to, for me, I'm vertical ambulatory. Wow. I can put on a pair of shoes. Okay, that's me. Nobody has to get to that level of paralyzed to feel the power of being alive.
That's right. That's right. I love what you said around that because, I had a massive heart attack after the delivery of twins, and they told me I was going to die in 6 months without a heart transplant. And instead of connecting to the appearance, I every single day milked the joy out of each day. And so when people would say, they wanted to talk about sickness and dis-ease and illness, what I did is I created sounds just like you have with joy that tapped me into that feeling of joy. Like I'll give you an example. A sugar boom boom boom. That's right. But it's for each of us. And when we tap into that, that begins to show up in every moment of our life. It's a mirror of that alignment, that connection to joy that we are tapped into. And it's merely just showing us the piece of ourself, the wholeness of ourself.
Isn't that fabulous what you just said and what you did? I love that you didn't just speak about it, but you demonstrated it. Okay. You see, part of what happens with the human condition, and let's be blunt, everybody has a part of them that can't connect to this, but when you become your authentic self, then you can go you can emote. Now, if you need to do it with nobody around, so do it with nobody around. And then when you feel a little more comfortable, you do it with your family around or your friends. But once you get into that high vibe,
yes,
and you live now, by the way, love is a great acronym. You are gonna love this. Living on vibrant energy.
Woo!
Woo! Living on the vibrational plane.
That's right. Boom, boom.
Because that's what we do. In other words, you and I are channelers.
Yes.
And you're a channel of goodness, a cog, all right? Let's call it. You're a child of God. And so the ability to have gone to almost a near-death experience, let's call it that.
Two near-death experiences.
Two. Okay, well, but here's the issue. Excuse the pun. No, don't excuse the pun. Here's the pun. You gave birth to twins.
Yes.
In other words, I say it like this because I'm just thinking with you on this. The ability to give birth to oneself comes at the point that's closest to the death of the previous self.
That's right.
Right? Not easy to say, not easy to do, because there's a very famous old blues song saying, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Everybody wants to know the answer without even asking why. So what we're doing now is we're let's say sort of avoiding the death part and saying, begin to ask why. Now, why is a part of what I call the 3-letter words that make a difference in people's lives. The how, the who, and the why. How is what we're doing right now, helping others win. That's what we're about, right? That's our life, helping others win. And the who is winners help others. Hello, that's us. That's what we do. We're winners. And the why is winners help wisely. And what we're doing is we're helping wisely by saying, being in touch, listen, learn who you are, ask. You make 3 questions. Who am I? Why am I here? And now that I know, what am I supposed to do? You can run through the streets naked shouting joy. But if you don't want to go to that point, you can say joy.
You know, it's so funny in what you say about that. So, you know, when I had my very first near-death experience in the 90s, basically I was ostracized. And so, but I was shown all of my purposes from the me that had already fulfilled those purposes in another dimension, as deep as it sounds. So when I came back into the body and I wasn't experiencing that yet, I had to tap into the joy. I had to tap into the vibration of that me that I wanted so deeply to be. And so people say, well, what kept you going through all the pain and the suffering? What kept me going was the great desire and the willingness to be that Sherry. And so I created these, like you know, I created all these fun ways to stand outside the crowd of sheep and to dare to be the real me. And I call that living to be, living to be, living to be the real me. Isn't that true?
TREW, true. I'm thinking of an acronym for your name, and I'm writing it down. I'm writing down super happy, energetic, remarkably rewarding youth. That is Sherry. Uh-oh, we got the Moe stroking his beard. That means that time is almost up.
Well, it's been a lot of fun, and this has been a very fascinating time that we've got to actually experience Barry and his joy. And what's fascinating about this is it's not an academical regurgitation of information. Rather, it's an experience. So talk a little bit about that distinction, Barry, before we wrap up, please. The experience of joy, as opposed to trying to understand it conceptually.
First of all, we love Moe. I got to tell you that.
We do.
Yes, we do. And it's exactly what you just said. The experiential part of the human condition, for good or ill, has very often been pushed aside. Because in my own case, I'll tell you a very funny story. My mother says that I came out of the womb saying the Gettysburg Address. And it's not true. It took me 6 months before I learned it and was able to say it. But I came out, she said, happy and talking. Okay, so I was a happy baby. But we all go through life and with stuff. And every time that a child hears the word, what I call the N word, no. Every time a child hears the word no, it dampens their spirit. You hear that, everybody? We all know it to be true. It dampens the spirit. So I want to share with everybody to do the following in your own mind. I want you to take the word no, N-O, and I want you to surround it with two other letters, a K and a W. So from now on, for your life, whenever you hear the word no in any context, put a K and a W around it. K stands for kindness and W stands for wisdom. Because that's what the no is really doing. It's enabling you now to expand your consciousness. That is what life is all about. And once the consciousness is expanded, it never goes back to where it was. It may go back a little bit, but now you're constantly increasing and expanding. So the genius of life is to experience life with all of your senses. You want to be able to smell life. You want to be able to taste life. You want to be able to breathe it in. I have a program where I teach people how to do deep breathing in a 2-minute meditation that I know for a fact has helped 1,838 people achieve breakthrough in their lives to becoming very high level meditators. And I've helped 38,000 plus people who say their lives are now better on an experiential level just by learning how to breathe. It takes 2 minutes twice a day. So you're absolutely correct, Mo. The essence of life is to taste it, to breathe it, to smell it, to touch it, to revel in it. And as much as you can, get in the pool and swim. Why do I say swim? I'll tell everybody if you want, Mo, but I think that the water is the best place to be. Sherry, you know, when you gave birth, what are those kids in there? They were in water. When I get in the pool now, I feel like I'm back in the womb. You hear this? Now, I'm a guy who was a quadriplegic. You hear this, everybody? I now swim 2 miles a day, 6 days a week. And I've been doing it for 14 years. I have over 8,777 miles under my belt. I'm swimming around the world. That's my goal. I'm a third of the way there. So that's experience. Thank you, Mo.
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barry Shore, for being the keynote closer of day 2 of the Neuroscience Summit. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're wrapping up. We'll see everyone here tomorrow morning for day 3 of the Neuroscience Summit. But I can't have Barry Shore on the program without Barry Shore doing one of his very famous hugs. So Barry, go ahead, kick it off, and the audience can join along.
We're doing a hug, well, not just everybody here, all the tens of thousands of people around the world. Ready? I'm going to tell you what HUG stands for. Heartfelt, unlimited giving. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.